Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you. You came early. I want to say thank you. Well done to you for coming very early. And as you've seen, we've started already because we know that you are valuable individuals and your time is precious. But just before we begin, it's important that we commit everything into the hand of the one who will guide the affairs of today, who will ensure that everything that we do here today is successful and leads us even as we celebrate Smart Stewards Annual Summit at 10. And to lead us in an opening prayer, please make welcome Taiwo Ojo for the opening prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Can we all rise for prayers? Father, we thank you this morning. We exalt your name, we give you all the praises. We give you all the glory, we honor you, we adore you. We thank you for the opportunity that you have given unto us to be alive and well. We thank you because you said in your word that in everything we should give thanks to you. Father, we commit today's program into your hands. We ask that you will take total control in Jesus' name. We pray that you have your way in the name of Jesus. We invite the presence of the Holy Spirit in our midst because you said in your word that where two or more gather in your name, you're there. We pray that you have your way in the name of Jesus. Thank you because you have answered our prayers. For in Jesus' mighty name we have prayed.
Remember, please still standing. Let's still stand as we will now take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Media, please. Okay, I guess we'll have to sing it ourselves as media. Why are you laughing? You don't know the national anthem? Okay, you don't know the old new one? Who knows it? Who can lead us in the national anthem? Wow, it's a lot of Gen Zs and millennials that are in the room. Okay, DJ, can we? The Federal Republic of Nigeria, and God bless the Smart Stewards community. You may please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. In the words of Thomas Edison, our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. And that's why the theme for the Smart Stewards Annual Summit 10.0 is tenacity. Together, empowered now. Which is not just a play on words. It is a bold reminder that for the next decade, the power to personal and collective prosperity lies in our resilience and action that we take in the present moment. A little bit of statistics. The World Bank lets us know that only 33% of adults living in sub-Saharan Africa have access to formal financial literacy, which lets us know that financial inclusion, financial literacy, and empowerment is very pivotal. And I'm really excited because Smart Stewards, for 10 solid years, powerfully stood at the intersection of financial literacy, inclusion, and empowerment. And this they have done, empowering individuals and Africans with the tools, the knowledge, and the courage they need to build powerful financial futures. Just so you know, we've done this in well over 40 countries of the world and counting. Now, this is no small feat. Doing this for solid 10 years. This is the proof of what can happen when vision meets with consistency and when tenacity becomes the fuel for change. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we've gathered to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Smart Stewards Summit, I want you to know that this is much more than just an event. I mean, you've been attending conferences and summits and events since the beginning of 2025. But let this be a pivotal one for you. Let this be a life-transforming summit for you. Let your spirit, your mind, your soul, your body be here. This is not just your regular summit. As a matter of fact, I want you to know that this is a life-defining and journey-transforming summit. So whatever it is or wherever it is you've joined us from around the world or wherever you've come from this morning, I encourage you that you let today be well worth your while. The lineup of speakers, my goodness, the lineup of speakers. Have you seen the lineup of speakers? I won't say too much. They've been specially and carefully handpicked to ensure that the message of tenacity that we want you to go home with today is passed across. So open up your minds. We're going to network a lot because the value of your net worth is your network. The amount of people, and not just the amount, the caliber of people you have in your network is a very determinant, and it says a lot about who you are. So get ready to network with somebody who is sat next to you, somebody behind you. Exchange contacts. Don't go home without having at least 5 persons' numbers today, because you can never tell who they are and the kind of value that they will give to you in years to come. We're celebrating 10 years of consistency, 10 years of showing up, 10 years of doggedness, 10 years of grit, 10 years of dexterity, 10 years of constantly being at the forefront of financial literacy, inclusion, and empowerment. And so for this reason, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to collectively give a lusty applause to Smart Stewards and the entire community, our convener, the founder. And I want you to do this better. I have my reasons. Better, everyone. It's really challenging to see that a young woman, I like to believe she's still young. I mean, she's Gen Z for life. Decided to start. She saw a vision and she decided to run with that vision. And I know that it wasn't a walk in the park. If we sit her here today and ask her, she has stories upon stories to tell you several times when she asked herself, Schollah, who sent you? Because there were challenges along the way. But she decided to show up. And she hasn't done this for 2 years. She hasn't done this for 5 years. It hasn't been for 6 years. It hasn't been for 8 years. It's been for 10 solid consecutive years. That deserves another generous applause. And so as we mark this milestone and anniversary today, ladies and gentlemen, let your mindset shift. Things happen in 2 places. First in the mind and then physically. And so let your mindset shift. Tables will be shattered today. So if you're sitting, you want to sit very well on those tables because they will be breaking the legs of those tables. A lot of your understanding will be shifted. Today, get ready to learn, relearn, unlearn, because we are building tenacious individuals. We're going to be sharing and hearing stories of individuals and businesses that have been through it. The highs, the lows, the weaknesses, the strengths of the founders, the leaders you look up to. You hear their stories today. Let them inspire you. Let it propel you forward and towards the next journey of your life. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to once again very warmly welcome you to the most anticipated, talked about, planned, looked forward to 10th anniversary and summit of the Smart Stewards community. I thought that applause would be louder this time around. Thank you. Once again, my name is Gloria Babaridi, and I am most delighted to serve as the host for this landmark and milestone gathering. I would like to recognize quickly everyone that has joined us online because of our time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming. We are delighted that you've chosen to join us. I know you really wanted to be in the room, but for some reason you couldn't make it here. Wherever you've joined us around the world, can you drop your location in the chat box and also tell us what you're looking forward to today? I promise that I'll carry you along as much as everyone in the room is carried along. You're welcome to the Smart Stewards Annual Summit 10.0. Thank you for joining us, our online audience. I would also like to recognize, I understand that we have students. So if you came from a university, can you wave to me? Okay, what school is that? Unilag? Oh, University of Lagos, celebrate them, please. We have LASU, right? Okay, they're still on their way. Okay, they're coming. So I will definitely recognize them as they make their way. So we have students from the University of First Choice and Nation's Pride, the University of Lagos. Yes, so you're welcome. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us this morning. If you came in from outside Lagos, can you wave to me? Outside Korodu, go to raise your hand. It's outside Lagos. Just kidding, just kidding. You're welcome. I really liked where you came in from. Can you scream back at me? Where did you come in from? Delta. Abeokuta. Scream at me. I want to hear. I can't hear. London. Wow, you look like a Londoner, sir. Where did you come in from, sir? UK. Any other person outside Lagos? Shagam. Shagam is outside Lagos, actually. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Welcome to Lagos, the center of excellence and the state of aquatic splendor. We are delighted that you've joined us this morning. If you've attended the Smart Steward Annual Summit from 1.0, can you wave to me? From the very first edition, you've been here. Wave to me. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see. You joined us 2.0. Okay. You joined us 3.0. 4.0. Okay, let's do it like this. You've attended at least 6 summits. Wave to me, 6. Okay. You've attended at least 5. 4. 3. Okay, please rise. We need to celebrate you. Stand. You've attended at least two summits. Stand. Okay, this is your first time, everyone. Is this your first time? Okay, celebrate yourself for coming first time. You people are JJC, but it's okay. You're welcome. Welcome to the 10th edition of the Smart Stewards Annual Summit, and it's our delight to have you. I want to thank all of our sponsors. We couldn't have in any way done this without them. I promise you, stood behind us. They've always stood behind us in cash, in kind, in monetary value. It's been amazing. So as I call their names, I want you to join me to give them a rousing applause, because they deserve to be celebrated. I mean, we couldn't. This is a free event. You didn't pay for it. But some people gave their hard-earned money, their time, their money, their talent to see that this anniversary is a success. So celebrate with me in no particular order. Bamboo, Made Impact, Arabian Fashion Store, Afro Butters NG, Go Realty and Homes, Faces and Braces Dental Clinic, Coca-Cola, Laviani Skill Naturals, Naomi with Joy, Sarah by Wema, Ching DK Global Services, Houses of Shifra, Lipix Photo Studio, and United Capital. Can we give them another round of applause? Thank you, our very darling sponsors and partners, for making the 10th edition of the Smart Stewards Annual Summit a big, big success. We are grateful. Housekeeping rules: keep your bags, your phones, your laptops. If you're going to use the convenience, ensure that you have someone watch it for you, so that we do not start reporting stolen items. It's very important. I know that we are people that are truthful and trustworthy, but then again, you can only speak for yourself and not for the other person. So please keep your valuables and your items very, very dearly. The hashtag, official hashtag for this is tenacity 10. So TENACTY 10, not number 10 as in 10 in words. Okay, so tenacity 10. I want us to post on social media. Let's make some noise online. Let them know that something is happening at the KICC prayer dome. Let them hear online at Ikeja under bridge that something is happening here. Okay, so post online and use the official hashtag tenacity 10. Please tag us as Smart Stewards and also tag Schollah at Dishakin so that we can interact with your post and all of that. We have vouchers. Vouchers, 1,000 naira. You can use it to get lunch during the lunch break. So it's outside. Do you have your vouchers? Did you get vouchers? Not at all? Okay, what you can always do is get to the registration desk, get a voucher. It costs 1,000 naira, and then during the lunch break, you can use it to get anything: snacks, food, water, drink. Yes, please, during the lunch break for just 1,000 naira.
Or you've been following Smart Stewards and you are here at our summit, you are special to us. You are welcome. Please take a seat. I can assure you that you are at the right place today. This is the best place for you to be today. And I'm glad to welcome you to Smart Stewards Summit 10.0. 10 years ago, Smart Stewards began as a dream, a simple idea to help people become better stewards of their resources, their talents, and their opportunities. And look at us today. We said we were coming back to KICC because when we started, our first summit was hosted in this particular building, but not in this dome. We were downstairs, somewhere in the corner. But today we have the old dome to ourselves. Can you please clap for Smart Stewards? Yes. And that's why this year it is called tenacity. It is 10. My coach knows how to do those things, pick the word, and it just fits right in. We are 10, and this year we are celebrating tenacity. There were challenges, seasons where giving up would have been logical. But here we are. Because Smart Stewards is built on resilience, consistency, and that never quit spirit. That's tenacity in action. So today, as we celebrate this milestone, I want you to do 3 things for me. Say 1. I want to know you are listening to me. 1, open your heart to learn. 2, open your mind to new possibilities. And 3, open your mouth to connect. Please, today is not the day to come and form and show that you are so. Please, connect, because there will be times that we will have networking sessions. Introduce yourself, tell them what you do, meet a new person. Determine right now, if you didn't plan it from when you were coming from your house, right now as you are seated there, determine that you want to meet 5 new people today. You want to get to know at least 5 people at Smart Stewards Summit today. So this summit is not just another event. I know you attend a lot online and offline. This one is special. Apart from us celebrating 10 years, we are also sharing our vision for the next 10 years with you. So I want you to come, like we said, you should open your heart and then you open your mouth. So welcome to Tenacity and thank you for joining us.
Please celebrate her better, everyone. Thank you, my audience. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you, Ibinike, for your constant loyalty to the brand. Thank you very much for carrying our matter on your head. You are Smart Stewards, and we celebrate you for the success of this summit. If you're just walking in, you're very warmly welcome to the most anticipated, talked about Smart Stewards Annual Summit at 10. This is the 10th edition. Consecutively, we've gathered to celebrate financial literacy, inclusion, and empowerment. And we are delighted that you've chosen to be here on this Saturday morning, because you could be anywhere else in the world, but you chose to be here. And we are grateful for your time and your presence. You're welcome, everyone. We see you, we celebrate you, and we are glad that you made it here. We are going to have a chant. There's going to be a chant. So when I say tenacity 10, I want us to respond with much power and energy, that they will hear at Ikeja under bridge that something is happening here. When I say tenacity 10, you respond together, empowered now. Okay? So I want your voice to be bold. Okay? Because what you say loud and clear, you believe in it. Let's go, everybody. Tenacity 10. We're going to do that again because some people, I caught them off guard. They weren't listening. So we'll do it again. Tenacity 10. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, we've spoken about tenacity, ladies and gentlemen, but now it's time for us to hear from real stories that are the heart of tenacity. This segment, we've tagged it Stories of Tenacity. Okay? And we are bringing you two voices that have walked this path of tenacity that we're talking about. Their resilience continues to light the path for others to follow. First, we will hear from a woman that needs no introduction. Of course, she is a leader, a champion, a mentor, a trailblazer par excellence, a woman who constantly inspires others. She shines her light and in turn gives others the permission to shine their light. She's the first female chairperson of the First Bank of Nigeria. I know you already know who I am talking about already. Although she couldn't join us physically, don't worry. You'll get the same level of energy, I can promise you. She has sent in a video that we will play for you right now. So just listen as though you were here. You know the way you will nod your head if she was standing before you. Nod your head the same way when you watch her video. And then I'll introduce our second speaker to you. So ladies and gentlemen, Smart Stewards, my audience, celebrate with me, although in absentia, Mrs. Ibuku Aushika.
Hello everyone. I'm glad to join you at the Smart Stewards 10th anniversary conference. Congratulations to Schollah and her team for staying the course. You're the real proof of tenacity. When you stay through the seasons and you continue to build steadily but surely, that's tenacity. Because I imagine that if we asked you what it's been like in the last 10 years, you'll have a lot of stories to tell. Of the great moments of celebration and of the challenging moments when it looks like, oh wow, what are we doing here? But guess what? After every storm, there's a calm season. After every dark night, there's a morning that breaks. And those are the key ingredients that drive a tenacious person through the seasons. So I truly want to congratulate you for staying the course, for coming this far. A decade is not a joke, no matter what anybody says. It's a lifetime in business or in any sort of development, especially in a very dynamic environment like our country. And even more so, in the last 10 years, it's been a very dynamic world. A lot has happened around the world to change the landscape in every sector. So to have built consistently for 10 years, kudos to you guys. So congratulations, Schollah. I am very proud of you. and what you do every day, and your consistency at build. Now, to the house. We're talking about tenacity in leadership and in entrepreneurship. And we're talking about prospering together and how we do that. The first thing to do is to sort of dissect tenacity in itself and look at the word in the context of a country like Nigeria, but you know what? The world is so assimilated now that the problems and the challenges of the world seem to cut across no matter where you are. And therefore, it's really about how can you remain committed, focused, and growing. What is it that is required of you? What is the level of tenacity and unbreakability, if I create that word, that keeps you going so that you can build, you can lead successfully, you can build an enterprise, and you do not give up on your vision. I think a good place to start will always be to think about clarity of your vision to an extent. And I'm careful to add the word clarity of vision to an extent, because in a very dynamic world, no matter how clear your vision seems, we sense what we want to do in parts. There's only a portion of that which we seek, that we understand at a point in time. And as time goes, situations, opportunities, new knowledge helps us to unveil and to sharpen and to bring greater clarity to that which we set out to do. And the value of tenacity in that journey is that as we get to the situations that challenge our start-off belief, as we get to the situations that will cause us to deter, to make different decisions, to have new considerations, to make alternative decisions, or to sometimes completely change course. It requires the strength of character. First, to encounter those moments successfully, to absorb the issues of those moments, to dimension the issues at play in that moment, to not be overwhelmed and give up when you get to any of those roadblocks or any of those moments, but to have the presence of mind to reconsider what is at play and what is on the table, and to sort through it in order to make a clear decision as to which way to go, what options to take, what kind of new resources are required, and to seek them out, what kind of support system is required, and what steps to take. Tenacity's weight and strength in our journey is that it keeps us away from giving up. It keeps us away from allowing the moment to steal the future. It keeps us away from allowing a temporary moment from shutting down that which we set out to do. It keeps us away from allowing the moment to erase the many steps we've taken before we got to that moment. And I haven't seen a winner in any field, whether it's in your career or it's in building a company, that has not had to walk a journey of tenacity or walk with tenacity through different seasons before getting to the place of victory. if you're innovating, there are always many versions of what you're trying to do along the way of getting to the actual product that you seek. And sometimes what you seek at the beginning is not what you end up with. You must have the gift and the ability to identify that which is critical, that which is important, and to recognize what is the real value, and not be stuck with the fact that, oh, that's not what I set out to do. But what you have encountered is even bigger than what you set out to do. But if you are dogged about just, no, this is not where I'm going, sometimes you miss the real opportunity for starting on the journey in the first place. Now, think about all that I've said in the context of a leader. It means that a leader that would be successful will have an openness of mind that allows you to embrace and to engage the thoughts and the minds of those that you lead. That no matter what your preconceived notion is about what you want your team and yourself to achieve, that as you move forward and you listen to alternative opinions, and sometimes, many times, superior arguments and opinion from those that seem lesser than you in terms of responsibility, you must have the capacity and the ability to recognize the gift of the wisdom that is being shared, irrespective of what voice is communicating it, and to be able to accept and let the organization or the project or whatever you're leading benefit from the communal wisdom that is being shared by your team. Now, that requires humility, because it does mean that you have the ability to graciously accept when you're not the most knowledgeable at the table on a particular issue, and to graciously recognize and compliment voices that give value in a moment. And the same place for an entrepreneur, because typically as an entrepreneur, you're leading a team or a project, or in the process of building the company, you're leading in the sorting through of ideas that best defines where you want to go. You must be open to wisdom that is shared. And like I said, it can come from a child and sometimes from the least member of your team. If we want to prosper collectively and be able to take advantage of the knowledge and the gift and the wisdom that is in multiple people around your life, you have to have the grace to receive the gift of other people's wisdom, and you must have the staying power to move forward, even when that which you held sacrosanct has been disputed or has become subject to a superior argument that makes it unviable. That grace and ability to rework, reset, reorganize yourself in every context that you find yourself contributes to a tenacious journey, in a sense, because it's not just about you, it's about everything that is going on around you and the ease with which you can respond to it. There are many organizations over the years that have been destroyed because of the non-responsive and non-flexible attitude or position of the leaders or the entrepreneur. Our inability to stay the course, not just by staying with what we thought should be done, but by staying the course in a way that we're embracing of others and other knowledge and opinions that contributes to our success is part of how we play the long game. Tenacity is a gift of character. It's a fruit of character. It's a gift of character. It is nurtured And it is displayed in the course of our trials, even the most. It's very easy when everything is working, but it's very difficult when things are not working to stay with something. When it's working, it's easy. When it's not working, that character trait can be manifested in you, in how you respond. But guess what? If you're not tenacious in your commitment and discipline to organize your income and your resources in a way that you can build sustainable wealth, you will find at the end of the day that you have commanded so much over the time of your career, but you haven't built anything. And it takes the consistency, the discipline, and your tenacity to stay with it, to refuse to budge, to be compromised by life, or to be tempted to just join in the appearances of society, but to build your block first so that your block can continue to yield for you. As I say, it's sand, which is your spending resources. And that you can do by yourself or collectively with others in order to build a bigger pot that creates value for you. It's not a morning for long words and a lot of stories, because I am sure, knowing Schollah, that she has so many plates set out for you today for this conference. And I'm sure you will learn from different people, different things that will contribute to your knowledge and enhance your journey. But just remember, in all of it, it's about the consistency and the discipline with which you stay the course. Everything will not always work out as you plan it, but in those moments, you don't give up. You continue. I'm laughing because I'm thinking of, imagine those who thought they had built their wealth to a certain level before we had a crash in our foreign exchange market. So people who thought, oh, my target is $1 million. Once I can save up $1 million in Naira position and keep it, then I'm set for life. And maybe they're already there and they have relaxed and now they think it's time to start living life. And all of a sudden, we have a devaluation of the Naira that suddenly reduced what they thought they had to less than 25% or thereabout of what they thought they had. Nothing they did. It was actions outside of their control. What do? Because I remember in 2008, when there was the global financial meltdown, there were people, millionaires, in foreign exchange, not Nigerians, who had a lot of money and the money literally became paper money because of the crash of markets. And in their hopelessness, or their sense of hopelessness, the people who either were considered millionaires with a lot of assets, who suddenly committed suicide because they couldn't imagine how to live without the kind of net worth that they thought they had, or maybe how to build it back in the environment of despair that they saw. But guess what? Barely 18 months to 24 months after, based on the intervention of multiple governments in the global financial system, shares that had become penny shares based on the situation had risen back to capacity. And those guys died for nothing because their same position bounced back to value. So yes, If you do not have a tenacious mind that can see possibilities, even when there seems to be hopelessness, it's easy for you to give up. And when you do, you're likely to make wrong decisions. So, no matter what you see, keep with it. There's always light at the end of the tunnel, and something will happen to the heart that is willing to wait, to seek, and to weather the seasons. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference. And Schollah, once again, congratulations to you and your team for a job well done. It's my pleasure to have been here.
Please, can we celebrate her better for those words? Thank you so very much, Mrs. Ibuku Aushika, in absentia. She mentioned that there needs to be a clarity of vision, and tenacity keeps us away from allowing temporary moments allow us give. Tenacity is a fruit and a gift of character that is very well displayed when things are not working. You can never know how tenacious you are until you're faced with challenges that would help display that gift and character of tenacity that you say you have. We are indeed delighted to have started the summit with these powerful words of encouragement and this keynote address just delivered by Mrs. Ibuku Aushika. Can we celebrate her again one more time? Can we have lights now, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you. To all our distinguished speakers and panelists that have walked in, we are honored, delighted, and blessed that you've joined us. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We would have recognized each of you, but because we do not want to miss out anyone's name, so we collectively recognize you, we celebrate you, and we thank you for joining us at this milestone gathering. We are looking forward to your session, and we know it will be great today. I would like to quickly celebrate before I bring up the second keynote speaker. Dancehall secondary school students are here. Please, let's celebrate them. Can you wave to us? Wave to us, all 5 of you. Thank you for joining us. If you also like to use the restrooms, is to my right, your left. When you step outside, by the right, you'll find the convenience there. Also, we have exhibition booths that we want you to please visit, interact, buy something from. Let them make back money, okay, from you, because I know that you are very kind people. So please, during the breaks, ensure you visit, buy something from them, and interact with their product and services. Now we will hear from the next person we're about to hear now from, ladies and gentlemen, is another leader who exemplifies what it is to press on with vision. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Exchange and is going to be speaking to us quickly again on, of course, the topic, delivering his message on tenacity and the power of collective prosperity. He will not be here. He has sent someone who is well able to deliver this keynote on his behalf. Please make welcome Uchi, who is standing in for Jude Chiemeka. Can we celebrate her better? Celebrate her. The way you celebrate Mr. Jude, celebrate Ugochi because she's standing in for him. Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you. Great. So thank you very much, and I'm glad to be here. Representing the CEO of the Nigerian Exchange Limited, Mr. Jude Chiemeka. He wanted to be here, trust me, but unfortunately he had to be pulled away in a meeting. So I will speak his heartfelt words, and for me to do that, I don't have that great memory. I'm going to read his exact words. Right, so do permit me when I look down the page, I'm just making sure I say everything so that when he asks, you say, yes, you did. Thank you. So, observing all existing protocols already established, he says, good morning to all distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and most especially to the visionary leader, Schollah, and the dedicated team at Smart Stewards, both those here with us today and those joining virtually. He goes on to say that he is truly honored, I told you that earlier, to be part of this landmark occasion, the 10th anniversary summit of Smart Stewards, united by the inspiring theme, tenacity, together, empowered now. Your mission to empower Africans through financial literacy deeply resonates with him, as it aligns seamlessly with the Nigerian Exchange Limited's vision to be the African preferred exchange hub. He says today he will address a topic vital to the economic future of the nation: financial resilience and tenacity, unlocking prosperity through the capital market. As you know, in this complex and ever-evolving global landscape marked by volatility and uncertainty, you'll agree with me, the need for financial resilience has never been more urgent. He goes on to say that Nigeria, like many emerging economies, faces significant challenges, including inflation at 21.88% as of July 2025, and a youth unemployment rate of approximately 6.5% as reported in the second quarter of 2024 by the National Bureau of Statistics. These macroeconomic headwinds present real obstacles to economic growth and social stability. However, like the last speaker said, there's light at the end of the tunnel. He says, beyond these challenges, like a promising narrative of progress within Nigeria's capital markets, the Nigerian economy's real GDP grew by 3.13% year on year in the first quarter of 2025, reflecting a stable yet cautious recovery supported by a resilient service sector and recent fiscal and monetary reforms. He goes on to say, consequently, the Nigerian capital market has demonstrated remarkable growth. It is market capitalization exceeding 89 trillion naira, which is $61 billion as of 17th September 2025. Oh my goodness, I thought I had some claps for the capital markets. Thank you. In July 2025, signaling renewed market confidence and a broader movement towards inclusive wealth creation, then the NGS ASI has delivered an annualized return of 38% year to date, significantly outpacing inflation and delivering real growth to investors. Capital markets serve as critical engines for economic development through mobilizing long-term investment. They channel private savings into productive ventures spanning infrastructure, agriculture, manufacturing, and technology, thereby fostering sustainable economic growth and job creation. They also offer Nigerians, like you and I, a platform to diversify their investment portfolios beyond traditional savings method, enabling more resilient financial futures. He didn't stop there. He went on to say, our product ecosystem at the Nigerian Exchange continues to expand, offering investors access to 150 listed companies across various boards, 153 fixed income securities, 12 exchange-traded funds, ETFs, and 4 derivatives products. That's not all. We have introduced innovative products such as green bonds and sustainability-linked securities, with 3 green bonds currently listed on the NGS, boosting a combined market capitalization of 29.83 billion naira. These products provide investors with tailored investment options that align with their investment objectives and risk appetite. Financial resilience demands tenacity, not only from individual investors, but across institutions and policy frameworks. Tenacity, just as we have heard, involves steadfast commitment to transparency, regulatory excellence, investor protection, and market development. The NGX, the Nigerian Exchange Limited, remains at the forefront of this effort, harnessing technology and partnerships to deepen market liquidity, expand access, and drive investor education. So as we move forward, he says, there is an imperative for collaboration among all stakeholders, including the regulators, financial institutions, capital market operators, and investors, to nurture an enabling ecosystems. Organizations like Smart Stewards play a vital role in this journey by equipping individuals with the financial knowledge necessary to create and sustain wealth. Together, he says, through sustained financial resilience and an unwavering tenacity, we can unlock a future of prosperity, one where capital markets serve as pillars for economic empowerment, social advancement, and national pride. As he concludes, he says, as we celebrate a decade of stewardship with Smart Stewards, let us reaffirm our commitment to these principles and to building a legacy of economic strength that benefits all Nigerians. He gives his thank you and congratulations to Smart Stewards on 10 remarkable years of financial empowerment. These are the heartfelt words of Mr. Jude Chiemeka, the CEO of the Nigerian Exchange Limited. Thank you.
Please, can we celebrate for succinctly delivering those powerful words from the CEO of Nigerian Exchange Limited, Mr. Jude Chiemeka. Thank you very much, Ugochi, for delivering his words. Please send our regards to him. Please let him know that we wish he was here physically to be with us, but you've done justice to his address, and we thank you very much for delivering it. Thank you. Once again, if you're just walking in, it is my honor to warmly welcome you to the 10th edition of the Smart Stewards Annual Summit. The theme is tenacity, together, empowered now, building personal and collective prosperity. And we're moving on in the events today. We're about to switch things up a little bit with some energy in the room. If you remember in secondary school, and I'm sure students from Dansol Secondary School can attest to this, debate sessions are always very heated and exciting. I was the lead debater when I was in secondary school, talking about some 10, 12 years ago. I always represented my secondary school at debate competitions, and we always came out tops. So we're about to have a debate competition on this stage. Are you excited about that one? Yes. And so this debate is not, is a farmer better than a doctor? No, that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at investment opportunities, the different types of investments that you can make and which is better. So the goal that our debaters are trying to achieve is to help you understand, I beg your pardon, a minute. I beg your pardon. So as I said, ladies and gentlemen, this debate, we've tagged it the ultimate asset class debate. To put your money is. So we're going to have 4 debaters. 3 will be here physically and 1 will join us online. Okay? So what they're here to share with you is, why is this type of investment better than the other one? And at the end of the day, you'll be the judge. You'll be the one to decide which of these investment portfolios is the best. That's the aim of this debate session that we're about to have. So my panel of judges, you're the audience and you're the panel of judges. Are we ready? Are we excited? I don't like the energy in the room. Smart Stewards Summit 10.0. Are you excited? Aha! I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. We're just consulting. Okay, so just before we have the debate session, we are waiting for one more debater. Okay, and we do. Okay, he's here now. Oh, good. Okay, but just before that, please know Gold Penny is outside, and they're asking you to please buy their product. And much more than that, if you want to be a distributor of Golden Penny, all you have to do is go outside and register to be a distributor of Golden Penny. Okay. Yes, if you want to do that, if you want to be a distributor, all you can just do is go outside and you will get all that the information that you need to be a distributor of Golden Penny product. I'll get the other information. They're putting it together, and once I get that information, I will share with you. So we can move on to our debate now. Smart Stewards Summit 10.0, are you ready? Okay. So first debater will speak on mutual fund. Our debater will speak on stocks. Our third debater will speak on real estate. And then our last debater will speak on commodities, cryptocurrency, and the likes. So you are our judges. You'll be the one to decide. 1 minute, please. This particular session, I would like to invite Larry or Ladeji, who will do justice to ensure that they keep to time, they follow the rules, and they scatter the stage. Please celebrate Damilare or Ladeji. Don't scatter the stage, Joe. I'm just kidding.
Yes.
Can I have ushers quickly take this out? Quickly, please. 2 ushers, quickly. So that people can see their faces while we do this. We are pressed for time. We're pressed for time. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to first of all say a big congratulations to Coach Schollah. I think I've known her now for 5 years, I guess, but it's just been on and off. And it's my pleasure to be here today to moderate this debate. And you guys, I want you guys to be open-minded. That's number one. And I think the panelists are well-versed in terms of their knowledge. And I think you can ask questions as much as you can. We are going to try and keep it as granular as possible so that no one is lost. Because I think in the world of investments, we've sort of seen that a lot of big words and terms have been bantered around, and a lot of people just lose themselves when it comes to money. So without any further ado, I think we're going to introduce the first person to come on stage, Paul. Paul will be speaking on real estate. A round of applause, please. And yeah, you can just sit down. And I'll also be introducing a very person popularly known as the online banker. I've sort of seen his post online, but he knows what he's talking about. So I'm sure you guys will definitely learn from him as well. And also, I also like to introduce someone popularly known as Sheyi, the assistant. The first, yeah. So the first time I encountered all of his contact, he was sitting in his vehicle and he was ranting. So it was a very, very enlightening, session. So, and the person joining us online is going to be discussing digital assets mainly, or other commodities. Is not here. Hopefully we can hear him and access all this information as much as we can. Oh, he's online. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. So now I think we're just going to let me sit down with everyone so that everyone can see what we're doing. So I think to start off, we're just going to give each of our panelists about 2 minutes just to introduce the topic they're going to be discussing. It's very important that please keep the time so that we can get as much information as much as we can. So brief introduction about yourself and the topic you're going to be discussing. Paul.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here again from 2023 as a volunteer, last year as a panelist, and now sitting with these amazing people. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I want to congratulate Mr. Schollah. Thank you for setting the standard. Thank you so much. Hi, Smart Stewards. I love it. So today I'm going to be talking about how our parents really built their houses and built it on a budget, and also how to diversify your investment into real estate and agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Like I always say, calm down. Let me explain. So I'm going to be talking about the stock market and ETFs. Thankfully, our madam here had introduced what the amazing things that are happening, especially in the Nigerian stock market, and how everyone can get involved.
She.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sheyi Abiodun, or Dr. Sheyi Abiodun. It feels good to the sound of that feels very good. So this morning I'll be talking about mutual funds, and I'm really excited to talk about it. It's one of the things that you can start from now. Real estate, you need a lot of money, but this one, 5K, you can start.
Fantastic. Mayowa. Mayowa, please give us a brief introduction.
Hi everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Mayowa Olusoji. I am actually one of the coaches in-house on Smart Stewards, so this is home for me. I wish I could be there, but I couldn't. My name is Coach Mo. Coach Schollah, thank you so much. We call you Coachy. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for being that light bearer ahead of everyone of this. We're going to be talking about something you all probably know, but you know it in different terms. Digital assets. I can see that the landman is there. I can hear mutual funds. I can hear stocks. However, in the world we're in right now, the current dispensation, this is my word, there is a new kid in town. And over the last 15 years, data shows that you should listen to me this morning. So I yield the mic right now until we start. Until then, thank you very much, everyone. Bye.
Fantastic. So, to start off, I'm going to pass the mic to Sheyi. Now, we're discussing mutual funds and cash equivalents, right? And everyone, like you said, you can start with 5K. Can you just give us a brief introduction as to how even someone in secondary school can start with 5K.
Okay, so mutual fund is a collective fund, or what I call a pool of fund. They get money from different people, operates like a usual savings account where you can put 5K, and then those 5K, 10Ks, 20Ks are put together and invested into other asset classes that a lot of us cannot afford to invest into. Example, treasury bill. To invest into treasury bill in Nigeria at the primary market at that today, you need 50 million. So not a lot of people can afford that. So there's some people that act as intermediaries, more like midwives. They gather funds from different people. With that, they cannot afford to invest into that 50 million investment. Whatever they now get as returns, they can now share amongst everybody that have interest in that investment. Sounds simple enough?
Okay, to add to that, actually, previous experience, I worked in a bank. So if you want to invest in treasury bills, not necessarily via the mutual fund route, you can always approach your bank or any branch, whereby you could ask the CSM or anyone in charge of customer service that you want to invest in treasury bills. And they can always, banks now are more focused, trying to get more business in, so they try to break down the volume into retail sizes as well. So you can always reach out to your bank as well to ask about retail investment in treasury bills.
Okay, excellent.
Stanley. Okay. Now we've heard from the CEO of the NGX. We know stocks over time sort of provides the highest yield in terms of returns for investors. How do you think we now is people should go extremely bullish or go overweight in terms of their investment in stocks at the moment?
Okay, at the moment, there has been a lot of excitement. This year has brought in returns for people 200-300% on some assets. And keeping your money in the bank typically would not give you that. You would get traditionally from mutual funds, a conservative, say 19%. Since we're trying to debate, so let me take in a jab at my guy. By the way, this is my brother. So you're getting conservative 19%, depending on the inflation rate, because as the inflation rate drops, a lot of the other asset classes drop. But what is happening right now in the stock market is that there are lots of assets that were underpriced, and they are being repriced this year. And people are looking at the potential for growth. And the second thing that is happening is what is happening right now with the Smart Stewards. There's a lot of awareness, unlike before. The participation of retail is coming in. You're having a number of young people that are hearing stocks for the first time. People today on social media hearing, people like Coach, Sheyi, myself, and a host of other people talking about how you could get invested in stocks with as low as 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, money you can use to buy shawarma, urgent 2K. So it gets them excited knowing they can own a part of MTN, they can own a part of Dangote, and a host of other companies that they hear as large as, few that are out there, and they can see them in their books. And maybe towards the end of the year, they get a dividend from them, no matter how small it is. It gives them a sense of ownership. And that is what we're seeing. And when you're talking about everybody being bullish, I'm a bit conservative in telling people that not all companies are good companies to buy into. And where are you buying into this? Are you buying into it because I heard of it on Instagram or on TikTok? Or do you know what you're buying into? So some of these things are the cautious, approaches that we take, but everyone should get involved because I see a lot of potential for the future.
Thanks, Stanley. I think just to add to what he's saying as well, it's also very important to do your due diligence in terms of any investment that you're trying to get involved in. If you're trying to buy Dangote, don't buy Dangote because of Dangote is the billionaire. Don't buy MTN because MTN is the largest telecoms in Nigeria. always do your due diligence as much as you can. Always know what you're getting involved in. It's very, very important to just read up. We have so many resources online nowadays that you can literally just go online and search, and you get so much information out of the internet. And coming up to Paul, real estate. Okay, tell me please, can you break down how the average Nigerian can get involved in real estate?
So let me say, well, since we are debating that you might not be able to bid so much over to 5,000 naira, remember, even though you can start from there. Are you with me? Sorry, Shay. but because those returns are faster, but real estate returns takes a longer time, and they stay very well. But what I want to say is that for young people especially, and for the average person in this room, and I'm not the prophet of doom, but it's going to, the more the day goes by, the more it gets difficult to afford property. Let me even say, to afford rent. I'm sure you can relate. Many of us are fighting our landlords now. My landlord just increased my rent by 50%. So every day it keeps getting difficult. And one of the reasons is that we are all trying to stay where everybody is staying. The advantage our forefathers, our parents had, was that many of us were not happy when they took us to that far place and they started building there. And they were just the only one for organizer and blocking those shit that were there. But today now, that particular place is now a talk of town. Everybody has now moved to that area. But the problem now is that we all are not now focusing on those places that our parents, that look like where our parents went to those many days. We don't want to go to Abeokuta. We don't want to go to Ibadan. We don't want to go to Ilorin. We don't want to go to Ekpe. People were saying Ekpe was far. Is it still far now? For you to get a good land in Ekpe now, you are going to spend a lot of money. I was pricing 50 million naira for a plot, 450 square meter in Ekpe. So what I'm saying is that the real estate business market is a very great place. But for young people and people who are really looking to invest and you don't have a huge capital to start from, the best thing is to start from where it looks like there is no opportunity or there is nothing really going on there, where the price is. There are lands as cheap as 400,000, some are farmland, but buy it. Because stocks can drop in value. Okay. Many things can drop in value, but you see that land in Igbo-Shebiere, Ogbomosho, Iseyin Road, no matter what, will not drop in value. Even if the value increased by 0.000000001% per year, it's going to continue rising in value. And they are making real estate also now more affordable. There are co-ownership also. There are different things. And on the other part is agriculture, but let's talk about that.
A round of applause for him, please. Mayowa. Now, digital assets, it's one thing that a lot of people, well, older generation might not have much idea about, but the Gen Z amongst us here can also testify that, okay, so a lot of them do trade, Binance and the likes. Is a digital asset here to stay? Let me put it that way.
Thank you for that. I'm going to start well. Everybody's throwing statistics and numbers. So, yeah, stocks are doing great. You got some stocks that have gone about 200, but I can tell you that I just looked on my screen right now. And there's a random digital asset project that's done 3,226% this year. So there are levels to this thing. So when we talk about that, so let me just put that there, since this is the debate anyway. Now, is digital asset, are they here to stay? This is the point. Digital asset it's a nature of dispensation. Money likes two things. Money likes mobility and speed. When you look at the history of money and you follow the way in which money is morphed over time, technology is actually being an enabler to money. Now, for the first time in our generation in human history, we are witnessing how technology is actually disrupting finance. And as a result of that, that is the birth of digital assets. And really, what's the key ideas about digital assets? It's about four things. Number one is assets can be created digitally. Number one, we all do that. Assets can be owned digitally. Most of us don't know that. assets can be transferred digitally. Most of us can't do that before, and assets can actually be custodied digitally. That means there is full ownership, there is control, you can transfer. The pictures you have on your Facebook are not yours. When Facebook is shut down, you lose the pictures. The pictures you have on Instagram are not yours. You are just actually the custodian of the data you have. So that's what digital asset brings. So digital asset is the new rail whereby it is about infrastructure. It is about converting the normal energy we have into a digital form. So answering that question, absolutely, it's here to stay. Why? Because technology is disrupted money over time. There was a time when money was calories, there was a time it was CDs, there was a time it was piece of paper, now money became electronic. Right now, money now became digital. There's a difference there. Electronic money could be moved from A to B. You don't have full custody of it, which right now you do. So people go on Binance and they do things on Binance. What they're doing there is they're actually buying projects, like they're actually buying into companies like they currently do in the stock market. An example there is, anybody who knows me knows I've been shouting a company called Schollah for the last, God knows, 4, 5, 6, 7 years right now. So I'm not asking anyone to do that. I'm just giving an example. What is Solana? Solana is actually an infrastructure technology that is being built with cryptography, that is creating a platform whereby you can create, you can own, you can transfer, and you can custody. So whatever it is you want to create now, it's disrupting stocks now. I can go on the blockchain and I can actually buy stocks right now. I can go on the blockchain. I can now buy fractional ownership in real estate. And at the end of the day, where this is heading to, this thing is going to end up on the blockchain. Everything will be tokenized. It's my 3 questions, sir.
Thank you, Maiwa. So, back to you, Shay. We are going to consider the fact, something we've all been hearing about, inflation. Now,
have with land bank. So that the real estate space in our country is becoming high risk. You want to put your funds where you know that it is highly regulated. So I think with those 2 points, right? Of course, there is this issue of inflation and all of that. Don't forget, the truth is, to really achieve a balance, you must have diversified portfolio. You can invest for 2 reasons. The first one is capital preservation. The second is capital appreciation. Preservation meaning that you don't want your money to go missing. You want your capital to be preserved. Then the other part is you want it to grow. So as a good investor, your portfolio should be a balance of the 2. You cannot want to not lose any money. And then you also want to gain a lot of money. You want to edge against inflation. Right. Quite all right. That's one of the downsides. Sorry. Down. That's one of the downsides. That's one of the downsides of investing in mutual funds. You may not be able to edge against inflation in the short term, meaning if you are doing it for 1 year. But because of the principle of compounding, if you live for instance, now mutual fund pays you 19% year 1. Inflation is 20%. Year 2, it pays you another 19%. 19 plus 19. Already put you above inflation because it's unlikely that inflation will rise by 20% in the second year. Thank you.
fantastic. No. Before you reply to him, I want to take him up on something. You said the mutual funds are professionally managed and they definitely attract fees. So the question is, by the time you plug in the fees into your return, do you still feel it's still a valuable investment for the average Nigerian?
It is still the best investment for the average Nigerian. Think about it. We are being realistic here. Who can afford, even if the cheapest land you will get is 1 million, who can really afford, not a lot of people can afford 1 million, right? So it means that the low-hanging fruit that a lot of us can realistically afford is mutual funds.
All right. Okay. So I'll let Paul respond to you on land banking.
All right. Let me say first and foremost, all of these assets, as important I mean, all of them are very important. So we are not here to try to say this is what you should only do. Because assets is not just assets. And it's a bag of portfolio. So you have to have different options in your bag. But let me say, okay, so this is where agriculture comes in for us. I run a real estate company, and you said that if it's not bringing income, I just finished planting acres of cassava on those lands and generating incomes. 2 of my pigs just gave birth, one gave birth to 9, one gave birth to 7. On that same, I need land for that to happen. I can't go and buy land in Lekki to put those pigs on them. So at the time, I have 20,000 catfish. At this time, that land, that particular land, I'm not, because it is cheap, but I can do something else on it. In Q1, the largest economy is real estate. Second was trade. The third is crop production. Then the fifth is livestock. In that, the first top 10 has a lot to do with real estate, construction, and a lot more of agriculture. I believe, while I say you should go and buy land in those places, every land that we are, Ekpe used to be farmland. Every land that people have turned into residential today were once a farmland that people were farming into. And one day, civilization will always catch up with farmland. Have you seen Lagos choked up? Let me tell you, people are spilling over. Not everybody really loves to live in Lagos. How many of you want to live in Lagos? You are just here for the opportunity. You are here for the opportunity. You are here so that you can attend Smart Stewards events. You can meet all the celebrities here. You can do all of that. Not because you really enjoy staying here. But there will be a time that those celebrities will be moved to Ibadan. Those reality will be moved to Abeokuta. Those people will go to Shagamu. And when they get there, do you have land there that is waiting for you so that you can sell to them for people that will bid the highest? And at that time, you can be the highest, you can do more things. So I agree with what he's saying, what he has said. I'm also saying that you can turn on your land, you can lease land. And my friend leases his land for tomatoes. He has a 200 acres of tomato plantation. You can lease your land while people are waiting. You can lease it for many things. But at the stages, because Sheyi deals with billionaires. I mean, you and our people, let's talk. We that the money might not be, the money might not be a lot. But start. My deposit for initial deposit of a land is 100,000 naira, and you can spread payment in 6 months. In fact, we are launching a product where you can pay 1,000 naira or 2,000 naira daily to own land, because that is some of the goals. It might not be in Lekki or Ekpe, it can be in Ajangbadi or an extension of Ajangbadi. But the feeling I got many years ago when I bought my first acre, that I'm now a landlord, even though the land is in one bush that till today I have not even stepped there. But the feeling that I know that I own a land has driven me to now buy in places where, okay, I've been there, I've seen development there, and it's making sense.
Thank you.
That led him to answer the question.
Sorry?
Okay, so I said I wanted him to also answer the question of liquidity, because now you've advised us, go and put all your money in land.
I didn't say that.
So somebody now, they just paid you. Listen now, someone, they paid him pension. They paid him pension of 10 million. That's all the money he has. He now went to buy land because of his advice.
No, I'm not dealing with you people that
so now
pension.
The guy has put all his money.
Why will he do that?
In a landed property. Now he has an emergency, okay, and he needs money urgently. That same land, what will happen to him?
Hold on, Sheyi and Paul. Okay, I think just to add to what Sheyi is saying, it will be a Smart Stewards attribute to bank all your pension on land. We definitely will not advocate for that. But trying to bring Stanley back on, the stock markets, I've been in Nigerian financial market for the past 15 years. It has been a massive roller coaster. Volatility can wipe away literally wipe away your capital.
Right.
That's the thing about stocks. How do you educate people to have a tenacious mind to wait out the storm?
Okay, thank you. By the way, my brother here and my friend here are arguing about stocks, and you agree that some of these mutual funds pool funds together to invest in the stock market. That's number one you should know. So they gather all your money and come to the stock market. Then secondly, all the companies that you are investing in are the ones buying up those properties in Ekpe that is making it expensive. So that has appreciated your land in Ekpe area. That's number one. So traditionally what has happened is that we as retail investors cannot outspend or outinvest the big boys, especially the blue chips. Now, what has happened over the years, just to come to you, so that I'll start from your question, is that there's the regulations that we have today, we did not have them a number of years ago. And the participation we have today, I'll use a typical example. If you were investing in 1999, why am I even going to 1999? If you were investing in 2005, you needed to go to the National Daily, to the newspaper, to see the stock market, to see what the stock market did the previous day, the top gainers and the top losers of the previous day, so that you can take informed decision from today. Mind you, the people that were in Lagos that had access to real-time information had taken position the next day. You are already coming late. Today, with your smartphone, you can decide to check real-time what is happening in the market. You will hear today that Dangote has released about 4,000 trucks. If the news drops on AIT, you probably might get it first on Twitter, on X, or you might get it first on TikTok, or you might get it on Instagram. So the information is available there for you to be able to match. And the NGX is doing something wonderful, where the companies are listed, the companies that are listed, there's, I'm sure she's here, the tolerance to companies not turning up their reports, they have zero tolerance for that. So there's a lot of sanctity in the market that prevents people from trying to burn their fingers. And for the young people that are here, you use MTN. How many people here have made calls with Airtel, MTN? How many people today had their bath with a PZ product? How many people here are going to eat gala from UACN? How many people here are planning to build their houses with Dangote cement? How many people here are going to, I like Sheyi's shirts, by the way. So how many people here are going to invest in textile? Or how many people are going to invest in agric? How many people here are going to cook oha soup with Okumo oil or Presco oil? Now, that tells you a lot about the companies that you use daily. And the population of Nigeria is built to grow. So I'm looking at a number of young people here, and each person here, I'm just multiplying them by 2. So that's giving you an average of the double population that we're going to have in about 10 years. Those people are going to need MTN services. Those people are going to need Access Bank services. Those people are going to need services to buy their soups, their textile, invest in agriculture. And these companies are built to grow 2-folds, 3-folds in the coming years, because people like you and I are going to invest in them. By the time the people are going to be investing to get the 300%, you are the one that, if invested today, will be getting that 300%. Mind you, there are 2 ways that the stock market works. So you get dividends and capital appreciation. You're still getting paid the rental income. So for people that are talking about rent, you're still getting paid rent. And in addition to that, the appreciation to your assets still grows. So you have 2 ways that you can earn. So that's why I'll advise, even for as little as 5,000, get started today for any young one.
Thank you. Mayowa, we are looking at the Nigerian landscape in terms of digital assets, and something that worries me mainly is the security risk, the risk of all these assets being hacked. People lose their keys to their wallet and things like that. Now, how do you convince an average Nigerian that digital assets are safe enough?
Yeah, thank you for that. Number one, it's actually not a matter of safety. It happens to bank accounts, where people hack people's bank accounts. So it's not a matter of just what is unique to actually digital assets. People buy land and then on money sold land to 3-4 people, and then they eventually lose their land and they spend the next 10 years on the court about that. So that is really not the case. The case about digital asset is the security. Every asset requires a level of security for you to actually keep that. But what is most important about digital asset is actually it's all about ownership. Ownership. When I buy a stock, the stock is actually either with the intermediary that bought the stocks for me, fine, I own it, but I actually cannot immediately transfer that. Right now, I could actually buy on the blockchain. I could actually buy an oil, stock, and I can transfer and give to somebody right immediately. So when it comes to the case of security, that is actually more of a technology issue, not the digital asset issue. So it happens on all exchanges. So I'll tell people that the same measure, about 20 years ago when we started from, everybody should open a bank account. Everybody was panicking at what's going to happen. I'm not going to trade on the internet. What's going to happen? People are going to steal my password. It still happens. All of that still happens, but it does not stop us from still using the internet. It's not stop us from still using our digital banking. It does not stop us from still transferring money over that medium. So it's about you understanding that there will always be an issue whereby nothing is perfect, but that does not stop the move of the technology. So let's come to think about it in terms of, Mr. Shea was saying something that was amazing about mutual funds. I like mutual funds, it's a different fund. When you look at it, there's something called currency debasement. Currency debasement means every currency actually loses its value because the government of that nation could actually, they have to go to the market to borrow every time the borrow money is being printed, and that means there is dilution. When this happens, the average is being tokenized. So security is always going to be an issue with every facet, every digital asset. But the most important thing there is look at the brighter side. When you look at the history where we are heading to, everybody does everything on their mobile phone. Right now, if you put your call and speak to everybody anywhere in the world, until the last 15 years, you cannot do what is called real-time settlement. I can send money right now from my bank account to get into your bank account without using an intermediary right now. I can send you a Solana right now. Within 0.3 seconds, you will receive that where you sat there right now. So it's a new infrastructure that has been built, and it's an opportunity for you to actually have ownership within that infrastructure that will be the foundation of the new global financial infrastructure. It's already legal for you to accept stablecoins. I hope you all know that Nigeria has a stablecoin as well, EN Naira, which is already legal for you to use. So it's only a matter of time before we actually catch up in terms of time. So just a 15-year-old kid, we cannot compare that to stocks that have been around for 1600s, real estate maybe 100,000 years. But most importantly is, where are we heading to? Are we going to use more of technology or not? If that is the case, then you cannot be left behind in this race. Look at Binance for an example. Everybody knows Binance. Binance launched, I think, 6-7 years ago when Binance launched. I remember Binance was $2 when it launched. Right now, one Binance token cost over $1,000 2 days ago. So if all you'd done probably 6 years ago was actually you bought maybe 10 Binance, you kept it in your wallet, right now that would be 10 times $1,000 each. So the appreciation we see is because it's a new frontier and it's because adoption is coming. And when you look at data is telling us that the adoption is twice that of the internet. So it is a storm, and the new generation, I'm sorry, they were not going to be buying 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 houses. They want to be renting and be living in penthouses all over the world, and they want to be normal. They want to be able to move and not being tied down to a particular property. So, and if you look at that, that is where the trend is going to. So let me take a pause because I could really go on all day.
Thank you very much, Maiwa. I think everyone has made a very, 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 very massive case for each of the asset classes. So I think what we're going to do now, we'll give everybody 1 minute to put up a final point and to convince everyone here why you should go into real estate, stocks, digital assets, and mutual funds. Sheyi?
All investments are great, but mutual fund is GAS. So keep that acronym in mind, GAS, G-A-S. G stands for it grows. A is accessible. You can easily get it from anywhere. As a matter of fact, they will show us an app today that you can sign up for mutual fund just before you leave this gathering. And S, it is secure. You want to do an investment that you are sure that there is a regulator that is watching over the players in that industry. You don't want to do one that they will now give you receipts as. Thank you.
Okay, in addition to what Sheyi had said, there's not just that your assets, the companies that you buy into, when you buy into good companies, can grow, that you can make dividends while your company is appreciated. On top of that, most of the companies are regulated on the stock markets. Not what they do, but their activities in terms of rendering reports, so that you can tell when you see a red flag. And that is why you should not just only listen to gossip and certain things on the internet. Look out for quality news that you can tell that a bank is acquiring a new bank or buying 3 other banks. It tells you that if one man that can swallow one fish has now the ability to swallow 5, it tells you a lot about the capacity of that person and if you should be invested in him. So for the young people today, you can grow with a company. There are more companies that are going to be listed in the near future that are going to even have diversification, maybe into like real estate and maybe digital assets in future. You can grow with those companies. Some people put in money as low as 1 million naira at the beginning of the year into certain stocks. And today, September, some of that money is now worth 16 million naira. You do not have any other place where you can get that return. And at the end of the year, they get paid dividends in addition to that. So I'm not telling you anything, but use your tongue and count your teeth.
Fantastic.
So calm down. Let me explain. All right. Every one of us, we live in one house, and so far so good. I don't think many of you are experiencing a money issue. How are you in your house where you live right now? There's going to be a phase where there will be a money issue. So I can't tell you that you might not face a money issue. It's because there's gold there. That's why they are fighting you about it. That's more reason why you should fight back and get your land and what belongs to you. Okay? So that should not a money issue. That does not mean you should not patronize. That's just one out of a whole lot. It should not deter you. And also, I bought Fidelity last year. When they released that, and I made over 98%. I made 98% before I withdrew to buy other things. So I'm highly invested in all of these assets too. But the idea is that real estate is even most of these funds manager. Real estate is also one of their top places that they put money in. A particular company made 400 million already on shortlet this year already. So all I'm saying is that real estate is good. Start from where you are. Don't be the person that has 10 million and put everything in real estate. Diversified. And that is what makes you a smart steward. Thank you.
Fantastic. Mayowa, 30 seconds, please.
All assets carry an element of risk. If it's an investment, by the definition, it's because you're hoping to get a return. There is nothing called safe investments. Bear that in mind. So what that means there is you need knowledge, understanding to be able to apply applicably. Now, you cannot have all your eggs in one basket. That is where you have to know how to do proper asset allocation. So you being able to have the different fruits and different baskets in different proportions. So I'm an advocate for ensuring you have a little bit of real estate, you have a little bit of stocks, you have a little bit of ETFs. Most importantly, do not ignore the new asset class we have, which is digital assets. As of today, as I'm speaking to you right now, it is now legal all over the world for you to transact on the blockchain using stable coins. What that means is almost $20 trillion worth of value is coming on the blockchain. Let me say that again. $20 trillion is going to be transacted on the blockchain. So that means you need dollars, you don't need to go to your bank. It's legal. So what I'm trying to say there is have a well-balanced portfolio. Most importantly, if the future is where you're looking to, if the future is going to be more of technology, if we're going to spend more time on our phones doing things, then do not ignore the digital asset class. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Maya. Okay, to round this up, I'm just going to give a quick brief about my background. Most of my career was in banking, proprietary trading. But when I left the system, I changed my career path to be an asset manager, or I call myself a balance sheet manager, whereby I'm able to look at the balance sheet or look at every asset class and try to invest in every asset class. Every asset class has its pros and cons. Cash, you can't really hedge against inflation. Stocks, very volatile, but still long-term value. Property, perfect hedge against inflation, but highly illiquid. Digital assets, very, very volatile. If you don't know, you just can't get it. You need to know what you're doing in the digital asset space. But overall, it's important that all these asset classes are there for us to have a balanced view. So you're meant to use every asset class to create a portfolio for yourself. Stocks, everything has its perks. However, the most important thing is always understand whatever it is you're investing in. No one is an island. You can always learn. The most important thing is that open your mind, be open to learn, be a good steward of knowledge and information. That way, you can definitely hedge against inflation and even hedge against any currency risk you think you might have in the future. Thank you for having us. Shady Assistant, Stanley, Paul, and Mayowa.
Please, can you celebrate them? Thank you. Thank you. We'll do that celebration shortly, but I would like to have Ugochi. She has a word. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that, yes, the most important thing is to diversify your portfolio. But do you know the power of owning a stock or the shares of an organization? It means that you can walk into the AGM, annual general meeting, and raise your hand and say, for example, I hope this is recorded, Mr. Dangote, I don't like the way you're running your company. I would like to teach some of your staff what to do. Make me a director. That's the power of owning a share of a company. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Okay, Coach Schollah, please come join us for a quick photo. Quickly, please. Please, Omen. Can we celebrate Mayowa? He's also listening to us. Celebrate him where he is. We celebrate you, Mayowa. Thank you for this conversation. It was truly, truly eye-opening and insightful. Media, I want you to give me very good music. Just Bine, please, okay? Media, let's do this together now. Let's get up the energy in the room. I need some music. I need some music. Is my DJ here? Please, I need some music while all this is going on. Please celebrate them again and again and again. Shay, thank you. Stanley, Coach Bori, and of course, Tamilari Mayowa, big shout out to you. We see you, and we are indeed grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much, DJ. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. You can bring down the music now. Tenacity 10. Wow, so you forgot it. No, I didn't feel the energy from the back. Meanwhile, we have a vast array of human beings at the gallery. The gallery is full. Wow. So here is the charge. When I say tenacity 10, you respond together, empowered now. Let them hear at Ikeja on that bridge, Okpebi and Allen. Okay? Let's do it, everyone. Tenacity 10. Beautiful. If you're just walking in, welcome to the 10th edition of the Smart Stewards Summit. We are delighted that you've chosen to spend your Saturday with us. Well, you've not missed too much, but yes, you have missed quite a great deal. We've had 2 keynote speeches. We've had just a debate segment right now, and we're moving on. So welcome, and thank you very much for joining us. A few announcements before I bring up our next speaker. I'd like to celebrate every secondary school student from Divine Love College. They came in all the way from Badagry. Can we celebrate them? Divine Love College, wave to me. Students from Divine Love College, where are they? Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for investing in your future and you deciding to be here. We are grateful. Once again, to our gallery audience, can you make some noise? Okay, hold on. My audience seated in this area, just hold on. I want the gallery audience to make some noise. Wonderful, wonderful. To our online audience, I trust you've been having an amazing time. Please, for anything, do not leave your streaming devices so that you do not miss out on any item of our program today. It promises to be amazing. So once again, let me know who you're looking forward to listening to next in the chat box. We're also looking out for you as much as everyone in the room is being catered to. All students, if you're here with your ID card, please visit the registration desks, okay? We have something for you. We want to register you as long as you're a student and you're here with your ID card. Even students from the University of Lagos. Our students from LASU around now? Oh, LASU, make some noise now. You're welcome. You're welcome. So please visit the registration desk with your ID card, and we have something for you right there. I'll quickly like to once again thank all of our sponsors and our partners that have made this particular summit very possible. We couldn't have done this without you. We are indeed grateful. The room is getting filled, so if you're leaving, if you're keeping seats for somebody who is not here, that's not okay. So please, let's ensure that we create room for more people, because the room is getting filled and there are more and more people still coming on the way. Also, we understand that we are translating for individuals who are audibly impaired. They can't hear us, but they can hear us. Please, can we celebrate them? They're at the left-hand corner here. I know they can't hear your clap, but please celebrate them. Celebrate them. Yes, yes. Yeah, so Smart Stewards, we are an inclusive community. We're not only for people who are well able and who are okay. Yes, so we're also for people who are impaired visually, audibly, and in all round. So thank you very much for giving everybody a chance and creating that inclusivity. Thank you, Smart Stewards. Go ahead to clap. It's constitution now. Okay, I'll move on quickly. But I also want to mention that Golden Penny is outside again. Please, you need to register if you want to be one of their sponsors. Toke Cosmetics is giving out free products. And Lipix Photography is also giving you 2 headshots. If you want to, go and change that picture on your LinkedIn, first of all. If you need to get new headshots, they're giving out 2 headshots. It's not free, it's 50,000 naira. But 50K. Ordinary 50K. So just go outside there and you get 2 headshots for 50,000 naira, and you can change that picture on LinkedIn. So that on Monday, once you drop that LinkedIn post, they know that yes, you have arrived. And also we have small shops for sale. Please visit the exhibition booths. These people are here for you. Buy their product, interact with their services. We've brought them for you to give you an enriching experience. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 10 years of consistency, 10 years of vision, of grit, of hard work, of facing it despite the challenges, that might have come along the way. 10 years of impact. This is no small feat. I didn't say 2 years, not 4 years, not 6 years, not 8 years, but 10 solid years of impact and consistency. And I promise you, it takes courage to do what this woman I'm about to bring up has done. She dared to dream. And because she dreamt, all of us here, we are products of that dream. In the words of Nelson Mandela, the first black president of South Africa, he said, "Do not celebrate me for my successes, but celebrate me for the number of times that I rose again, even after falling." And this woman is a woman that has typified that quote in its fullness. Every time I look at her and I'm wondering how she's able to have so much impact across Jerusalem and even beyond that. Many countries of the world testify to the impact that this woman has had on their lives. For a decade, she has carried this vision with so much doggedness, turning pain into purpose, and so much energy and much more purpose into impact. Because for her, she's a channel of vision. And because of her, many young people seated in the room, they've dared to dream and become. It is my honor, my delight, and very sincere pleasure. DJ, are you ready for the music, for the song, to bring up a woman of timber and caliber, the convener of the Smart Steward Annual Summit for 10 solid years, the lead coach, founder, and tutor at Smart Stewards. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not busy, join me with a standing ovation, a loud applause, a hearty cheer to welcome the one, the only Coach Schollah Adeshaki.
Yes. So many times in life before,
I think we should keep celebrating her. A woman, a phenomenal one who has dared to dream and is still dreaming. Coach Schollah, we are standing for you. We celebrate you. We love you. We honor you. Thank you for daring to dream 10 years in a row. God bless you.
Thank you.
I didn't realize the problem was, the struggle was between my will and yours.
Just move to that song. It says No Other Choice by Ty Tribet. I want you to look up for the song later and just read the lyrics. No other choice. Come on, clap your hands. How many people know that song? I have no other choice but to trust you. That's what I can. Come on, clap, clap, clap. I have no other choice but to believe. Thank you, media. Thank you. Please be seated majestically. Thank you so much. I encountered that song about 18 years ago. How many of you know Ty Tribet? That was one of his first major hits. And that song has never left me. He says, so many times in my life, I tried and tried to do things my way. I thought I could figure it all out. But time and again, I realized that I couldn't do anything. And the chorus says, I have no other choice than to trust you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited to be here because this is a full circle moment for me and for us at Smart Stewards. This is Smart Stewards 10.0, right? But Smart Stewards 1.0 in 2016 happened under this dome. How many people were there? Can I see you? Stand up if you attended Smart Stewards 1.0. They are the ancestors. Let me clap for them. Principalities, where are they? Clap, 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 clap for them. Let me tap them to say, ancestor, well done, well done. Thank you. I'm just going to sing a song in appreciation to God. I know the MC has said a lot, but deep within me, I know we couldn't have done any of this without God. Who's going to join me in that song? All the glory must be to the Lord, for He is worthy of our praise. No man on earth should give glory to himself. All the glory must be to the Lord. And that's what keeps us different as Smart Stewards. I know it's a corporate conference, but listen, we don't take faith or God out of what we do, because He is at the center and the core of it all. Please celebrate Jesus, celebrate God for me. I want to welcome everybody. I'm going to give my, be seated please. I'm going to give my keynote presentation, but I wrote something out of my heart to read to you. Pardon me, I will do all the thank yous and intros later, but my MC is here, and I know that once she says it is over, whether you're convener or not. Welcome to Tenacity 10.0. Tenacity means a lot to me. It is not just the theme of this summit, it's a declaration of who we are and what we have built over the last decade. First of all, the T-E-N in tenacity means together, empowered, now. And it captures the heart of Smart Stewards, that we rise when we rise together. Do you agree? That true financial empowerment is collective, and that the time to act is not tomorrow, it is now. Somebody say now. The second thing about tenacity for me is that it means 10 years a city. Look at the city that we have built. So 10 a city. Do you see that? 10 a city. I need a microphone, please. Another one. Like the scripture says, a city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Over the last 10 years, Smart Stewards has become that city, a beacon of financial literacy and empowerment, lighting the path for thousands across nations. And of course, thirdly, the word itself, tenacity for me, it means grit, perseverance, and the resilience that has carried us through this journey. It is the determination to keep building, to keep empowering, and to keep dreaming no matter what. So as we gather today, I want you to remember that tenacity is not just our thing, it is our testimony, and it can be yours as well. Somebody celebrate tenacity, celebrate Smart Stewards. It feels good to be here. Yesterday I was here and I went downstairs to where we had that summit. Listen, whether you start or not, whether you move or not, time will tick. Yes or yes? Now, the same arrangement when we had our summit 9 years ago is still the same arrangement. I literally could sit. I'm sure they must have moved the chairs around, but I sat literally where I sat 10 years ago. And I asked myself, what if I did not run with that vision? Before I go into my presentation, may I share with you how Smart Stewards came about? How many of you want to hear? Awesome. And I'll share with you. I was in New York in 2015 in a bad state. We had some, family issues. One of my sons had to be in New York for medical, consultation for an extended period of time. What that meant was that for 4 solid years, myself and my mother and my husband, is my mom here? Is she here yet? She's coming. We literally traveling, taking turns to go and be with him because, of course, we were not residents. So I will go for 5 months, just imagine. I will come back, my husband will go, or my mom will go for another 6 months, and then she will come, and then my husband will go as well. It was tough, it was traumatic, it was, give me another word. And we were running bills in 2 different countries. We're running bills there, we're running bills there. But before then, I knew that God had told me that, listen, you have gone through a lot financially, and there are many things I want you to teach people. Back dated to about 25 years ago when I left school, I remember, in my church back then, there was a pastor or a prophet that came and said, he literally mentioned my name and he called me out and he said, listen, you are a cash madam. I see you going from nation to nation. But then, I didn't understand what he meant. But let me come back to my New York story. So around that time, I started to think about it. Okay, God wants me to teach finance, but how? What? And then I attended a webinar. I'd written the vision down, no name, nothing. I attended a webinar just like you are attending a summit. And then a friend of mine, she was in the UK. In those days, webinars were not common. And then she started to talk about birthing your vision, doing something. And it was as if scales fell off my eyes. And right there and then, I received the name Smart Stewards. Wow. No plan, no clarity, but as they say, clarity comes with movement. And then my husband was back home in Lagos, and I called him and I said, hey, there's this thing that came to my heart. I want to start teaching people how to do finances. He said, go on, that's fine. Then I called my best friend who is here. If I call her now, she's just going to collapse into let me just leave her. Lara, celebrate her for me. Lara Odeni. And then I called her as well. I'm taking you back in time. Because listen, sometimes you want big things to happen out of big experiences. But in little things, big things emerge. So the next day, being very savvy and versatile, young people take note. I went online, bought a domain by myself, accountant, built the website by myself. The very second day, our first website, actually the website I built, we only changed it like 5 years ago. So I built the website, and I said, okay, I'm not saying you should know how to build websites from the beginning. I'm just saying, listen, if you are going to move well. So I said, okay, what's the next thing? Where are the people we are going to teach? So I said, we must have a coordinator. So I called somebody who we had attended the same church maybe like 6 years before then, and I'd not seen her in a while. She just came to mind. So I texted her. I said, I'm starting a group called Smart Stewards, and you are the coordinator. She said, Sister Schollah, forget it. I'm the worst person. I don't know anything about money. I said, don't worry, let's go on the journey. Mission accomplished. She joined. Is she here? Celebrate DTF, Ibinike, Taiwo Fajilu. She's been with us from day 0, not day 1. So I said, okay, I have a comrade. Where are the people? Then I went on Facebook. I created a group and then started to add all my friends. You know, Facebook friends or not physical friends. Then I would apologize to them to say, I'm sorry, I just added you to a group, but hey, let's do this together. And look at it. Facebook group. Then I said, one day we can have a smaller community. WhatsApp group. When I started Smart Steward, I didn't think that one day we were going to have an academy. I didn't think that one day we were going to be on NASDAQ. I didn't think that one day we were going to win MasterCard EdTech Foundation. I didn't think that one day I was going to speak for Cherry Blood Foundation. I didn't think that one day I will be in places that I have been to. But one thing was sure, the vision. Teach people how to manage their resources. That is the story of Smart Stewards. Now, let me go into my notes and to quickly share 7 P's, because beyond this summit and coming together, I am personally trusting that this summit will be a birthing room for people who do not have clarity on what they want to do. Just like I listened to my friend on that webinar. By the way, earlier this year at our UK conference, I surprised her. We called her out and she was in shock. Just like that webinar did something to my mind. Listen, your 10 years, your next 10 years is about to be birthed today. And that's why I want you to concentrate. I want you to immerse. I want you to just be here and to say, if somebody started by watching a webinar and I am here physically or online, then my next Smart Stewards or whatever your name is going to be is starting right now. Slides, please. Tenacity is not about having everything figured out. It's about refusing to quit. Everything tells you to quit. Oh, have we had obstacles on the road? Many. Oh, have I been in court over money issues? Oh, have I had dreams about, this thing you are doing, we will not let you. Both spiritual and physical and everything. There will be obstacles. Have people said, what is she even teaching? Of course, many times. Rejection, pain, betrayals from the people who are even closest to you. But tenacity is refusing to quit. Quit on that idea. Quit on that relationship. We live in a generation where cancel culture is the norm. She did not greet me well. What's wrong with her? She's no longer my friend. I have relationships that date back to 30 years in this room. People call me the queen of social world. Respect. I own it. I own it. I own it. Because when we talk about together, empowered now, you cannot be childish. You cannot be petty. Look at the way she looked at me. She's no longer my friend. When she's supposed to be your destiny helper. 3 years ago, there was a project we wanted to run, and I had a deadline to raise 200 million in 48 hours. Somebody said 200 million. Nabis. And then I called a friend. I said, I need this money in 48 hours. She said, give me 1 hour. In 1 hour, my friend called 5 other people. And the next thing, 200 million was in my account. Not a single kobo of my money was in that money. Together. Empowered. Now. My peace. First P. There must be a starting point. Oh, I want to be big. Then you're looking at $30. Making it big. My wedding must be in Poland, Iceland, Finland, every land. Oh, she changed 50 times. And then one nice guy is looking at you and say, girl, let's make magic. You say, go and look at your mate and see what they are doing online. Sister, you are your own. This is a summit about money, but I am sharing with you, and that's why thank you for that brilliant debate. And there'll be so many other sessions about money. I'm not going to talk to you about money today. I want to talk to you about things that will build and help you build wealth. And I'm sharing from my stories. There must be a starting point. We wouldn't be confident to come and rent out the dome if we had not started under. Let me tell you something. Me, I'm a person of faith. Oh, I can remove my shoe now and start to pray, and spirit will enter. But before you go downstairs, check out the hall that we used. That summit, we were there, doing our stuff. At the end of the day, 7 o'clock, people did not want to go for summit. If we did not, and that was why I said for this summit, we are coming back here, full circle, because it is prophetic for somebody here. Are you with me? What's your starting point? The debater has talked about 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. That's a starting point. Some of you are waiting to have your first 1 million before you move. You will never move. You are waiting for everything to be perfect. Perfection is the enemy of prosperity. Start messy, start anyhow, but start. The only people who make it are those who began before they were ready. If you don't have a starting point, you don't have a success story. Some of us, we are surrendering ourselves to analysis paralysis. Oh, you think about it. Oh, this dress is not nice. Oh, this thing is not do. That thing is not do. 2025 ended. 2026 ended. 2027, but not for the people here. Because the people here are going to start to do big things. Can I have a yeah? And an amen? As Smart Stewards, we are very spiritual. Oh. We dey pray. Number 2. That's where the problem is. Can you? Okay, thank you. Some of us are always shying away from problems. Say, I don't want problem, oh. Listen, I want problems. If there are no problems, how will there be money? The reason I am traveling around the world, last week I was in Geneva, flew to Amsterdam, flew to Zurich, is because there was a problem. And they wanted me to come and address the problem. No problem, no progress. Tap your neighbor. No problem. I don't want problem. I want problem. But it doesn't have to be my own. I just want to be seeing problems so that I can be solving. So that the problems I'm solving can be solving my bank accounts. Kafa, you are very sharp. I love it. If you are not solving a problem, you are just a spectator. The world doesn't celebrate people who have no problems. It celebrates people who solve problems. I want to have money like Dangote. What problems is Dangote solving? How many of you have had tea this morning? Sugar problem. You have eaten something. Salt problem. You are in this place. Cement problem. Then Dangote says, you and me and you forever, even in your car, I will be there. Fuel. Clap for Dangote. But you will be online. If Dabasi is solving entertainment problems, what is she doing? You are just scrolling. Vicky James is solving fashion problems. He's always online. He's always showing up. There are problem solvers and there are spectators. Shall we go on? MC. How many minutes more? You know I'm the convener. Mama, try go on. Places. For coming here today, first of all, clap for yourself. Clap, 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 clap. It means that you are going place. Because it takes a lot, let me tell you, in this current Nigeria, to dress up, Abby, to wake up, to stand up, to brush up, to dress up, to get out, to enter your car, to spend your money. And because you have come here, listen, in 10 years, I have been to places. You will go places. Let's not turn this into a church, but you will go places. Destiny is a direction, not an accident. You decide the places you want to go to. There are places you should not be found at. You know them. And there are places you must decide to be found at. You decide. If you don't choose your place, life will place you anywhere. If you are not here now, you'll be at home scrolling. Or that's a place. Nobody is out of place. But you can then decide that this is where I want to be part-time. Are we together? You can't arrive at places you never decided to go. You just sit there and say, Coach Ola, you were in Amsterdam last week. You were not there because you did not decide to go there. Some people are not here physically because they decided not to be here. So how about we curate the places we want to go to? Things that will change our lives. And not just places physically, places mentally. The books that you read, the people that you associate with, things that you read online. How many please now? Answer me now. The next one. Products. In life, you are either producing or you are being consumed. Should I say that again? There are producers on Instagram and there are consumers. I hope you know. And they are consuming your time, consuming your energy, consuming your efficiency, consuming your capacity. And I say, this world that we are in, is nothing better. If you don't sell something, somebody will sell you. You are being sold. I hope you know you are being sold. Right now, I am selling something to you. Abi, you are consuming. I'm producing, you are consuming, but in a good way. You are either shaping the market. If the person said, I want to cook the biggest jollof rice, what kind of dream is that? Did it happen or not? By the way, I saw that she clocked 30 today. She must have said, you know what, before I'm 30, 2 Guinness Book of Records. 2 Guinness Book of Records. Not everybody will win Guinness Book. In your own house, be winning the records. Be smashing your own. Me, I'm smashing my own record, though. We have signed out of the school of competition and comparison. On your lane, on my lane. On your lane, on my lane. Wherever we can work together, we work together. When we talk about building wealth, which is why we are here, one of the reasons we are here, it doesn't just happen. Oh yeah, many people, our lives and our trajectories, our journeys are different. Some people were born into wealth, fantastic. Some people won lotteries, fantastic. But many people, including you and I, born in Nigeria or wherever you are in the world, it takes intentionality to build wealth. There's nothing such as once a billionaire, forever a billionaire. I don't know who was talking earlier on about, I think it was Miss Ibuku and Aushika, right? When she said some people 3 years ago. I remember 5 years ago, we did a challenge on Piggyverse, or 6 years ago. I said, everybody save up 360,000 naira to buy your first $1,000, and then you will put it in Stanbic IBTC Mutual Fund. How many people partook of that challenge? So people were doing Piggyverse, 360, buy $1,000. I think about 450, I can't remember. People are still thanking me today because some people literally took 3.6 million to buy $10,000. How much is a dollar today? So if you say, I have $1,000, Coach Ola has helped me, and you did not change it, you just kept it at 360,000. How much would that be in dollars today? There are forces contending against your ability to build wealth, and this is not about village people. Forces of inflation, forces of devaluation. You don't save your money is reducing already, whether you put it in under your pillow or whatever. Every day that you wake up and you move, things are contending against you. So to build wealth, no, sorry. Why did I go back? If you don't have a financial playbook, which is what we have curated for today, you are just rehearsing poverty. It doesn't happen. You must say, by the end of this year, I am investing this amount. By the time I am 30, that's the only pressure you should give to yourself, amongst other things. I want to save October, November, December. I want to make my first 1 million. Those are goals. Then you spend less time online commenting on things that do not concern you. And then you go and think about how to monetize your skills, your talents, your proficiency, your partnerships, your personal experiences. Wealth doesn't happen by luck. There's always a pattern, a model, and a playbook. I'm going to talk about that. You see, but when you say wealth is not an inheritance, yes, some people inherit wealth. How many of you have read the story and the book of Mr. Femi Otedola? How he lost everything at some point in time. So wealth not managed well is wealth soon gone. Next thing. How many P's now? People. 5, right? 2 more. Stop chasing approval. Start building people. Listen, I am a sum total of my relationships. Simple. Period. There's no time to talk about that, but reputation is what they think of you. Impact is who you raise and the relationships about you. So many of us we waste our energy on what people think. We waste energy on what people care rather than investing in people that care for us and people that can take us to our next level. Final P, right? Final P. Prophetic direction. And I'm not necessarily taking you back to church. There must be something guiding your life. It's not about prophecy in the Bible. There must be something that is directing your path. Young people, there must be a strategy. Even when it is not clear, show up. When it is not clear, speak out. When it is not clear, take a step. Try it. Do it. You fail, you go again. Your life is the sum of the words you honor, the words they speak to you. And you say, what's wrong with you? Your head is not even correct. Whose head? Whose head? Say it again. My husband knows me. We don't joke with anything. He says, sometimes I will just do. No, say it again, that you will not do it. The words you speak over yourself and the words that are spoken over you, that is prophecy. It is not necessarily what your pastor says. If you have no guiding word, you will drift. What are your values? We're speaking into you. Prosperity aligns with prophecy, whether spiritual or strategic. Final word as I leave your face for this face. For this face, because I'm coming back, I am the convener. How many people are the friends of the convener? I am not the convener. You are not the convener. You are the friends of the convener. With tenacity, you need the courage to start, the wisdom to solve problems, the audacity to go places, the discipline to produce, the humility to follow a playbook, the focus to build people, and the clarity to build direction. This thing is not cooperating. Conclusion. Tenacity is not just persistence, it is intelligent. Because there are some people that are tenacious in the very wrong. Be intelligently tenacious. Thank you, and see you again.
Smart Steward Annual Summit. Can we celebrate better to those giving her a standing ovation? Thank you. The founder, convener, and lead coach, Smart Stewards. Please celebrate again Coach Schollah Adeshaki. You may please be seated. Thank you very much. So let's chorus, everyone, the 6 P's. Can we chorus together? The first P? No, that's not a chorus. Okay, 7. Yes. So let's chorus the 7 P's together. And I want you to say it emphatically. I want to hear everyone's voice. The first P? Number 2? Number 3? Number 4? Number 5? Number 6? Number 7? Once again, celebrate Coach Schollah Adeshaki. Thank you very much, Coach. Thank you for also keeping to time. I really appreciate you. If you're just walking in or you're just joining us, this is the 10th edition of the Smart Stewards Summit. And we just had our convener, the founder and lead coach at Smart Stewards, speak to us. This is our first beat of her keynote. She'll still come back later for a juicier part of what she has to deliver. I promise you don't want to miss out on that one. Okay, quick few announcements. Please once again visit the booths. They are very important. We have curated wonderful product and services for you, and we need you to please interact with the product and services of our vendors outside. Quickly again, let's celebrate our sponsors. I'll read out their names and I want you to give them a lusty applause. Celebrate Bamboo, Made for Impact, Arabian Fashion Store, Afro Butters NG, Go Realty and Homes, Faces and Braces Dental Clinic, Coca-Cola, Laviani Skin Naturals, Naomi with Joy, Sarah by Wema, Syndicate Global Services, Houses of Shifra, Lifix Photo Studio, United Capital, Toke Cosmetic, Golden Penny. Please celebrate them better, everyone. Thank you so very much, our sponsors and partners, for giving us your money, your time, and making the Smart Stewards Annual Summit 10.0 a huge, huge success. We really appreciate you. Moving on in the same spirit, ladies and gentlemen, we just heard from our convener and the lead coach, Coach Schollah Adeshaki. Quickly, because of our time, the next speaker is one whose name comes to mind automatically when we're talking about tenacity in the financial sector and more so in the technology sector. From his early days as a software engineer at InterSwitch, where he started building, till it metamorphosed into what everyone now knows. Every business owner probably has a POS from them. Can you chorus the name? Okay. And it has now become one of Africa's biggest fintech success stories, valued in billions of dollars and touching the lives of millions of businesses and individuals across Africa and even beyond. Although he is not physically present with us, he has sent someone who is well able to deliver this particular message. And I promise you, this person is bringing as much fire and energy as he would if he were to be here. So ladies and gentlemen, speaking on behalf of Tosin Enyoloruda, co-founder Money Point, please make welcome Gabriel Balogun. Please celebrate and sustain the applause the same way you will celebrate Tosin if you were here. Smart Steward, this is not how you celebrate people. I know you are people that celebrate people. You're welcome.
Is that working well? I need it. Bring it back.
Sound.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Is it morning? Afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. A round of applause for our convener, Coach Essie. I call her Coach Essie. I actually call her my auntie. It's amazing what we can achieve in 10 years. You know, a wise man once said that we overestimate what we can achieve in 1 year and underestimate what we can achieve in 10 years. So a round of applause for being part of the audience in the Smart Stewards Summit for the 10th time. I bring greetings from my principal, Tosin Eniolorunda, who is the CEO, we call him the group CEO of MoneyPoint. I also bring greetings from everybody at MoneyPoint. And it's an absolute pleasure and a massive privilege to be doing this on his behalf. Today I want to talk to us about tenacity. And it's super important for us to talk about tenacity because internally, as part of our core values, grit is one of our major core values. So when we talk about the personality of a MoneyPoint employee, grit is one of it. And I believe that I really need the clicker so I can move. Having to look back all the time is... I believe that dreams die not because they are impossible, but dreams die because people run out of perseverance. And tenacity is the ability to keep moving forward, to keep, to keep living your dreams and doing it with as much intentionality and perseverance. And without tenacity, there is very little that you can achieve. Very little that you can achieve. Next slide. Please, can we just, a round of applause for the media team as they help me with this. Thank you. Internally at MoneyPoint, we call ourselves the dream makers. And the reason why we call ourselves the dream makers is because we wake up every day with the passion to chase a vision. And that vision is to create financial intelligence for everyone. And in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to walk you through our journey from when we started to where we are today. And you can see tenacity learnings from each of those stages. Are we ready for that? How many of us want to know the MoneyPoint story? All right, awesome. So 2015 we started. MoneyPoint is 10 years today also. So we are co-celebrants. Not today, but this year, right? So in 2015, we had one vision, and that vision was to be the master of channels. And what that meant for us was that we wanted to create products that would make it easy for financial inclusion. And so we started by creating two specific products, Profectus and Monitor. And these two products were used by 95% of the banks as of that time. So many of the digitalizations we're enjoying in the bank today started with MoneyPoint. MoneyPoint was one of the companies that built the technology that made that happen. From creating POSs for banks to managing online playing portals and all of those things. And we were helping the banks serve up 10 million customers. And we're doing it well. We're having fun. We're enjoying ourselves, right? And decided, and one of the big lessons we got from that was that tenacity is sticking to something that works, even if it's not exciting. Should I say it again? Tenacity is sticking to something that works, even when it's not exciting. This was crazy work. We handled reconciliation, we handled customer support, we handled quite a lot of things just to ensure that the front end of the bank's digital tools were working fine. It was not pleasant work. It was loads and loads and loads of sleepless nights. But somebody needed to do it, and we did it. And while we were doing it, we discovered how much more we wanted to do. And so we did that from 2015, we did it in 2016, we did it in 2017, and in 2019, we decided that we were going to create our own product. And that was what became the popular blue little guy you see everywhere, the POS machine. How many of us use money points? We run businesses here. I mean, all of you are my customers. Thank you. And so we made that pivot from supporting banks to supporting the economy. Supporting the guys that power the economy. How many of us know that the small and medium enterprises, that woman that sells akara, and the guy that sells suya, and the lady that sells wig on Instagram, are major contributors to the Nigerian GDP? The informal sector contributes a little above 70% of the Nigerian's GDP. And we decided that these guys are unbanked. These guys walk around with cash. These guys can lose money. They can lose their children's school fees because there's no place to put it. The closest bank is about 10 kilometers away from them. And so what we decided to do in 2020 was to create a machine, a simple POS machine that makes it easy for brands to and small businesses to manage payments. So instead of going with 1 million or 500K to pay for something, you could literally go with your ATM. The person that you are giving money to has the POS machine with a bank account. And all you have to do is transfer 1 million without anybody knowing you've made a 1 million transaction. And we did that, and we did not just stop in Lagos. We decided that we were going to go to every hinterland in Nigeria. I'm happy to say today that we are in every single local government in Nigeria. Every single local government. And what did we learn from that journey as we pivoted? We learned tenacity isn't just about holding on, all right? It is about daring to change direction without quitting the mission. Remember, the mission was financial happiness for what? For everyone. And so we started with the banks, level 1, and said, okay, let's move to level 2. That was the same mission, but a different expression of that mission. And then, even with that, we decided that we did not want to stop and wanted to grow. And in 2020, we became Nigeria's strongest financial distribution network, servicing places that traditional banks ignored. So we started going to people selling ogi. We started going to people that were selling foods, people that were selling things that the banks would not even want to open accounts for. And we decided that these were our people. And we served them so much and built a distribution team that made it possible for people to open bank accounts without leaving their house. We made it easy for people to bank in such a way that they did not need to go to the bank to queue. We made it easy for small businesses to have access to their money in real time, which meant that if you had an inventory of 20 million and you sold 20 million today, you would have your 20 million in your bank account today. What the banks promised was, if you sell everything today, you will get your money the next day. We said no. Because we understood that this money, they were not trading for the sake of trading. They were trading to pay for dinner that night. And so we served them and served them. And as of 2021, 2022, we were already processing 7 billion monthly from 120 million transactions. Because we chose to serve the people that others ignored. And what's the tenacity lesson from that? And it says that tenacity thrives in where? In tough spaces where others only see what? Obstacles. You know, when Coach Esse was screaming, I like problem, we didn't really get it. Because the truth is, where you see problem, that's where opportunity is. The things you think are obstacles are the things that will give you crazy profits than you imagined. And so in 2022, we went to CBN and said, see, we've done this with the banks, we've done this with SMEs, please give us a banking license. They gave us a banking license, and with our banking license, we became a legitimate company to start what is called deposits. So for those of us that don't understand finance, certain brands are only payment brands. They can't hold your money. Because if they hold your money, they'll be breaching a law. I don't want to call those brands, right? So we got the license to start what is called deposits. So it meant that a business owner could have money in a money point account for more than 24 hours and use that money for other things, right? And we got the MFB license, and we started business banking, started personal banking. We sponsored Big Brother. We became more popular, you know. And we launched cards. This year we launched what is called MoneyBook. A MoneyBook is a business management software that allows a business owner to have both the ERP tool. When you go to the supermarket, that thing they point. With MoneyBook, you can have that, have your POS, and have everything to run your business effortlessly from your phone without having to buy any expensive machine. And again, the mission is what? Financial happiness for who? For everyone, not just for the rich, not just for the poor, but for the disabled, for the person that cannot see, for the person that feels like he or she cannot amount to anything. We want to be that bank and that institution that can make it easy for you. And what's the tenacity lesson from that? It says that through tenacity doesn't settle. Even when you are becoming successful, it doesn't settle. It keeps stretching, keeps pushing the vision wider. I like to say that tenacity is what turns a small start into a lasting story of impact. I'm going to show some figures now. And they are not the most current, but they are current figures. As of today, this is what we are doing. We are processing $22 billion monthly. This was a company that started in 2015 supporting banks. They pivoted in 2019, and between 2019 and now, doing this. That is grit. That is hard work. That is choosing to chase people that every other person is running from, and that's tenacity. All right? We've been globally recognized. We've been locally relevant. We are the best friends with CBN. We're licensed by them, licensed by almost every financial industry that is necessity for our kind of business. We've also signed Nigeria's biggest export as our brand ambassador. And our goal is to continually let people that you can make progress. Our goal is to power your dreams. Our goal is to create an ecosystem that makes it easy for you to power your dreams. Whether you run a business or you're an individual, whether you're trying to save for your school fees or you're trying to create some form of structure for your weak business, we are the guys that exist to make it easy for you. So I end with this question. What could your idea, your business, your career, your faith, your marriage, your job, what can it become if you choose tenacity today? Thank you very much for having me.
We were truly inspired by the Money Point story. I think make it louder, make it louder, make it louder. 10 solid years. That's an incredible milestone, incredible achievements from Money Points. Who doesn't know Money Points? Like, do you get? If you don't use Money Points, what are you using? And it's just the truth. Because for businesses, they have really juicy offers that help businesses. I mean, there's a woman across my street, she sells noodles. Once I ask for our account detail, the next thing you see is a Money Point account. Everyone has it, and it only shows how far they've gone. And this is just the beginning. We know very soon, as you've heard him, Money Point is in every local government. It's so laudable. Please, another round of applause for him. Please celebrate Gabriel, celebrate Tosin, Absentia, and the entire team at Money Point. Thank you for sharing your tenacity story, because you've dared to dream 10 years after, and even counting. A lot of young people, businesses, SMEs, MSMEs are benefiting from that dream. So very well done. Please extend our greetings to the CEO and the co-founder, Tosi. Please, let him know we celebrate him. Thank you. Thank you. Smart Stewards Summit. How are you feeling? So far, how has it been? Please talk to me. Can you scream the words back at me? How has it been? Awesome, amazing, beautiful. It's been absolutely exciting since we started at 9:50 a.m. And I must thank all of our speakers for keeping to time. Every one of you, we are actually on time. Thank you very much for making my work as your host very easy. Celebrate our speakers, please celebrate them. Thank you. Thank you for keeping to time. Please, once again, the booths are outside for you to visit. I've been saying it again and again. You need to visit. We need you to buy from them, interact with their product. Our sponsors, they're outside. You can approach them, ask for any of their services. They're here to serve you. And please make it worth their time, their money, and their effort. It's very important. We are not seeing your post on social media. I just got that from the media team, and this feedback is not heartwarming. Please, post online. We need to see your tags. Smart Steward. By now, our Instagram story should be like waist bead, right? Please post online. Tag us at Smart Stewards. Tag Schollah Deshaki. Use the hashtag tenacity10. That's TENACITYTEN. Please use the hashtag. Let's get the word out there online, on Instagram, Facebook, on Twitter, on X, on Snapchat, that right here we're celebrating 10 years of consistency and 10 years of constantly showing up. So we are counting on you to show up online so that we can get the word out there. Quickly, we're going to hear from one of our lead sponsors. She has a message for us. Oh, I thought it was coming for me. So quickly, we want to hear from one of our lead sponsors. She has a message for us. And from there, we would go on to give you a sponsor showcase where some of our sponsors will also speak to you. And we'll quickly go into a networking break where we get to meet each other. You know, I did mention that much more than the keynote speeches and the fireside chats, it's important that we network. We get to meet somebody new. And many of you, you've been sat for too long. Since we started, you've not even stood to stretch. We will do that. But quickly, let's have the divisional head, retail and SME business at Wema Bank, to come speak to us. Please celebrate Mrs. Ayodele Olojede. Can you celebrate Sarah by Wema so they can give us money next year? Okay. So she said you're using money points. Where will you be? Wema Bank.
And even Money Point, they know.
And they know.
Money Point too knows. Good afternoon, everyone. I bring you very warm greetings from Wema Bank. Today, Smart Stewards celebrate an enduring milestone. 10 years of progress, 10 years of resilience, and 10 years of transformative power of financial empowerment. Interestingly, this year as well, Wema Bank also marked 80 years. Thank you. I was waiting for that. the only indigenous bank in Nigeria to have reached such a milestone. So Smart Stewards celebrating 10 years this year, Wema Bank celebrating 80 years. These are twin anniversaries that reflect a legacy built on trust, a legacy built on innovation, and a legacy of community partnership. And this legacy reminds us that resilience, which we have talked about exhaustively today, is not merely surviving the journey, but lifting others as we go. And this is exactly what our Sarah program, Sarah by Wema program, is about. Sarah by Wema, which is our financial empowerment initiative for women, is one that is the building blocks for capital, for confidence, which confidence is one that these days we seem to be forgetting and focusing on just access to finance, focusing on technical skills. But confidence is what has gotten Schollah Adeshaki to where she is today. Please give her a round of applause. A Sarah woman is someone who dares to want more. A Sarah woman is one who wants a better future, a stronger personal finance, and the tenacity to pursue that vision. A Sarah woman starts with small, deliberate steps of budgeting, savings, and learning to navigate the financial choices with clarity. She joins a community like the Smart Stewards community of peers and mentors who equip her with practical tools, transparent guidance, and access to opportunities. Over time, she builds not just wealth, but confidence enough to invest in her family's future, support her neighbors, and lift her entire community. The Sarah program also empowers women to sell more. And when it comes to access to market, I dare say that no other bank does it better than Wema for women, whether it's locally, across Africa as a continent, or internationally. And we do so through terminals that effectively work just like Money Point, even if I have to say so. I agree. They taught us, they showed us that it was possible. And we took on that challenge, and with resilience today, Money Point knows that I am competition. You know that already, right? Because we have delivered, and we will continue to deliver. So I'll say in closing, Smart Stewards, that as you step into the next decade, we pray for you from Wema Bank for renewed momentum of problems. You know, you said you love problems. And that through your ongoing programs, you keep equipping people with knowledge, equipping them with skills to secure their financial future over another 10 years of collective empowerment, shared prosperity, and a lasting impact. Thank you very much.
Please celebrate Wema again and again and again. Thank you so very much, Mrs. Ayodele Olojade, the Divisional Head, Retail and SME Business at Wema Bank. Everything she has said is true. Okay, you can take my word to the bank. Which bank? Okay. All right. There's a car, please. You're obstructing the free flow of traffic. KRD 602GD. If that sounds like your car, please come with the proof of ownership. KRD 602GD. Please, you're obstructing the free flow of traffic. Once again, KRD 602GD. Please go repark your car. Okay. We have a new offering for you, and I have been saddled with the responsibility to get at least 1,000 sign-ups so that Coach Schollah can pay my balance. I beg you. Download it. I'm going to tell you about it. She will still speak about it later, but let me introduce you to it. It's called
So That Money Works For You. Courses that teach you how to make, manage, and multiply money. You get a personalized financial goal setting tool to help you set your goals. And of course, you'll gain access to our WealthSync app to help you actualize and implement your goals. All of these have been designed to make your money journey clearer, smarter, and more intentional. Because when you master money, you free yourself to master and pursue purpose. Sign up for Mina, the Money Mastery Blueprint today. It's time to move from hustle mode to asset mode. Mina Money Mastery More.
My name is Deola Olatunji. I'm the CEO, Cake Slices Bake Shop and Academy. I got to know about Smart Stewards, I think about 2016, 2017. I started with my cakes. I started to bake for them before Dolly P, Dolapo Fajulu, introduced me to the group. I attended, I think, the second year, and I baked the cake. Then I was added to a WhatsApp group, and that was my first experience at financial literacy. And the fear of in the WhatsApp group would every month have to give account of how our financial journey is, what we made, and what we spent or something. So the fear of that accountability, began to make me to be conscious financially. At that time, I wasn't doing well financially, but I was now becoming more conscious of my spending. I was now becoming more aware, so to say. So every month they will say, "Come and give account," and I'll be like, "God." So that was how my financial journey started, and my journey with Smart Stewards. And it's been 10 years now, and thank God for growth. We thank God for where we are today. And all the information, the bits here and there that I've gathered over the years are now so relevant to me, and I'm able to make financial decisions and, invest and all that. So it's been a long journey. It's been worth the while, and it's been exciting. Thank God for Kochi, Schollah Deshakin. She's been amazing, with the information and the awareness. It's been a good journey all the way. I celebrate Smart Stewards. I thank God for this 10 years. Tenacity, it's been so amazing. Congratulations.
And my name is Olajumoke Olamikosi, and a lot of people know me in Smart Stewards as Olamikosi. I met Coach Schollah Deshakin at, so I heard about her, I think at the second year in 2016. Someone had gone for a conference, and then she came back telling me about this woman that is teaching everybody about money, about investments, and all of those things. At that time, I was at a point in my life where I was making money. I mean, that's one thing I know how to do, make money, right? But I didn't know where they were going. They were just disappearing. More like village people were after me. But when I heard about that, what I decided to do was instantly, right there and there in my office, I picked my phone and then I searched for Schollah Deshakin on internet. And I saw that she was on Facebook. So I sent her a message. I said, I wanted to buy her book because I saw that she was selling book at the time. And then the person also told me that she has a community, but that you are invited into the community. You don't just get to join. But I sent her a message. I said, I want to buy your book. And another thing I want alongside that is to join your community. I want to join that community where there are people who are saving money, who know how to make use of their money, not just people who think that there's like some form of basket, they're making the money and the money is leaking. And so she said, "Oh, why not?" And then I was surprised because she was the one selling the.
My name is Deola Olatunji. I'm the CEO, Cake Slices Bake.
At the core of life, money is in the purpose. Money is for a purpose. Money isn't the goal. It is the glue that ties a lot of things together. And therefore, the real goal is not to chase money, but to master how money works so that money works for you. And that's why we are unveiling Mina by Smart Stewards, a simple, practical plan that blends knowledge, the skill set, and the tool set to empower you to stop chasing money and start building wealth. With Mina, you gain access to practical courses that teach you how to make, manage, and multiply money. You get a personalized financial goal setting tool to help you set your goals. And of course, you'll gain access to our WealthSync app to help you actualize and implement your goals. All of these have been designed to make your money journey clearer, smarter, and more intentional. Because when you master money, you free yourself to master and pursue purpose. Sign up for Mina, the Money Mastery Blueprint today. I saw a
to the other. I joined the club where she advises on where to invest, how to invest, and when to invest. Today, I want to say thank you so much, Coach Schollah, for everything you've done and what you're doing.
My name is Susan Adebisi Ajibade. I am a TV/red carpet host, and I also run a fast-growing healthy food and drink business in Lagos, Nigeria. Coach Schollah Adeshake is such a fabulous human being, and for a long time I didn't know that she attended the same church that I attend, and I've always been a fan of her ideas, her thoughts, so I was always following her back to back on the street of Instagram, like people used to call it. So from there, I've gotten a lot of nuggets that has helped me, that has helped my financial literacy, and I cannot wait to get enrolled into the Smart Stewards Academy. If anything at all, I have learned about making money, multiplying money, and a whole lot. I have heard a lot. I've been at conferences where Coach Schollah be a part of Smart Steward.
My name is Olamide Akonji. I'm an investment banker.
To do that, everyone, 60 seconds. We have only 60 seconds, and everyone, you have to return to your seats because we still have to keep to time with our next speaker.
And I was clueless about what to do with my life. And speaking to her inspired me to become the great man I'm becoming right now. I had a mindset shift. I had a complete renewal of my mindset. My financial life, I've been able to do numbers that it was only in my head. I never knew that I could be able to handle those numbers. So Schollah Adeshake has impacted me, my finances, my spiritual life, in my career too. If I begin to say this story, we will not live here today. But one thing is certain, that there's nobody that has met Coach Schollah Adeshake whose life has not experienced a shift. I'm privileged to have her as my mentor, and I can categorically say that that's like the best decision I ever made in my life.
I saw a vision, a lemon-colored Peugeot 504, glossy, steady, climbing a bridge. It took me back to my mother's old blue 504. She worked hard with sheer tenacity, but like many in a generation, prosperity never waited at the end of that road. I watched her labor. I stepped into that rat race, same with my father. And I stumbled through my money mistakes. But the next generation must not work that same cycle. My parents handed us tenacity. My generation is bringing technology to the table. And with togetherness, we can pave the road for the next generation of African world builders. That vision is our story. The old and the new, tenacity and technology rising side by side across a bridge. That bridge is Smart Stewards at 10. And beyond that bridge lies Africa's future, a continent with the people, the resources, the talents, and the numbers to not just survive, but to take our rightful place in the global space of prosperity. I wasn't born into wealth. Even as a chartered accountant with all the necessary certificates, I was broke, battered, and burdened with debt. I made poor financial decisions until I learned differently, and then I chose differently. I committed my life to helping others shorten their learning curve, to teach the literacy of wealth. What have we built so far? That commitment birthed Smart Stewards. From a Facebook group, to WhatsApp communities, to a very first summit in 2016, to training thousands across Africa and the globe. Our reach and ripple effects, over 150,000 in direct and indirect digital reach, social platforms, community engagement, over 10,000 learners and more actively signed up on our learning platforms. We have presence in 14 countries through conferences, courses, speaking.
Welcome, the co-founder and the COO of Bamboo. Please celebrate Omoro. Yeah, please, can you go back a little bit and come again? They did not celebrate you enough. Smart Stewards Summit 10.0. The co-founder and the COO Bamboo. Celebrate Yama Omorogbe again.
Thank you so much. Oh, wow. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing today? I'm sure you guys are really enjoying the sessions. So before we start, I'm going to start by first of all saying a huge congratulations to Schollah and the entire Smart Stewards team. Can we give a big round of applause, because 10 years of doing business in Nigeria is no joke. So just to quickly get into it so that we keep it to time. When I got the brief for this session and they said tenacity, it's one of those words that you know what it means, but I like to always check to be sure. And the Oxford Language Dictionary describes tenacity as two options. One, the quality or fact of being very determined. So another word you can think of is determination. And the second thing is the quality of fact of continuing to exist. That's persistence. So let that sink in. So as we're saying tenacity, think of determination, think of persisting, think of continuing to exist. And you know, for me, tenacity isn't just vibes or some motivational speech. I think it's a decision. As people, it's a decision to every day get up and continue going again with your values intact. I always say it in the office when something is going on or something is bad. I always say, last, we always go again. Or as Nigerians say, now who give up, mess up. And the story of Bamboo is one of tenacity. Bamboo started from a frustration. My co-founder, Richmond, and I wanted to invest in the US stock market, and there simply was no way for us to do that. I had a job at the time. I had just started getting into investing, and I wanted to buy US stocks because they were like, that's where people are making money. But when I tried, the international companies didn't want to onboard Nigerians. If you only have a Nigerian passport, no one is interested in opening an account for you for various reasons. And the Nigerian companies were just too expensive or didn't have direct access. I remember then, trying to invest in one, and they were like, oh, the minimum amount is $10,000. I was like, voila. And, so we moved on. But at the time, we continued working on it. And the bet we made was that if we had this problem, then other people had this problem too. So we built a door for ourselves, and we left that door open for other people. And in almost 6 years since we launched, over 1 million people have signed up for Bamboo across Nigeria, Canada, Kenya, and South Africa, and we processed hundreds of millions of dollars in transactions. That wouldn't have happened if we gave up. If we heard that it wasn't possible for Nigerians and we just said, it is what it is. So this happened because we kept showing up. Like I say, we went again. Then we launched Bamboo, and we're thinking, okay, it's good, this is all fine. And then the test started to come. So like I said, Bamboo launched almost 6 years ago. We launched in October 2019. And for us, our first real year was 2020. We had just gotten into Y Combinator, which is this big startup accelerator that essentially prepares you to raise money and go out into the world. And the whole point of doing Y Combinator essentially is a 3-month program. You move to San Francisco, and it prepares you for a day like this, actually, where you get to pitch and present your startup to hundreds of investors, and hopefully one of them will invest, or multiple of them will invest. So imagine looking forward to this for 3 months. You built your startup to this, but this was supposed to be happening in March 2020. And if we all remember, that was COVID. And so everything moved online. And with this, we then ended up having the first ever Y Combinator online demo day. But in March 2020, no one knew what was going on. It was a rough time. And trust me, trying to fundraise for people, trying to get them to trust you at that time is not fun. Not only that, we had to move the entire company online, our new company with new employees, figure out how we're running it online. And we had to totally rethink our marketing strategies, because we're doing financial services. Trust is a really, really big factor. And at the time, a lot of our marketing strategies were going to be based on in-person activations and meet us and get the feel. We had to totally change that. But we continued, we showed up, we did it, and we pushed through. We went again, as I say, a story of tenacity. And guess what? 2020 actually ended up being one of our best years yet. It was a fantastic year. We did numbers that we actually could not believe when we first started the business. It was amazing. And so we're like, okay, we figured this out. If we can grow through COVID, then we don't have any problem. 2021, we're going to begin fundraising. We didn't even plan to begin fundraising for a Series A. An international investor literally reached out to us and said, oh, are you guys interested in fundraising? And that got us thinking like, oh, okay, we're here, we're ready to go. We're going to push through. This is it. This is our year. Okay, we've done all the problems. We showed God that we're his strongest soldiers, and he's ready. But then in April 2021, the Nigerian SEC, I can see Schollah smiling because she remembers all the things. The Nigerian SEC released a circular. I don't know if you guys remember, but 2021 were those years where they just used to release circulars every Friday. I remember it was a Friday in April, the Nigerian SEC released a circular that essentially put our business under a lot of pressure, and nobody was sure what was going to happen. And it just became a very, very uncertain time, trying to figure out what was going to happen. And so obviously, that definitely affected our offer for investment that we had planned for. But we said, you know what, we'll let that one go. We continued pushing through. We continued serving our customers. We continued showing up. And so we're like, okay, April has gone, we're still going, it affected things, but let's continue. But then again, in the summer of 2021, CBN put out another circular and put out something. Our bank accounts were frozen across like a wider industry-wide crackdown that was ongoing at the time. Now, what I actually didn't mention is that by this time, we're knee-deep in the middle of fundraising. We'd gotten other investors interested. We're now actually in the final stages of a term sheet. But as you can imagine, if CBN is saying, they've blocked your company's accounts, international investors are going to be like, us from afar, can we trust you? And so it became a huge issue. It was really, really stressful. I think 2021 is one of those years that shaped my life and how we do business. But the key thing for us was that we didn't give up. We engaged regulators. We stayed within the rules. We literally continued to push through. I remember then at the time having, an investor who meant well send my co-founder an email to say, don't worry about it. I have a job for you people. We can employ you. We can employ you if you want. But that's actually how bad things felt. But we ignored, we continued pushing through, and we made it. 2022 happened. We finally completed our round. We raised Series A from international investors, and it was amazing. It felt good, and we felt like, yes, we can exhale, we can breathe, and we can grow our business in peace. And as you know, Bamboo primarily at the time sold US stocks. We were primarily gave access to the US stock markets. And I don't know if anyone remembers, but what then happened in 2022 is that Russia decides to bomb Ukraine. And so the whole stock market tanks. And if you have a business that is selling US stocks and the entire stock market tanks, nobody's trying to buy US stocks. So as you can imagine, that really, really affected our business. But markets fell, but we just continued pushing through. We diversified. Now we do Nigerian stocks, we do Naira savings, we have a fixed return product, we have a treasury bill product. We, we adjusted our team so that we expanded and raised capacity in various ways. What we did though is we've shown up. Our entire story as a company is a story of continuously showing up, continuously figuring out what needs to happen next. And these are the public battles, things that have happened in public that we can share. There's stuff that happens every day, day to day. There's even stuff that just happens as a human being, not even as a founder, but as just someone that has to adult. If you're Nigerian, there's some days, you wake up, and honestly, you just want to take the day, you're energized to seize the day, and you open your tap and there's no water. And, who wants to seize the day when they've not yet showered? But you still have to go on and get up. You still have to push through and honestly simply go again. And before I go too far, one thing I'm always conscious of doing, especially in times like that, is being honest and saying that my story, the story of Bamboo, is never going to be complete without saying that a lot of the story is fueled by the grace of God. I think it's very, very important to say that at every point of our journey, God has been faithful. And, God has been extremely, extremely faithful. So when things go left, when something is going wrong, my first step, the first thing I do with any problem in my life actually is to sleep. So first, I sleep. I personally believe every problem is better when you wake up and you can think properly. So I sleep, I wake up, and then I pray. And if you don't believe in prayer, that's fine, meditate, whatever it is. But pause and think and just have some clarity. And then you're able to move. So I actually say, I pray, I plan, I pray again, and then I move. That's an essential thing for me. But I must say, in case, everyone, as I brought up God, to also be honest and say, faith does not replace diligence. Faith fuels it, because you know that there is a plan. So I'm not saying that anyone sits in their house and say, God has made a way. You still have to walk along the way, But it's just important to have that remembrance, because especially when things feel very, very bleak, remembering that there is a plan and that there is a higher power, or as Nigerians would say, God no go shame you. And so you persist, and in persistence is where you win at the end of the day. So what helps me stay tenacious when things are uncertain? What helps me stay determined? The first thing I'll say is know what you're doing and why you're doing it. It's just hard to stay the course if you're not clear on what you're doing, if you don't know why you're doing something. There's a Bible verse, I think, that says, write the vision and make it plain. Is it, Habakkuk 2:2, yes. Write the vision and make it plain, so whoever reads this can run. Visions are supposed to be plain, they're supposed to be powerful, and they're supposed to ginger you to move. Clarity creates momentum, and momentum is a very, very, very important step. The second thing for me that makes it easy to stay tenacious is when things are going stressful, when I need to persist, I really only plan the next step. Because when you're stressed, trying to see the end of the road starts to create a problem. You almost get paralyzed. Again, and this is the last time I quote the Bible, a Bible verse I think about a lot that actually guides me is, the Bible says, your word is a lamp unto my feet. And if you think about what a lamp does, it doesn't light up the whole road, is not the sun. It literally shows you a path for the next couple of steps. And then you walk, and then you see the plan for the next few steps. So I think that's something that is very, very important when you're thinking about being determined, being persistent. Don't feel like you have to have everything all figured out. Just make sure you have the next step figured out, and then you go. Third, use data, not drama. Data is extremely important because, see, as human beings, especially stressed human beings, your mind can lie to you. When you're stressed is when you start feeling like stuff is impossible, blah, 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 blah. Focus on the data. Focus on what you can do. Track the numbers. Don't focus on vanity metrics. Fourth, the only 5 things, so second to last, is protect your energy. For me, that's 2 branches. The first branch is the one I've spoken about, sleeping, literally protecting your energy. Sleep, to me, is how you pay for tomorrow. You really, really need to sleep. Protect that energy. But the second branch of protecting your energy is protecting your inputs. Guard your inputs. Surround yourself with voices that speak life into you. Surround yourself with a community that speaks life into you. You yourself speak life into your plans. And obviously, sometimes it's hard. I'm not going to lie. And so if you are at the point in your journey where things just look too stressful that you don't have the capacity to say anything positive, just be quiet. It's not by force to talk. So it's just extremely important to guard your energy. Do not talk yourself into defeat. And finally, is keep a standard. For yourself, decide what your values are. Decide what is important to you and make sure you try and keep it. Because when things feel bleak, when you need to be determined, when you need to push through, is when you get desperate. And if you don't have clarity on what is important, if you don't have clarity on your values, desperation can make you do things that you go back and say, it wasn't that deep. So really, really, really have clarity. And always remember that you always go again. So very, very quickly, I'm looking at the time, I want us to make this practical for everyone here, right? So I'd like everyone to pause for like 5, 10, a few seconds, and just think through what is your vision? What are you trying to accomplish? What is important to you today? So, it can be a vision for your career, it can be a vision for your family, it can be a vision for your life, whatever it is. Just one thing, because too many things cause, emotional fog. And if you've thought about it, then take a few seconds to think through and write down one action, not 2, but one action that you can complete in next week that moves your vision forward. Just one. Not 2 actions, just one action only. Just one. So don't overthink it. It might just be, I need to send an email, I need to sign up for this course, I need to make a call, I need to draft something. It doesn't matter. One simple action. And whenever you finish that action, then write the next one. And just keep going, because that is literally how momentum is built. And because a room full of young people, this is the final, literally last point I'm going to make. You can have ignored every single thing I was going to say, and this is literally the most important thing. Because there's a lot of, talk about tenacity and, pushing everyone to be determined. But to a room full of young people, I'm going to be very, very honest, especially as a young person building. And it sucks, but nobody owes you anything. The world literally does not owe you a seat. So, Schollah, Smart Stewards, they've organized this amazing event to push tenacity towards you. But if you remember how I started, tenacity is continuing to exist. So it's not really a choice. It's not really optional. The second you give up, it means it's over. So you need to show up every day. Show up as the best version of yourself possible. The only competition you have is you. So your only goal needs to be getting a little bit better each day. Don't make it feel like a big thing. Just try and do tiny bits more, even if it's just 0.00001% better than you did yesterday. Just each day show up as the best version of yourself possible and move. Do a little bit more, give a little bit more, be a little bit more, do what you can, and go again, but keep going. And I believe in you all. Have an amazing weekend.
Smart Stewards Summit, can we give a rising ovation to the co-founder and COO of Bamboo, Wema Bank? Please celebrate her, celebrate her, celebrate her. Coach Schollah, take a picture. Yes, please. Please be seated, please be seated. Who else thought that sounded like a mom speaking to her child? Who felt it? I felt shivers. It felt like it entered. She sounded so soft yet very deep. It sounded like a mom trying to school her child and say, see, believe in yourself. Thank you. Thank you so much, Wema. Thank you. Thank you. Please celebrate them as they make their way back to their seats. I mean, the caliber of speakers that have graced this stage. Oh, my goodness. Coach Schollah is blessed. Is blessed. It only shows, and it's a reflection of the kind of person she is and the kind of people that she surrounded herself with. Carefully handpicked each speaker. They're coming with precise words and instructions for everyone seated in the room. Has it been well worth your Saturday? No, you don't sound like it. You don't sound, it's not convincing enough. Has this been well worth your Saturday? Wow. I mean, those that are not here, they are missing a lot. And to everyone online, I know you've been following and you've been carried along as much as everyone in the room has been. It's been wonderful, wonderful. And we're moving higher. It's like a ladder, an ascension, right? Every single person who climbs on this stage to speak to us just keeps making it getting better and better. And now we're moving to tenacity in career. There are a lot of 9-to-5ers in the room. Wave to me, 9-to-5ers. There are a lot, oh. Wow. So there are a lot of 9-to-5ers in the room, and we're looking at tenacity in career because every time in our careers, sometimes we face rejections. Our bosses, our superintendents are expecting a certain amount of output from us. So how can we stay tenacious, even as we keep rising in the ladder of success in our different careers? And speaking to us is a man who has done just that. I mean, he's a man that constantly shows grit and tenacity in all that he does. He's a great inspiration to very many young people, and he has lived that word tenacity. And he'll be speaking to us this very moment on tenacity in career. He has walked the career ladder step by step and is leaving indelible marks in the sands of time, building with excellence, with resilience, with doggedness and consistency. He is the group director of supply chain at Flour Mills of Nigeria. As a matter of fact, he's been here from the very beginning of this summit. Smart Stewards Summit 2025, the 10th edition, with a rousing applause and a warm welcome. Join me to welcome the Group Director of Supply Chain at Flour Mills Nigeria, Mr. Cephas Afebuame. Please celebrate him better.
Please have your seat. I feel very, very honored to be here. And I don't take it for granted at all. First, I hold it all to God Almighty. For without him, I am nothing. Absolutely nothing. But tall, fair, bulky sand. We're talking tenacity. And it's been defined by all our speakers. And there's nothing more to add. But I'll bring the story home by sharing personal examples in life and in career, just to show a few things that we'll remember. To start with, I was born to a family of 17. Just put only. And then in a small farming settlement in Ondo State, it's called Amuriowo. It's in between Akure and Owo. The total population is less than half of this. Why am I saying? Because tenacity does not respect your background. When people say, I wish my parents were educated, I wish they were wealthier, I wish they were Americans, blah, blah, blah. You know what? You don't have a choice over who your parents are going to be. There's a reason why I like to start with these stories, because when I begin to go further, you have an appreciation of what is called tenacity. And then, born in that place, only one primary school, St. John's Anglican Primary School, founded in 1943. CMS, you know, the missionaries. And then we went, Dad, bicycle repairer and farmer. Mom, she says fish, so I used to hawk fish a lot. I used to repair a bicycle. I used to go to farm. And where does tenacity start? It's being purposeful about what you want, and therefore damning all consequence towards getting it achieved. Purposeful is the persistent, value-driven, purposeful pursuit of something, irrespective of the distractions or obstacles or setbacks or loneliness. You can name whatever you want to name. Life does not respect your barrier. Nobody pay for excuses. Nobody. So growing up, they had a choice. After primary school, what next? If you were lucky to go to secondary school, you need to travel 5 miles daily, either towards Akure or towards Owo. And most of my age mates chose not to go through that stress. But you know what? Nothing good comes easy. It's something we need to also learn about tenacity. I was lucky. If I blend science, if I blend engineering with vocabulary, just bear with me. That's why I dropped my laptop. Let me flow freely from my heart. Particularly because of the audience I'm addressing. I've seen some students who are mentoring from LASSO. We're starting supply chain now. No supply chain there. I've seen some of my church members. I saw some that said, we saw your unbelievable, we must come. Let me speak from my heart. And then we were lucky. So tenacity then means that your determination must be purposeful. Obstacles will come, but you will not allow them to pull you down. Fast forward to secondary school. I was lucky. In 1986, I don't know what my principal saw. They announced me as the senior prefect. So I became the senior prefect of UGS, Ushu Grammar School. If you know Ondo State very well, go and find out this locality. And in that school, it's like a school where you have so many villages and communities where there are no schools. They only come there. That's where it was serving so many villages. So I learned competition right from secondary school. Because you are not only there for yourself, you are there for the village that you come from. Are you following me? So, why am I saying this? I love the thing that says, together empowered now. That you are not standing for yourself alone. That is like, who came first? Oh, it was somebody from Amuru that came first, which means that that village has done better than other villages. Are you following me? Life is a competition. And you only will succeed when you understand the game. We finished that, and time came to write WAEC. I wrote WAEC 1987, and it didn't go well. You can imagine the subject I didn't get well, English language. What's language dead? It's Yoruba language and no war. So what do you expect? So I managed to make P7. I had decisions and credit, but you know what, then, and my elder brother, my first motivator in life says, what? This result won't get you anything. This result won't take you anywhere. You have a choice to go back and retake. Tenacity does not see failure as defeat. It sees that an opportunity to try again. If I didn't try again, I wouldn't be here today. There's a Japanese adage that says, Nana Korobi Yasoki, which means that fall 7, rise 8. Fall 7 times and what? And rise 8. Obstacles will cause you to fail, that's the truth. But failure is not defeat. So I quickly put that behind me. Wrote the second work in that same school, of course, no choice. That same school. So if you fail and you are ashamed, you are not tenacious. Whether in business or in career or in anything, it's just that that attempt has not fetched you success. What do? You try again. So I tried again. This time around, I blew it. I blew it, and time came for jump. And my dad said, my son, I just listened to the news, and I heard that now unemployment is becoming the order of the day. Don't go to school. It's time to go and learn a trade. And I said, Dad, please permit me to try. Tenacity tells you that what has befallen others will not be your lot. That others are not getting employed does not mean your lot to follow that pattern. So keep doing what is right. And I did that only jump. And a few months to jump, I was working in the farm and I had an injury. This finger. It means that this exam in front of me, this is the injury. Obstacle. Some of the obstacles in life, you won't plan for them. I'm going to run speed with, I'm going to go now with time, but I just wanted to pay this background, particularly because of the audience. I remember that I wrote my jump in Imade College. Because when Ondo State for me is home, so I remember then writing, my mom gave me a scarf, you know scarf. I tied the scarf to hang the hand, soak with oil, and then using the right hand to shade. You know what? Obstacles will come. That is life. Obstacle will come. That is life. I got through that. To the glory of God, I made it jump. Now we now go to school. Past jump, I also wrote my jump to the polytechnics. My admission letter came. My parents are not educated. They didn't even know. They left it at home. You see now, you see the build. And one thing led to another. My elder brother came from Larry. Just said, And mom said, there's a letter. There's something here. Said, what's it? This is your son now. For your son. He opened it and said, safe fast. I wasn't safe fast then, by the way. I used to be Abubakar Sadiq. I will tell you the many story. You can tell, tenacity does not respect your religion. If you like, you should be pagan. If you like, be Muslim. If you like, be Christian. But you know what? There are some values and some virtues that are universal. Fast forward, went to school. Tenacity is about hard work. Because my parents taught me, when I saw mommy, God bless you, ma. My parents taught me. My mom had 2 words. She would always say, run to your humanity, won't she? Remember the son of whom you are. And that word has 2 meanings to me. Who are my parents? Uneducated, illiterate, poor in the village, part 1. That's equation 1. So when there's time for you to see obstacle, and something is telling you it's now to say back off, it's time to just stop, match the break. And that message will ring bell and say, hey, remember the son of whom you are. Where are you going back to? That village. So, but when people don't count the benefit or the losses associated with not being tenacious, that's when they don't go far. Once you know that not doing the right things will give you the right consequence, you will sit up. So that thing rings bell in my mind. Number two, remember the son of whom you are also tells me that I have another father who is in heaven. And because I have this father who is in heaven, who did not consult me before I gave me to this parent, I know that my life is not by chance. When I became a Christian, it became more meaningful to me. Ecclesiastes chapter 5 verse 9 says, the profit of this earth is for everyone. He said, and the kings are served by them. So, prosperity, all of us have access to prosperity, irrespective of your gender, your age, your belief, your whatever. All of us. What will tell the difference between that is whether one is tenacious or not tenacious. Schollah, you might not know what you are doing. You are creating a generation, you are leading a movement that God himself will reward you for, much more than money. Permit me to quote the Bible small. I won't go far. You see, Luke 19:13 says, it says, and the master called his servants, and he gave them 10 talents. 10 talents. He called 10 talents. And he said to them, occupy till I come. So God created you and gave you resource to dominate and to conquer. Shall I say that again? God made all of us here. And he has seen us as a resource in his hand. You are an investment of God. And every investment is meant to return result. As an investment, you are not only for yourself. It says together, empowered now. So if I fail to be tenacious and I fail in life, I've failed my parents. I've failed everyone that had part in my life. I've failed the community I belong to. And I've failed the organization I belong to. And when I realized what it means, and I said, no matter what it takes, sir, and mass, the only thing that anybody to excuse you for not being international is sickness, God forbid. Where the physical body cannot carry you. So I plowed this. I summarized briefly. I said, I learned that if you are hopeful, full of hope, it's HIGH. Hope, integrity, godliness, and hard work, you will survive life. What's the first one? What's the second one? What's the third one? What's the last one? Hard work. It won't kill. Because I'm meant to take this to career, let me quickly fast forward it to career. I graduated, and the hustling started. The job refused to come for whatever reason. Tenacity. Then, jobs used to be published in Guardian newspaper every Tuesdays. If you are my age or close to me, you will remember. Every Tuesday. And no connection. Dad is not educated. Mom not educated. Who will connect you? It's you and your God. Full stop. Every Tuesday, I bought a higher education notebook plus a ruler and a pen. I will go to the bus stop. Anywhere I see any vendor. Do you have guidance? Please, just excuse me briefly. I'll scan through. Wherever I see any, whether qualified or not qualified, I'll apply. And I continue like that. Nothing came. And as God will have it, I now give my life to Christ. It's not like that, it now became tougher. Because I couldn't do what others were doing. I couldn't change my age. I couldn't lie. I just remained like that. Tenacity. What happened? No job on one hand. And I said, you wonder what? I went to a church. When people are going to work, I will sweep, I will clean, I will wash toilet. I employed myself in church, pro bono. But where am I going to? God can see. And that continued. Schollah said something. In the piece, I love to play with words. I pick one of the piece about problem. So I will listen if I understand that somebody had any problem. I became a prayer point, unsolicited prayer partner. I will pray, I will visit you, I will do everything. So someone was sick. The wife was sick. I kept praying, I kept encouraging. And the husband now sent me an appreciation letter in a branded envelope. The man used to work for PZ. So when he sent to me that letter, I was reading the letter in church. Another brother in church now said, do you work in PZ? For where I said, I don't work in PZ. Where do you work, sir? I work in the house of God. You know, God has houses. Because don't say because, you know what, unemployment is bad. It's been here. There's nothing new. There's no new problem on it. It's just new people following into them. There's new problem. It's just new people doing what? Getting into such problem. And he saw that. And I said, if you don't mind, please go to PZ. They are employing people in PZ. That was how God opened the first door. From being engaged in church, to solving problems, to finding that that's how I got the first job. And now let's start with real stuff on tenacity. I had an Asian boss. I won't mention the country for obvious reasons. Hard work does not kill. At times, I will leave my house by 5 a.m. I won't get back until 2 a.m. the following morning. Alagbado to Ikorodu. Yes. You see the way I'm feeling? Yes. Tenacity means that you will endure the obstacle to get result. It's just a matter of time. Am I still doing that now? No. Enduring is just a matter of time. And one thing led to another. I became different. People just say there's something different about this guy. What is it? He's hardworking. He learned. Remember the son of who you are. You do nonsense, they sack you. And I stood out. One thing led to another. I also heard that a company needed engineers to work for them. That was how I got into business in 2002. I was the first to be employed as a technical engineer. What does that mean? Technical. Then they had two sets, engineers on one side, operation guys on one side. They don't work well together. The engineers will blame the operation guys for maloperating. The operation guy will blame the engineer for not maintaining well. But when I came, I blended with both. So you know what? I'll do engineering, I'll do operation. As you will know it, I began to rise. It got to a level, one day I never knew that my boss would go and check of all these managers who does well at night. They say, Cephas, that man, he does not sleep. When he's on night duty, he does not sleep, he does not take nonsense. At the same time, he loves people. He makes sure he sit them down, we encourage them about life. And then I said it was time for a project, a global project. They said, Cephas, it's time now to go and buy some equipment from Germany. We've been looking around. The best manager to take them is you, me, from Amoriowo to Germany. Me. And that project became so successful to the extent that I think 2 or 3 years later, all people in Guinea, Ghana, Cameroon, Jamaica, Ireland, and the rest, they came to Benin City, Nigeria to understudy my own project. That's just the beginning of the story. And then when things break down, I don't go home. How can I go home and sleep when my equipment has broken down? Hard work. Never knew they were noticing all this. And they got to a level, they said, you know what? There's now a new role, a higher role. They will tell me, Cephas, you apply for formality, but the job is yours. That's why 3 years back to back, I had promotion. 3 years back to back. So how do you get promotion every year? Tenacity. Fast forward. In 2010, I got a call that said, look, the East African business was struggling badly, and therefore they wanted me to go over as an expatriate, as operations director. Not knowing that my colleagues in East Africa were saying, how can you bring a Nigerian to come and be our boss here? Obstacle, I don't know how to describe it. Why am I saying this? Even in your workplace, if it is easy for you to rise, everybody will rise. In physics, there's something called friction. Friction is an opposition to movement. And tenacity is the lubrication for speed. Tenacity is the lubrication for speed. So I got there to Kenya, East Africa, and I said, one thing led to another. In fact, the office I was to use, the person I took over from locked the office said was going on vacation. Expatriate, no office. I was to get a car. The guys that was to order my also said something, just a gang up. But when you are tenacious and God on your back, no gang up can stand against you. None. Eventually, fantastic result everywhere. In 2010, October, in 8 countries of Diageo, East Africa, I was adjourned the most inspirational leader in the whole of the 8 countries. That same year, in the US, there's something we call perfect plan. Plans where people have excelled in efficiency and several things. The committees were about 155 countries where we had our operation. 155. And the poor boy from Amuniowo got the most improved site directors award. So that day when I was in Chicago, when they were reading the citation, am I hearing well? And they said, that's an example of leadership. What suffers that Nigerian has caused in East Africa and Kenya. Now let's rise as we welcome. I felt like bringing my mom to say, Mommy, come and see your son. I felt like saying, Daddy, come and see your son. Why am I saying that? The result of tenacity is sweet. In that same story, in that Luke 19 story, check verse number 17. It says, and the master called them, and he gave them charge over cities, over 10 cities. It was 10 talents, 10 pounds that was given. Go and check. It's synonymous with tenacity. When you do it well, the praise will come. When you do it well, the promotion will come. And when you do it well, the partnership will come. Today, for all of us here that are Nigerians, let me challenge you. Part of what keeps me going is what I call sense of national pride. Especially in multinationals, there's an unwritten rule that if you are an exec that can deliver excellent performance, your integrity will be questionable. So there's a belief that it's rare to have people combine excellence with what? With integrity. And I stand here to say to you that since I've been working, both has not diminished. Not one, none. Tenacity is not perseverance without integrity. Let me tell you. You can't cut corners and say you are tenacious. You won't go far. I've seen several of my mates being fired. For where? For fraudulent practices. And I think integrity based on values is what's mostly missing and lacking in this generation. And if there's one thing I will leave you with, please, note it now. You can withstand any obstacle. You can doubt anything. You can resist any temptation. If you are value-driven, especially if you remember the son of whom you are. Not only your earthly parents, but your Father in heaven, who sees, even in secret. Tenacity. And the research will be beautiful. That's the truth. What are the obstacles to tenacity? At times you feel alone. You feel you are alone. At times you feel that you are deserted. At times you see massive distraction. They are all there. That is the truth. God will not remove them for your sake. And there's nothing you are going through now that others have not passed through. Nothing. Just face the fact and deal with your reality. Be courageous enough. Seek help. Build network. Grow and find a solution. Before I drop the microphone and leave, I have less than 2 or 3 minutes. I love education. I love to read a lot. And between my first degree and my master's degree, it was about 10 years. Why? Because I was saving money to train my siblings. I was helping my parents to do what? To cater for the young ones. And all of them today, to the glory of God, were part of their education. Because tenacity, the benefit is not only for you, it's together what? Empowering. You are not created only for yourself. You are a resource in the hand of God. And everything that nature and nurture has put into you is for you to do better, that the world will be glad for your sake. Before my father passed, we built him a house, beautiful house. I was glad. My mom, maybe I should say this. When the father died in 1957, he was to live with an uncle in Ibadan. He was converted to house help. Today, she's no longer helpful. She's mama director. That's what tenacity can offer. So I leave you with that. Please, parents, in this generation, values are necessary. Young ones, please, nobody owes you anything. But instead, the whole world is earnestly awaiting the manifestations of children of God. Finally, Schollah said, I love problems. I love problems too. You know why? Where things are broken, they come, Cephas, in this company, why will be problem? If you don't mind, can you come and work for us? You pay me now, I'll work for you. People say, you are not working like a mechanic. I say, yes, I just carry my toolbox, I go to where there's problem. I carry my toolbox from Pizza to Guinness, from Guinness to Unilever, from Unilever to Suntory, from Suntory to Flaming. And now it's becoming difficult to call me for whatever reason you are too expensive. But they are saying, Cephas, don't join us. Please, we'll have somebody who's your equivalent in our company. Be coach and the mentor will be paying extra. Tenacity is beautiful, I can tell you. So thanks so much, Gloria. I don't want to offend you. So I wish you all the very best.
Smart Stewards Summit 10.0, a rising, a standing, a loud cheer, an ovation. So hold on, sir. Can you make it louder, everyone? Wow. What a story. Inspiring indeed. Please be seated. So just be our convener says, Mr. Cephas cannot go like that. She has added 5 minutes to his time. So go ahead.
So in tenacity, you are meant to be grateful. I'm grateful, man. She wants me to mention tenacity in family life. I was married, I got married in 1999. And then the journey was tortuous for medical reasons. And my first wife passed after 22 years. It was torturous in a way, but we kept going. That's because some things will come here we won't bargain for. And there was no child in the relationship, apart from one that we got by trying to empower others. You know what I mean? We had to go and adopt. Because you know what? Life continues. But what am I trying to say is, there's nothing you go through that is big enough as an obstacle for you not to succeed in life. If you're a married man or a married woman and you are still single whatsoever, there's nothing you go through in life that is sufficient for you to justify your lack of tenacity on. People say, I can't continue. Why wouldn't you continue? Life continues. And as God will have it, settle down. I now have a new wife, a very wonderful, tenacious wife. I said to myself, while I was growing up, that by 30, 35, I'll be done with having children. At 55, I have a 121-year-old baby, 121 days old baby. What does that mean? The result might come delayed, but when you are focused, you can get it. I said to myself, I love to read. 10 years after first degree to master's. And then that was 2023 to now, about how many years now? Almost 22 years after I'm doing my PhD. But you know what? Eventually, somebody called me doctor today. I think the guy called me doctor. I said, hey, you are seeing, you are in the spirit. You are in the spirit. By this time next year, the doctor will be in the bag. Why did I say that? And thank you for bringing that. Family issues can bring distraction in tenacity. I can tell you. Most ladies may not fulfill their God-given assignment because of their marriage. Same for most men. But when you are tenacious with God, please keep your gaze, keep your focus. And that also can do what is right. I can tell you, victory is certain. So, on this note, I don't know what more to say than to let you know that you don't live for yourself. Your failure will amount to failure of several, because several lives are connected to you. Several lives are connected to you. And because of that connection, even if not for your sake, for their sake, please be tenacious. Let me talk to your neighbor. Say, even if not for your sake, but for the lives connected to you, be tenacious. And that success will come. Thank you.
Again and again, can we please celebrate everyone? Please celebrate the Group Director of Supply Chain at Flour Mills, Nigeria, Dr. Cephas Afebuame. You can please be seated. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. If nothing else can challenge you after he has said, I don't know what else will challenge you. Thank you so much, sir. That was such an inspirational, filled with so much humor. Honestly, I do not know what else you need after that session you just listened to. Touched on his journey, how he started school, life, even when life threw him lemons, he made a lemonade out of it. And it's such a great delight to see how he is soaring. And I know that this is just the very beginning, of course. Thank you for being an inspiration, Mr. Cephas. I'm very sure a lot of young people seated in the room and in the gallery, they are challenged and inspired by your story. If you can do it, I'm sure they can do it. Thank you for sharing your tenacity story. Everyone, again, let's celebrate this man. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you very much. To our speakers, our panelists who just walked in, we want to warmly welcome you to the 10th edition of the Smart Steward Annual Summit. Thank you for joining us. Without further ado, I would like to bring up one more time for another keynote address, but more than that, it's a message. We're about to unveil something special to every one of you. Please join with a generous applause, a lusty one as at that, to celebrate our convener, the founder, and the lead coach at Smart Stewards, the one and the only Coach Schollah Adeshakin. Can we please sustain the applause till she makes it to the stage? You have reduced the tenacity of your applause. So no matter how long it takes, I'll be here still giving praise. Hey! Yes!
Thank you. Please be seated. Oh my God. How many of you have been blessed so far? Look at the gallery. Gallery people, I celebrate you. Oh. Love you. Thank you so much. And the online audience, their energy is out of the world. So I have given part of my time to Pastor Cephas. By the way, he's pastor, his group director, everything together. Please celebrate him one more time. And thank you to Yamo and everybody who has spoken. We still have a long way ahead, but I think in terms of time, we are doing very well. Gloria is literally on my neck, and please clap for Gloria. The best of the best. Very quickly, I want to celebrate my mom who is in the room. Talking about tenacity. She is an example of tenacity indeed. My mom bought icon forms for me, I think when I was 14 or so. I can't remember exactly when I did not know what icon was. But she kept saying, my daughter is going to become a chartered accountant. Tenacity with words. Please celebrate her. Thank you. Be seated. Be seated. You know what that means? You will eat the food of your children. But you will also have a lot of money. And your children will eat out of your own money as well. I remember in the earlier days, she juggled being a secretary, being a trader. Many times I went with her to go and say, puff. Yeah, if you think CIA is versatile and full of energy, I think I got it from my mom. So we would go to retreats. We would take show glass. We would go with caterers. We will sell. I will be at the counter taking money. Gosh, those days. But to God be the glory. May your children make you proud. Very quickly, I am just here to talk about Mina, which, Gloria talked about earlier on. For me at Smart Stewards, it is not about making money. Yes, to be honest, I want to make money. Smart Stewards wants to make money. But over the years, the vision has gone beyond, we want to make money. Maybe that's why over the years, we have been compensated with grants, with fellowships. We make money, don't get me wrong. But I am utterly consumed by the desire to see people win. And that's why, this Together Empowered Now. If you are at the gala, we played a documentary, and I'm sure it will come up later today. And the documentary, have they played it today at all? Oh, they will play it. The documentary, I'm not going to talk so much about it, is to showcase the opportunities in Africa and how we need to rise to take our place, not just as individuals, but collectively, so that we can build individual and collective wealth. So when we say buy a course at Smart Stewards, it's not because we want the money. The level that God has taken us, if we don't sell, we're okay, but we will sell. Don't say, Coach Ola said, because a business should sell. But God has given us the access, the connections, the doors. 2 days ago, I put out a tweet and I said, listen, Smart Stewards is 10 this year. In the 9th year, which was last year, between July and May of this year, 10 months, I got into 3 international fellowships. The US government denied me visa after traveling for a long time for 5 years. And then last year they said, hey girl, we just nominated you for an international visitor leadership program. We are going to sponsor you from being denied to being sponsored. Clap if you want to clap. Why are they here? Oh? The NASDAQ. He said, this, go through our program. And then on the 12th of December, they beamed my picture on NASDAQ screen in New York. From Shagamu to NASDAQ. And my people were there. He said, this is my coach. Live. Not a joke. And then this year, MasterCard. Where are my MasterCard CC Hub people? I see you in the house. I think I saw them earlier. Beauty. Shalom. God bless you. They now said, MasterCard Foundation, we are going to choose 12 companies in the whole of Nigeria. And the next thing, I saw we enter 3 international fellowships. We did not pay for it. That's how these things work. Because we are consumed. My goal from this year forward is at least 20,000 people must be touched by the work we do as Smart Stewards. And we do not just want you to learn how to make, manage, and multiply money. We want you to become crusaders who will go and teach others how to make, manage, and multiply money so that the ecosystem becomes more prosperous. Earlier on, I told you how I raised 200 million from amongst my friends in 1 hour. Imagine people in this hall, and I say, guys, I want to fund a project, and I need 2 billion naira. And I say, come out, an investment in 2 months, and then just 3 people come and say, coach, don't worry, we got you. Don't you want to be a part of that company? But if you do not understand financial literacy, you cannot company in any company. That's where it started. That's how Smart Stewards started. I was once broke. Now I am not broke. And the things that I learned whilst I was broke, I am teaching to people so that they will not be broke. Simple. So when we say Mina, and Pastor it's told into my notes. Do I have the slides? I know I have 5 minutes more. When you go home, go and read from Luke chapter 19, verse 13. No apologies. Me, I will quote scriptures. Smart Stewards is Bible. Bible is Smart Stewards. We are a spiritual organization. And we are not ashamed. Because Jesus is at the center of it all. Do you get? So when we are in church, we bring church, in corporate, we talk about God. We say, don't mention Bible. We say, you don't. Even if you don't mention Bible, we will teach from the Bible. Luke chapter 19, the man was going. He called 10 servants and he gave them 10 minas. One got one, he went to work, he brought 10 back. The other got one, he came back with 5. Then one, the Bible said he went to hide his mina in a handkerchief. Tell your neighbor, are you hiding your mina in a handkerchief? Your gift, your talent, your proficiency. In Africa, we deflect a lot of compliments. When people say, you know how to do so, I say, Kini, your shoe is not with shoe. You speak well, we speak. You can do which word? No, it's a mina. Own it. Learn to accept compliments. Learn to monetize your proficiency. Monetize your past experiences. Monetize your partnerships. Monetize your potential. And that's what Mina is all about. We are teaching you
courses, practical courses about money management, keeping and growing your money. We have built a newly launched tool, not even our wealth sync, because we want you to have more money. So I want to call you and say, girl, I need 5 million to give people. We say, coach, small thing, I'll send 50. That's the kind of company I want. But it starts from learning. And you know, when the master came, he said, oh yeah, come and do accounts. The one that had was like, yeah, very, very wise man. You know, the guy said, okay, collect the one that he has. Give it to the man that has 10. And people were complaining. He said, don't you know how he works? From him that does not have, even the one that he has, we collected. If you do not know how to manage your money is going to Schollah Adeshaki. And it's going to Dangote. That's why we are getting richer. We, the wealthy, we are getting wealthier. That's why I don't want to hold your money. Why should I be rich and your enemy is poor? Because you are not poor. There are no poor people in this room. Yes or yes? So with Mina, newly launched brand new courses that will teach you to make, manage, and multiply money. A brand new financial tracker that will help you set your goals, save your goals, track your goals, and then wealth sync. For 10K, when my team members say, what are we doing? And I said, yeah, our basic cost is 50K. And they said, man, let's do 10 for 10. And like this tenacity, 10 for 10, 10K. Some of you spend more than that at a sitting. And for the student here, 5K. Come on. It is time to mineralize your resources. Do you get the drift? I'm going to leave here and allow them to play the video, but I want you to make 2025 the year of your financial revolution. There was a time in my life I was broke. From having money to getting broke, not having anything, and then to building from ground up. And I want you to experience it. So whether online, offline, wherever, please make sure you enroll in Mina, not just for you, but to just accentuate wealth across Africa. And I know I will see you at the top. Remember what I said earlier on, 10 years ago, we used the hall downstairs. And our keynote speaker, my dear mentor, Mrs. Ayomegbope, was our keynote then. She had just finished speaking for Michelle Obama in the White House. And then somebody said, talk to her to be your keynote. And she agreed. 10 years after, she's here. My Mina served. Is it not serving? Are you not happy to be here? In 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, you'll be saying, Coach Schollah, come and see. And I will come as a mentor. I will say, that's my girl. Who is receiving that? Oh yeah, start with Mina. Learn to manage, make, and multiply your resources. I love you, and I'll see you again. Play the Mina video, please. Glory, I did it. Play the Mina video. Thank you. See you soon. Thank you to all our speakers and everybody. Money is in the purpose. Money is for a purpose. Money is in the goal. It is the glue that ties a lot of things together. And therefore, the real goal is not to chase money, but to master how money works so that money works for you. And that's why we are unveiling Mina by Smart Stewards, a simple, practical plan that blends knowledge, the skill set, and the tool set to empower you to stop chasing money and start building wealth. With Mina, you gain access to practical courses that teach you how to make, manage, and multiply money. You get a personalized financial goal setting tool to help you set your goals. And of course, you'll gain access to our Wealth Sync app to help you actualize and implement your goals. All of these have been designed to make your money journey clearer, smarter, and more intentional. Because when you master money, you free yourself to master and pursue purpose. Sign up for Mina, the Money Mastery Blueprint today. It's time to move from hustle mode to asset mode. Mina Money Mastery More.
I'll give us a few minutes to please scan the QR code. Let's bring out our phones and scan the QR code. Can we also have this particular flyer on the two? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. Please, if this is your car and your number plate, KRD 602GD, please, you're still obstructing the free flow of traffic. Please, KRD 602GD, please help us repark. Thank you. Also, we are selling a 1,000 naira meal ticket that gives you access to food, a drink, and a bottle of water, all for 1,000 naira. So visit the registration booths to get your tickets to purchase a pack of food, a bottle of water, and a drink. The food is here. I promise you it's scrumptious, very delicious. You enjoy it. So one more time, just before we move on to this very powerful panel session that I would like to call a fire panel session, I want us to once again celebrate collectively all of our sponsors. We'll do it again. We'll make them feel very special and honored. Okay? So celebrate with me. Bamboo, Made for Impact, Arabian Fashion Store, Afro Butters NG, O Realty and Homes, Faces and Braces Dental Clinic, Coca-Cola, Laviana Skin Naturals, Naomi with Joy, Sarah by Wema, Syndicate Global Services, Houses of Shifra, LifeX Photo Studio, United Capital, Golden Penny, Toke Cosmetics, and Trifles. Can we give them a mighty big round of applause? Please, I see a lot of people going out. Is everything fine? Please, let's be seated. We are having this panel session that I do not want you to miss out on. Oh, I say we should buy the food now. We can always get that later, okay? Please, we need to sit for this panel. So ushers, help me get everyone back into the room, please. Our next session is called the Game Changer Spotlight. And we are spotlighting 4 powerful women who have walked hard paths. They've weathered the storm and they are still standing. They'll be sharing with us their stories of resilience, of perseverance, and of tenacity. And this is a session that I know that every one of you will benefit a great deal from. And that's why I don't want you to move around. Can we minimize the walking around, please? Those in the gallery, those in the room, please let's be seated so that we can have and get the maximum from this particular session. Again, it's called the Game Changers Spotlight. Smart Stewards Summit, are you ready? Your energy has gone down. Please let the energy be up. Are you ready? Yes. So I will quickly constitute the panel and hand over to the moderator. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is our bestie, our online bestie. She's the founder of Shredder Gang, a health and wellness disruptor who lost 55 kg, bottled inner and outer storms, and turned pain into power and purpose. She's all about healing, transformation, and helping others believe that they can too. Ladies and gentlemen, can we show some love to the one and the only Bumi George, popularly known as J Booms. That's not how we show some love right here at Smart Stewards Summit. Please make some noise. So J Booms will start and I'll bring up the next person.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such an honor to be here. Thank you so much. I call her Auntie Schollah. She's my Auntie Schollah. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this platform. Good afternoon, Ma. It's such an honor to be here. Please give yourselves a round of applause. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Bumi George, and I am the founder of Shredder Gang. I want to tell you a little bit about my story. Some of you may have heard my story before, and if you haven't, I want you to see my story. It's about weight loss, but it's something more than weight loss. It's really about resilience, grit, and tenacity. From the age of 10 years old, I started to gain weight very, very rapidly. And I'm telling this story because I feel like this was the beginning of my becoming. It was the beginning of how my eyes got open to who I was and what I was called to do, or part of what I was called to do. So I started gaining weight at the age of 10 very, very rapidly. Of course, I love to eat, right? I remember I would fry yam with my dad, and we would sit down and we would eat everything. And then I love to bake as well. So I would bake a lot of cakes, and we'll sit down and watch TV and movies and eat it. And it was a no-brainer that I started to pack on the weight. Now, at the age of 13, I was now 100 kilograms. And at the age of 18, I was 130 kilograms. Now, beyond the weight, when you carry that amount of weight, it comes with a plethora of things that now begin to affect you, both emotionally and physically and health-wise. Now, at that age, I had high blood pressure, I was pre-diabetic, and I have what we now know as PCOS. Many years ago, this is almost 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, the doctors didn't really know what PCOS was. And so I used to call myself the girl with the issue of blood, because my longest period was 129 days. They would give me injections that would make me sometimes faint. I remember when I was taking my WAEC mathematics, and I got into the hall, and all of a sudden, my blood sugar plummets, and I fainted in the hall. Best believe I failed that math exam. But as God would have it in His mercy, that year, they decided that there was some malpractice in some other places, so we had to take that exam again. Guess what I got? A1. Anyway, so I then, went into University of Toronto. I was very excited to get into the university, because for you to get into that university, you have to have like 95 percentile. Now, I don't know how I got in, because I don't have 95 percentile. I was quite smart, but I didn't have 95 percentile. But again, that was grace speaking for me. And then one day, I was walking up my registrar's office, and I couldn't breathe. And that was the day I told myself, Bumi, nobody is coming to save you. If you continue like this, where would your life end up? And that was the day that I made the decision. And I said to myself, Bumi, change starts today. So I went home, I told my mother, I said, Mommy, I'm going on a diet. Now, this is not that I've not gone on diets before. I've done all manner of diets. I've done starvation diets where you won't eat for 7 days. I've done water fasts. I've done many things. But when you take 2 steps forward and then you take 50 steps back, that was my story. But this time, something was different. To be fair, at that age, I didn't know what it was. But I know now that it's called tenacity. And I said, I don't care how many times I've failed before, but I'm going to try this out. And I started walking, I started swimming, and I lost my first 10 kg. I was so happy. I continued. Of course, there'll be times, where I would fail, where I'll go out, I'll overeat. Anyway, I continued this journey. Sometimes I'll work out 6 times a week. Sometimes people will say, are you dieting? Leave me and my diets. At the end of this, I lost 55 kg. Now, that's a whole human being. Feel free to clap for me. Feel free to clap for me. But the journey was more than just weight loss. So much was happening on the outside, but so much more was happening on the inside. You see, when people lose weight, it's more than weight that they're losing. And for me, it was building tenacity. It was building perseverance. It was building grit. And, I visited Nigeria at some point. I think it was 2010. And someone who had known me for a long time, she saw me and said to my dad, oh my goodness, I cannot believe Bumi lost weight. And then she said this, she said, if you can lose weight, you can do anything. And those words stuck with me. It now became a no-brainer that when people saw me, my phone started, going off the hook because I posted it everywhere. I was shakaraing everywhere that I've lost weight. So people started calling me. And that was when the light bulb went off in my head. People started saying, Bumi, can you help us lose weight too? Please make a meal plan for me. Just do what you did. I want it. And as an Ijebu girl, any Ijebu girls in the room? Woo! We like our money, right? So I decided that, I might as well start charging a fee for this. But you know what's so funny? For many years, my weight was the bone of contention in my life. Isn't it not crazy that same weight is what God now used for me to take care of myself and then provide value for my world? So what I was being mocked for has now become what I'm being celebrated for. It's such an oxymoron. So that's how I started. I decided, you know what? I'm going to move to Nigeria. And I'm going to create an industry that does not exist. Because 13, 14 years ago, the health and fitness industry as we know it did not exist this way. And I was 23 years old. And I decided that I was going to move to Nigeria and give women what I didn't have. And create a community for people the same way I needed a community and I couldn't find. I decided I was going to make this community for other people. And so I came. And one of the things that I decided to do is that I was forward thinking. I said, how am I going to do this? I knew that the world was becoming digital. Like I said, 15 years ago, social media is not what it is today. So I told people, I'm going to help you lose weight digitally. They're like, how? I said, I'll show you. And that's how I started. In my first month, I had 1 client. In my second month, I had 7 clients. By my third month, I had over 100 clients. And since then, thank you, you can clap for me, that's exponential growth. You know why that's so powerful? Because I was a 23-year-old girl. And I just believed that there was something that I had of value to give to my world. And even though people told me it was stupid, how do you graduate from the #1 university in Canada and then move back to Nigeria? How does that make any sense? My father, in fact, asked me, he said, Bumi, do you think that Nigeria is just going to open their arms to you and say welcome? And I said, actually, yes, Daddy. I actually believe that. And you know what? Nigeria did. Because I came and I decided that I was not going to take no for an answer. If one person did not believe in me, the next person would. And over the years, I have grown Schroeder Gang to become Nigeria's largest health and fitness community. This is the story of a girl who was overweight, insecure, had low self-esteem, and no money in her bank account. And here I am today, using my story as a voice to shape narrative of the Nigerian and the African woman in a context that makes sense to us. So my story is one of tenacity, is one of grit, is one of perseverance. And it's one that says, no matter where you're coming from, if you have grit, if you have tenacity, the future is bright.
Can we celebrate J. Booms again, the founder, Strata Gang? Boom George. Thank you very much for sharing your story with us. Thank you. And next up to share her story is the founder of Oak Antique Interiors, of the Oak Foundation and Oak Cleaning Services. Now, build businesses, not just brands, with great creativity and relentless commitment. And we're about to listen again to her story of tenacity. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Dr. Morenike Molei. Can we make it louder?
Good afternoon, everybody. How have we been all doing? This energy, how are we doing? Fantastic. All right. So, 5 days after I was born, I died. No, I'm not joking. So, my grandma, who was a first-time grandma, and it's, I don't want to say, it's the grandma on the, which side do you think it is? Unfortunately, yes, grandma on the father's side. So she was bathing for me, and for some reason, she poured much more water into my face than she's supposed to have done. And so I drowned, and I was lifeless for minutes. So thankfully, my uncle, who had not been in Nigeria for about 10 years, was visiting Nigeria at that time. And he was reading medicine, in the university in America. And so my grandma started shouting, she was shaking, of course she was distraught, she was like, oh my God, what have I done? They're going to call me a witch, my first grandchild, dying in my arms and all of that. And then my uncle in his boxers came, grabbed me, and was, performing first aid on me while they were rushing me to the hospital. And my mom, anytime that she recounts that story, she says that in everything that was happening, she was just calm. And then my grandma, who up until now is still alive, and anytime that she shares this story, she still cries. And so, after all of the medical interventions and prayers and all of that, I came back to life, obviously, yeah. But then I think that one thing that then stood out for everyone at the time was that, even though now I know as an adult, is that I had tenacity. Because I was like, even though it's not up to 1 week on this earth, I go nowhere. We what? We move and we live, exactly. And so I didn't know that, but then that has sort of shaped who I am today. Thankfully, I have lived this life for 36 years now. And one thing is, I know that I don't encounter so many failures, which I'm grateful to God for. But the failures that I've had, either in my personal life, in my marriage, in my business, in every sphere of my life, I'm grateful that I've been able to learn from those failures. And I've said to myself that, see, look, tenacity for me is the ability to say no and not give up, even when everything in me is screaming to give up. And so I remember when, how many of us are firstborn here? Did your parents use it to do experiments? So I went to 3 secondary schools, and I've shared this story over and over again. And the reason why I keep sharing it all the time is because it was a pivotal teaching in my life, and it was a pivotal time in my life that I learned what it meant to be tenacious, what it meant to have grit, and what it meant never to give up. And so I'd gone to 3 secondary schools in 3 years. So by the third secondary school, my dad was like, okay, this one now, this is where you're going to stay. And so my first term in secondary school, rather, I had F9 in both mathematics and further mathematics. F9. And so I came back home. You know when you get back home and then you go home with a bloody report card? What do you think your African parents, what do you think they do? And so my father, after, correcting me with I don't want to say it, but you know what it is. He then sat me down. And I think for me, that was the turning point, because it was one thing for you to correct a child using the rod, and there's another thing for you to sit them down and then let them understand why this had to be done. And so he spoke to me and he said, Morenike, I know that if you put your mind to this thing, you will definitely get it. And so I began to read. I began to say, you know what, this mathematics, it will not put me to shame. It will not put me to shame. Instead, I will be the one to what? Put it to shame. And so I read, and, long story short, by the next term, I had A1 in both mathematics and further mathematics. And so because I was so passionate about mathematics, when you failed something, and then you said, I'm going to show this thing, and then you now start overdoing it. I started overdoing it. Because tell me, why did I now go to university to study mathematics? Then I was now top 3 in my class in mathematics, from Covenant University. Woo! And then I further went to overdo it again by going to do masters in financial mathematics and computation. Exactly. That's what I'm telling you, the overdoing. So from someone who failed to someone now excelling in mathematics, right? And that particular experience showed me that whatever it is that I want to do, and I put my mind to it, even if I have failed, regardless, I will fail forward, I will learn from it, and then I would become victorious in it. Thank you so much, if you want to clap. And so, I remember finishing university, and I wanted to the plan was that I was going to go for my master's immediately. So I'd finished my BSc, and then I wanted to do master's and then go for my NYSC. Go for master's and then come back for my NYSC. But then I applied for my visa, and then I was rejected. Now, the rejection wasn't even really the issue for me, but for me, I was like, why would they reject me? I was 19 at this point. But the backstory is that since when I was 9 years old, my parents, we used to travel to the UK for holidays. And so we used to go almost every other year since when I was 9 up until when I was 19. So it didn't make any sense that I would be denied a UK visa because I was a frequent UK traveler. But I reapplied again because I was like, no, I'm not doing NYSC now. I want to go for my master's when I come back. You know how you have things planned in your head, and if it doesn't go that way, you just feel like, no, this isn't working. So I applied again, and they denied me again. So at this point, I said, okay. When you now start consoling yourself in the Lord, that okay, maybe I wasn't meant to go. And so I just had 1 more week for me to go for my NYSC camp. And I remember I had a friend who had already boasted and said that, my uncle works in NYSC, he has already done her workings, and she's going to be posted to Lagos. And so I said, me, knowing that I schooled all my life in Lagos, the farthest that I've ever been to is Ogun State, right? Definitely. Where do you think they're going to throw me to? How do you know Zamfara, Katsina, all those states that you only find when you're doing like geography classes? And so I went to my friend and I said, please, can your uncle help me? Because at this point, my dad, I know that he was not going to answer me to try to find somebody to help me to work into Lagos. And as I'm like, this baby girl life that I've been doing baby girl life since. So I'm like, I don't think I can survive. Imagine me going to Zamfara. I cannot. So I begged her. She said, okay, no problem. So she came back to me and she said, unfortunately, our uncle couldn't do anything because they've already done the postings. I mean, this is like 1 week to, going to school to go and check where you've been posted. So they had finished everything, so you couldn't do anything at the point. And so I just said, okay, what's the worst that can happen? 3 weeks, I will go, and then we'll find a way to redeploy me back to Lagos. Cut the long story short. But I was even afraid to go to school to check. And so my friends checked for me, and the long and short was that they told me that I was posted to where? To Lagos. And then my friend, whose uncle was helping, actually got posted to Castina. And so, at the end of the day, it was like, God, thank you. Like, thank God, God no be what? God no be man. And so, I went for my 3 weeks, and I was surprised. Everybody in my house, my father, everyone were like, wow, this is God, we thank God. So I went for my 3 weeks posting, and because I studied mathematics, right, for me, it was a no-brainer. They were going to post me to a public school. It was very easy to go and teach mathematics. But I said I did not want to teach mathematics. And so I started reading, and I was going to work in, consulting firm. Anyway, long and short was that I then ended up being posted to ExxonMobil. So I got posted to an oil and gas company. And 3 weeks after, I met a young man. And then that young man, today we are 14 years married with 2 beautiful children. And so it takes me back. So in hindsight, when it felt like being rejected, it felt like that was the end of the world for me at that time. Remember, I was 19, so I didn't really have the capacity to grasp that, okay, everything works together in your favor, all of that. But then looking at it, I'm glad that they rejected me. And so that was one of the best rejections of my life. And I'm here to say that, look, if you fail, please, that is not the end of the world. Instead, look at it, what can I learn from this failure? Because tenacity is saying no to giving up, even when everything is screaming in you to do so. And tenacity is just that small little voice telling you every morning, don't give up. Keep going at it. Keep going at it. Keep going at it. And I trust that you will keep going. Thank you so much.
Please, can we celebrate Dr. Morenike Molayin better? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your story with us. Our next titan to share her story of tenacity and resilience is somebody who shows us that tenacity isn't just about big moves, but consistent small steps. She's gone on to build and found Fin Tribe, which is Nigeria's first just women-only finance community. She's a personal finance expert, an investment banker, and a chartered accountant. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the one and the only Jennifer Awirigwe, popularly known as Financial Jennifer.
Going off my blessings, will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance in the rain. It's for my seed to grow. For every prayer and every seed I sow, Lord of the harvest knows I'm moving back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was quite interesting. Thank you. So when I came in today, someone was like, you came too early. Your section is around 2. Did you see the speakers line up? I came to soak in. And it's such an honor that in the midst of all those amazing women and men, I get to share the stage with them. Just look at that. Okay, thank you so much, Madam Schollah. I used to tell her that she has been my mentor way before she even knew who Jennifer was. So it's always a pleasure to be at your event and then see the elevation I'm speaking on the stage. Okay, something happened 2 days ago, actually. I'm going to share it again because it reflects a lot on my journey. So 2 days ago, my mom was at a bank somewhere in Anambra State. I don't even know if you have heard of that village before, Ekulobia. You will know. Okay, we are coming up. So she went to make a payment. We have an organization, Fin Tribe. We do save together, invest together, and all that. So there's a transaction we did, which they have to facilitate. So she was making paying the proceeds for us. The lady at the bank, at the teller, saw the name, Fin Tribe. She asked her, sorry, Oma, do you know who Jennifer is? Nigerian mother. She was like, yes, it's her daughter. The woman stood up from her chair. She came around, hugged my mom. Oh my God. She was like, Jennifer, that Fin tribe. She has told them how to save, how to this. Wow. The way my mom was telling me this story, she has told me like 3 times. And I have a feeling everyone that comes to our house this week, they will hear that story of what the banker lady at Ekulobia said about her daughter. So, and for me, it's quite interesting because let's rewind back a bit to how it all started. Because I'm talking specifically to someone here that is maybe sitting on a calling, an idea, a skill, because you are waiting for everything to align. But what if alignment is waiting for you to start? Do you get? So I came to Lagos a few years ago with my 50K job. People already know now. I'll share this story a couple of times, but I want us to look at it from a different narrative. So when I came, like many of us, we go to work, all the Lagos hustle and everything. Okay, I was making decent money because I was already a chartered accountant then. The pay was good with other side things we were doing. But just like many of us that can relate, nothing they show. Right? At the end of the day, you are like, what's the need of all? Where is the money? I can't see it. So I made that decision to like, okay, let me just respect myself and start doing better. Then this audacity from nowhere. I'm like, okay, I'm not the only one in this mess. I could as well start sharing because there are so many women around me. All of us, they see the same shege. We can't tell you our money is going to. For some people, oh, maybe even be better. Maybe you dress well. At least you know your money is going to clothes and shoes. And they dress well. So I couldn't really tell. It was so frustrating. But for me to start talking about what I was doing financially with other women, trying to encourage them, there was an obstacle. Because this is someone earning 50K. I was broke. So who give me the mind to come and telling somebody about money? If not, you will listen to me. At that point, right, I was broke and I was young. Of course, there were already a few people, like my mentor here, they were already talking about this thing. But have you seen Coach Solar's CV? Madam Schollah, have you seen her CV before? So, and then there was me, who I beat. Come and follow them and be talking about finance and all that. So, I'm not qualified. That's just the English I'm trying to say here. But did that stop me for where? Still, regardless, we went on, started saying about this thing. If I'm saving with any platform, I'm sharing it. And then, of course, a lot of people could relate. And gradually, we moved to the next level. Because something else, yes, we were talking about money. Yes, we know we should do better with our, but we were not doing it. Then I put a few of them, see, babes, this thing, enough of talking, let's start acting. So what we started doing, Fin Tribe started. Fin Tribe started from a WhatsApp group. No, we don't get websites, we don't get anything from a WhatsApp group. Then I will tell them, I mean, they were savings police. If you save, send the evidence to me. I am the CEO, I am the CFO, I am the treasurer, I am the financial secretary, all of them. That's how we started. And gradually, it became a movement. And it's interesting because today, I look at what has been happening. Thousands of women, look at that woman. This is not even Lagos, Abuja, Ekulobia. I don't know her. I don't think I've been to Ekulobia before. But she's part of that movement. Do we have any financial woman here? Okay. Now we find trouble. So even think that all of this would not have been if I was waiting for the perfect timing. Who knows? So today we have these women. Future women have saved and invested over $4 million or more in just a couple of years. Earlier this year we launched an estate, a real estate property, and then you see over 100 women who are first-time landowners. Right? So you look at a lot of this impact. We have this event, Finance Fair for Women. The kind of crowd that it pulls, I'm like, oh my God. Because now it has gone beyond Jennifer to something else. So for me, tenacity was starting broke, yeah? Starting crude, because who starts something with a WhatsApp group? Of course, now we've gone ahead. We have our website, launching an app very soon and all that. But we didn't start that way. It was also starting young. For you, it could be starting old. Yeah. But starting regardless. I think that's the key thing. Starting regardless. Now, when you start, what next? That's where God comes in. Because I feel like it's a division of labor. Yours is to start, his is to scale. Right? Because I feel like God is just waiting for us to make that first move, and he's going to breathe life into it. A lot of all the amazing people that spoke here, there are a lot of takeaways. So it's just in addition to what we've learned today, to what everyone has said. Please remember that one girl that came to Lagos said she didn't know anybody, but still she went ahead, started. And today, thousands of women from all over. FinTrap is in all the states in Nigeria. FinTrap is in more than 35 countries of the world. Many of them have not seen me before. Last few months ago, we did our hangout in UK. I was not there. I've never been to UK. But you see people fall out. You see women everywhere. Because the girl didn't wait for when she would maybe polish up a bit, for when she will have money, for when she will know people. She started regardless. And that's what tenacity is for me. Start and keep going at it. God will do his part. Thank you. Okay.
Financial women, a better applause for financial journey. We're looking forward to the FinTrap Finance Fair. Come October 25 at Landmark in Victoria Island, Lagos. Guess who will be your MC? So please, BDG 638JF. For over 2 hours, you've blocked the flow of moving traffic, please. BDG 638JF. KJA 646JP. Please, I'll repeat. BDG 638JF. KJA 646JP. If this sounds like your number plate, please help us. You are blocking the free flow of traffic. The final woman to share her tenacity story with us at this time is a fashion business strategist and the founder of 1212 Clothings and J Victoria Wears. Also the co-founder at Simlink. She's described as a writer and a deep thinker on business. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Olajumoke Sheye Oyabile. Please celebrate her as she makes her way to share a tenacity story.
Is it impossible? Is it a crime? Or is it just a silver state of mind? Baby, baby, close your eyes.
So we understand that the car is a Kia, I think so, a Kia BDG 638JF, KJA 646JP. Please, we need your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so beautiful to be here. There's been amazing stories. For me, they say start with why. I see there are people who start and they don't have a why. What's my own why? Well, it wasn't for fame, it wasn't for money. It was because I wanted somebody to go home with money at the end of the month. I just want to pay salaries. That was my why. And how did I start with that why? I was in year 9, JS3, back then, when my principal called for my father. And right in that office, I sat there looking at my father being kind of insulted. You know, he started to say, he didn't send me home. He was supposed to send me home. But he didn't send me home. He thought I was too brilliant to be sent home. So he called for my father. And then he said, why are you not doing right by your daughter? And I felt so horrible. I felt so sad because I know my father is a good man. A very honorable father. But then, he didn't have money. And that's what poverty can do to you. It doesn't only steal your pocket. It steals your identity. It changes your identity to another person. So I thought I was going to start a business that is going to fight that robber.
that is poverty. And yeah, after school, I decided to start a fashion business because I thought fashion is a place where I could get the numbers. You know, it's easy for you to just hire a lot of people. And when I started with bespoke. But after a while, I thought, no, this is not giving me the economy of scale that is going to help me to hire these numbers that I'm looking for. I really want to be paying thousands and millions of, thousands of people, actually in millions. And then I started with 2. We became 4. We became 8. We became 16. We became 30. We grew to 50. Just like that, we were running shifts. There was shifts, people were coming, then some people would come into the factory and they'll be like, no, that's my machine. No, this is your machine. Okay, some people will wait for the others to go so that, you know, they'll be there waiting. And I was so happy. I was so full of joy. This girl is growing her business. Every time I hear the hum of machine in the factory, I felt good. It was to me a sound of progress, a sound of impact. Because at that moment, I was giving people money to go home. Because all I wanted to do was to relieve somebody, keep a child in school, help a father pay for their child's school fees, let a woman, let a mother have a breather. That's all I wanted to do. But you know what? Life doesn't always play the music that we want. In 2020, NSAS happened. And on that same day where something happened in Lekki, you all know what. I got a call from my landlord. He said he had sold the factory building and that he gave me 2 months to move out. This was a place I just re-engineered 2 months prior. I felt so tired. I really wanted to give up at that point. But of course, no, we keep it moving. So we parked, we moved, did all I could. We got a bigger space. And then life began again. And you know what? We are attracting a lot of clients. We had so many clients. But something happened along the line. Because we had so many clients and we were not meeting them efficiently, we decided to change strategy. So we filter out the smaller numbers. People were really disturbing and not. We filter. It's just a business model that we changed. And after a while, after changing the model, in 2021, our key clients, the 2 of them, had bad business and they collapsed. These were the people who were giving me thousands, you know, they were giving us thousands of orders per week. And suddenly, we felt the tremor in the factory. Everywhere became silent. Gradually, the 50 people, remember these are the people that give me joy. They became 20. They became 15. They became 5. And at some point, it was just me and a guy. He didn't leave. He stayed. And I'll say to him, why are you not going home? Why are you still here? And then he would say, you didn't tell me to go, so I'm going to stay. A very skillful person, but he refused to leave. At that point, what did I do? I was tired. It wasn't just about the machines and the people. At this point, I was tired, mentally tired, too tired to move, too tired to do anything. I didn't want to do again. I mean, every single story that I now started to see, the quotes, now started agreeing with me. You can close the chapter. When it's time to move on, just move on. Yeah, you don't have to do one thing all the days of your life. You know, you can always change something. And then, you know how that happens. I just started seeing all of those quotes all over Instagram. And then I thought to myself, maybe, yes, it's time to go. It's time to quit. Let me go back home. And then I brought people to come and take the factory. There was nobody that wanted to take it. Some people said it was too big for them. Some people said, it's too much. If you are giving up, I don't know, I cannot take it. And then I didn't have the strength to sell the machines one. I didn't have that mental space. It was a lot of battle. And then one day, I was talking with my coach and my mentor who is the convener of this conference today. And then, please clap very well for her. Before I go to what happened, one night, I cried. From 12 midnight to 6 a.m. You know when you are wailing so much, I wailed. Because you know what, I didn't want to give up. I didn't want to give up. I want to do this. But I'm tired. I just couldn't find the strength. And I'm like, God, where is this strength that I've always had? This girl, I've traveled from Ilorin to Cotonou by road. I've done all sorts. When people didn't know, I'll come to Lagos, go back to school. Nobody knew where I was. My parents didn't know I was doing business. I've done business. I have always had energy. If you know me, you know I have energy. But then, at this point, I'm looking for the girl. Where is this identity? What happened? And I was, God, where is she? And I couldn't find this girl. I didn't know what was going on. And then I decided one night, myself and my husband, for the first time in the years that we have been having this, we decided it's time to quit. Yes, quitting. Yes, we'll quit today. And then I said, I'm going to have a conversation with Coach. And so she called me. And then she told me, she said, you are in front of a tree. And you are hesitating to cut that tree. You want to cut it. I think she said, no, that tree has a lot of roots. The roots are so planted, they are so grounded. Don't cut it. I don't know what it is, but make sure you don't cut the tree. I'm like, finally. Something came finally after all this while. And so, as though what she said gave me energy, all of a sudden, I remember the words I spoken over this business. All of a sudden, things began to play in my head. How every single day I entered my factory, I had things that I say. And then I began to remember things. And the next day, I started taking action. My energy started coming back. Gradually, I started to feel alive again. And I'm like, no, I'm not cutting this tree. This tree is actually really grounded. And then after that day, I went back to business. We changed model. And now we're selling all over the world. 50 countries and counting. And much more than that is the fact, I just want to tell you, if you are here today, to say don't cut a tree because the leaves are dry. Don't cut it off. If you are here and there's something, it's just going through season. And seasons do change. I'm going to say that again. Seasons change. And I know yours is going to change. I'm leaving you with 3 points. The number one thing is that tenacity is not always speed. It's staying power. I had to stay. Sometimes it's just hanging by that rope. Hanging there. And having the right person to talk to. Another thing is that tenacity is trusting your roots. Remember how I started to remember that worlds have gone ahead of that business. I started to remember what God told me when I was going to start that business. I started to remember that I was supposed to do this business. So, trust the root, even if the leaves are dry. And finally, tenacity can be borrowed. Even leaders need voices that reminds them, don't quit now. I mean, I've always been the leader of any parks that I'm in. When I was in school, my group of friends, I'm the go-to person to talk to. But then, sometimes, that same leader might just need a word. If you are here, you are a leader. I'm here saying to you, don't give up. Hold on. You are stronger than you think. And in closing, tenacity is not about getting tired. Sometimes you will get tired. It's about refusing to cut down what is still rooted. I know that your roots are rooted. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be doing this with you. I want to separate these besties, so please pardon me. Please. I want you to go to that side. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Someone told me that she's afraid of this panel session because we have so much wisdom, so much power, we might not just want to go. But I promised her that it's going to be just 1-1. I promised her already. So I'm going to just ask all of us one question each, and we'll go. Okay, so let me start from Morenike. Morenike, designing spaces isn't just about decoration. I know, it's about shaping how people feel, shaping how they live, and you've done this so well for many years. And I want you to give maybe the adults or the students or the young adults here one thing that you have learned in that business, in how you design spaces, what you have learned that they can apply to their own life, and how it can change something for them, how they can use that concept, whatever concept it is, to design their own life. Yes, their life.
Okay. Good afternoon again, everybody. No, you guys. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so when I started designing spaces 12 years ago, I remember there was something that I said to myself, and I said that I was going to shape spaces that shape human experiences. And so for us, every time that we would go, to a site and we're going to, develop the design concepts, it was how will this shape this client's experience, like their experience at home, how will that, help them to live better and be better. And so I knew that the creativity that I was going to get for that had to be divine. And so I remember at the early years of my business where I would not start designing until God had given me the blueprint. And I think I remember it was maybe in my year 5 that I was like, I don't know this thing now. So I now fell into the trap of trying to design by myself. And so it got to a point where I started struggling. And I didn't even think too much about it until one day I was praying and God said, now you can do it all by yourself. So I've left you to do it. And that statement is very dangerous. May God not leave you. In Jesus' name, may God not leave you. And so I said, I went back and I said to God, and I said, I'm really sorry. And so I really want you back into my business. So at the end of the day, I would say that answering that question would be just always going back to source, right? Going back to the source. God that has created you, He knows your today, He knows your tomorrow, He knows the beginning, He knows the end from the beginning, He knows everything about your life. And so designing your life, to be honest, at the end of the day, you just have to start to God and let Him be the one to be at the driver's seat. So that's what I would say.
Thank you so, so much. That's so profound. Let's go to our bestie. You've built a movement around lifestyle and health. I mean, I've been on your program before, and I lost so much weight. And it's really been really good, and you are a sister, a wife, you are everything. You're a mom. What's one thing that you have done, one discipline that has kept this weight off, that you have used in business, that people can learn? One thing that that, okay, this is one thing that I have done, that no matter what season they are in, there are different seasons, you are stressed, different things. What's one thing that they can keep doing, that can sustain them?
Thank you so much. And thank you for patronizing my business. Thank you for keeping me in business. One of the things I would say, there are quite a few things, but I think what's top of the list for me would be consistency in purpose, is what I'll say. Is understanding why I'm doing what I'm doing. If what I'm doing is because of me, then it's a bit fleeting. But I have an understanding that I am here on purpose. God created me for a plan, for a purpose, and for His own good pleasure. So I'm not living for myself. And so for me, I'll say the consistency comes from also discipline. From discipline. Discipline is, people think, some people are just disciplined. It's actually a skill, like a muscle that you build. And that discipline is what you use. It's a fundamental characteristic of a successful human being. And that discipline is what has helped me channel and ride the waves of life. Life has thrown me very tough cards. If you follow me on social media, you know. Why haven't I gone under? It's because of clarity of purpose. I understand that, see, and I tell myself all the time, Bumi, you are not going under. You are not. This is not taking you out. And being consistent in that mindset is what I wake up every morning and I tell myself. Then many times I go to the mirror and I speak to myself. I say, Bumi, this is who you are. This is what you are going to do. I double dare you. All the time. You see, somebody asked, I was talking to one of my younger aburos yesterday, and she said, how did you do it? Because she's about to have a baby. And I look back at moving to Nigeria, so young, with no family members. I got married. I had children. My mother lives abroad. How did I cope? And I remember just taking the bull by the horn and adapted. And now I look back and I see, when my friends talk about, I'm so tired, I'm so this. I don't remember, and not to say there's anything wrong with that. I don't remember having the opportunity to do that. And so for me, it's just also being adaptable in life, being flexible. Life throws a curve at you, it hits you, you get up, you stand again. You are a mom, you have a diagnosis about your child, something is wrong, you make sure you find how can we make this possible for this child to live a normal life. Your marriage throws curveballs at you. Nobody's marriage is perfect. You get on your knees and you pray, God, how do I make this happen? Give me the wisdom I need. You run into a crisis in your business, you seek mentorship, you ask questions. So for me, it's about consistency in purpose. The thing about people is that they give up too quickly. They just hit a little curveball, they've given up. No, build that strength, that inner strength of character that says, I will be consistent.
I know what my friend is saying when she said, this is going to be too fireful. I mean, please, you want to... Wow, amazing. That's so much fire. We recorded that. Please, it's something you want to watch again because there's a lot. I asked her for one, she gave us like 4. Let's go to Jennifer, the money woman. So money is often a barrier between dream and reality, So many people have dreams, and if you ask an average person, they'll say, I don't have the money for it, So, from your work, what do you think is the single most overlooked money principle? One single most overlooked money principle. Whether for a student or even people over 40, what's one thing that you think they overlook, and if they can make effort to start doing it now, it's going to be a game changer for them?
So when Glory was bringing me up, she said something, and I think that's the first time I've heard myself described that way. The woman that I think emphasizes the small things, something like that. And I liked that, right? So for a lot of people, we always want to wait for when there is a lot before we do something. Of course, that would have been nice. But unfortunately, it's usually not like that. So I'm coming down, they say something is cliche, but it's cliche because it works. Starting small. That's just it. But then the consistency, which I think Monica mentioned that, and Javos mentioned it as well, like keep going. So let's take, for instance, what will I use for example? The typical one, I don't earn enough, therefore I can't put something away. But maybe because you feel like you have to be saving 100,000, you have to be saving 1 million. No, because that is 2,000 naira, right? But the magic happens when you become consistent with that 2,000 naira. That is why you will do 2,000 today. Tomorrow you are doing 5,000. Next tomorrow 5,000. And somehow you will see yourself at that 1 million level. But then there is sister beside that is still waiting for 1 million. Forgetting that little compounds. So even beyond money, it could be in every area of our life. It could be with maybe you're trying to lose weight. And not all of us will lose
more than 50 kg like you did. But when you feel like, hi, how do I go from this to this? But if you remember that small, you might be dropping something small, until at a point you look in the mirror and be like, oh my God, who is this hot chick? Right? So it's the beauty of small, if I put it that way. That's one of the most powerful financial things that many of us neglect. Be it in saving something, be it in investing something, start regardless and be consistent with it. It's that simple.
Small. She said consistency. I had consistency, and that's the same thing as tenacity. Please tenaciously save your 2K, save your 1K, save that 500 naira, and that's what we've heard from Jennifer this afternoon. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for coming. It's been beautiful being here with all of you. Thank you. She wants to chase me off the stage already.
Please, can we give them a lusty, generous applause as Coach Schollah joins them for a quick photo ops. Press and media, please. Press and media. We had the TEDx talk style, first off, and then we just had to ask them a question each. Honestly, we wish we had so much more time to drink from the wealth of knowledge of these 4 amazing women. Once again, Smart Stewards Summit 10.0. Celebrate with me, Dr. Morenike Molain. Celebrate Financial Jennifer. Please celebrate with me, the one and only J Booms. And of course, Olajumo Keshe Oyagbile. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation at the 10th edition of the Smart Stewards Summit. Thank you, thank you, thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, thank you. My audience, vibe check. Tenacity 10. Don't sound like it. The best audience in the world. Smart Stewards Summit 10.0. Tenacity 10. Thank you very much. So I'm going to give you 1 minute. Stretch your legs. 1 minute to stretch your legs. 1 minute. 1 minute. And your time starts now. 1 minute. 1 minute. It's a started counting. Stretch your legs. Stretch your legs. If you've been sitting since morning, and now is the time for you to stretch your legs. 1 minute. Okay, it's less than 50 seconds now. 50 seconds because the next panel is about to go live. The next panel is about to go live. We've been doing very well with timing, and we understand that your time is very precious. So the next panel is about to go live. 40 seconds, 40 seconds, 40 seconds more. Somebody paid for 50 vouchers, 50 free vouchers. If you cannot afford to buy food for yourself, please go to the registration desk and ask of Tolu. We'll give you a free voucher where you get access to a plate of food, a drink, and a bottle of water. Just for 50 people, not for everybody, just for 50 people. Let's get ready to return to our seats. Let's get ready to return to our seats as we now have the next panel, which is the Rising Up the Career Ladder panel. And we're going to be spotlighting 4 successful women, their pivots, their growth, and their resilience. Okay, can we return to our seats now? Let's return to our seats now. Let's return to our seats now. Everyone. Smart Stewards, return your seats. Smart Stewards, your captain is speaking. Please return to your seats as we prepare for departure. First boarding call, return to your seats as we prepare for departure. captain is speaking, we are taking off on flight SSS 10.0. Second boarding call, please. Can we please be seated? So everyone behind will leave you. Oh. We would like to acknowledge the presence of the women from Fruit Foundation. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Thank you for joining us at the Smart Stewards Summit 10.0. We appreciate your presence. Are we ready for more, everybody? Or should we just close right here? Are you ready for more? The energy. Okay, let's do vibe check. My audience in the gallery, are you ready for more? Okay.
I'm in the battery.
Are you ready for more, everyone? Okay. Our next session, as I mentioned, is a panel, and we are spotlighting 4 successful career women. We are sharing with you their pivots, their growth, and their resilience. And we've tagged it the Rising Up the Career Ladder panel. So I'll quickly constitute the panel and hand over to the moderator to take over the conversation. First, I'll bring up the moderator, who will then receive her panelist. Our moderator is a educator, a speaker, and a coach dedicated to equipping individuals, especially women, with knowledge for personal growth and empowerment. She's also a speaker, a mentor, who helps people align purpose with impact. Please celebrate our moderator for this panel, Olufumi Oguniran, who will take over the conversation. Smart Stewards, you're not celebrating anymore. The energy. You're welcome. Please be seated. You're welcome. Our next, thank you, DJ. Thank you. Our next panelist is a seasoned communications professional, a coach and a mentor with a passion for leadership, personal growth, and community impact. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a mentor, a speaker, dedicated to inspiring excellence and raising leaders across diverse spheres. Please make welcome the one and the only Bodam Taiwo. She will go back until you clap better. Over here, you're not even responding to me at all. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Bodam. Please be seated. Our last panelist for this particular panel session, ladies and gentlemen, is a UK-based medical doctor who is passionate about healthcare, personal growth, and community impact. She uses a social platform to teach on common and uncommon health issues. Celebrate with me, Smart Stewards Summit 10.0, Dr. Modupe Oluwa Iroju Williams. Please sustain the applause. Doctor, you cannot fall down, never ever. Please be seated. I beg your pardon, I mentioned that was the last panelist, but that is not the last panelist. We have one more panel member. Our last panelist is a purpose-driven coach and a mentor dedicated to empowering individuals to live fulfilling and impactful lives. Through journaling, she teaches personal growth and leadership and transformation. She is also a community builder. Is committed to raising leaders that will influence their world with excellence and integrity and joy. Once again, one more time, Smart Stewards Summit 10.0. Celebrate with me, Naomi Osega Ebose, as she comes on stage for this conversation. Sustain the applause till she comes on stage. 4 women doing terrific things in their career. You're welcome. Over to you, ma'am. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Okay, want to say thank you so much for being here. Thank you to Coach Schollah Adeshaki. Thank you for the opportunity on behalf of myself and my panelists. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for counting us worthy to be here and sharing of our experiences. And thank you to every one of you seated in the room. Congratulations to you again, because for being here, it's a big deal. So I won't take much of our time because she has begged me to finish before, at least. Okay, so we're going straight into our session. But before then, we want to share with you something that we talked about with tenacity. That's the image that you shared with us. And it says that tenacity is the ability to hang on when letting go appears most attractive. So it's your ability to stay when letting go appears attractive. On this panel, we're trying to share of our experiences, what it took us to be tenacious, to stay on the course across different sectors in our industries, across our careers, and pivoting or not. So that's what we're here to share. So at the end of this session, you should have something that helps you to move from one point to another. And so my first question goes to, I like to call her Pastor Naomi. So, but for this panel session, we'll call her GTQ, Gratitude Thriving Queen. That's one of our aliases. So my question to you is, what's your ground up story? Give us like a summary. I know that you have a lot. So what was that point where your back was fixed against the wall, you were not sure how to navigate, and how does gratitude and mind management mastery help us in our career or help us to be tenacious?
Thank you, Lady Ara. Thank you very much. Thank you, Coach Schollah. By the way, I'm seated on my best color on earth. Woo! That's why I was smiling when I came up.
That's good.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here because Coach Schollah is actually my coach. She mentored me some time back, I think less than 10 years ago, when I needed to realign my finances. Even as someone who works in the bank and has over 25 years experience. Tenacity, like I agree with what Jumoke said, is voice sensitive. It is voice sensitive, and it depends also on the atmosphere and the environment. I grew up from a family that had mixed religion, not just mixed religion, but from a polygamous home. So I learned tenacity, positive and negative tenacity from my background. Okay, I'll fast forward to secondary school. I was on the big side. My mom didn't want me to do primary 6, but my father insisted that I cannot skip that class. So my mom had to pay my school fees. So that started my low self-esteem journey, because I didn't understand why they couldn't agree. I was wondering. So I went to school. I got to that school. I spent only 1 year. In that school, everybody surrounded me and I became the head girl. But I had to leave. I went to another school. It was the same in that year. I was in career. I moved the profits by over 3,750% from where I sat. How did I achieve it? I was tenacious. There were odds. If you are a career person, wave at me. What you call difficult terrain, what you call difficult people, that's where your blessing is. My staff, are they still here? Okay, thank you. They are here. As if that was not enough, I had to put strategies in place. That's how I came about Mind Management Mastery, MMM. And it's the same thing with Coach Sholah's own Mind Management Mastery. I became a crusader of well-being through gratitude. So I can tell you, seated here, I can be thankful for even wickedness. That's how God has prepared me. So there is a challenge I used to do 5 years ago. I skipped it for 2 years, but this year I insisted that I must go back. Gratitude is the glue between financial literacy and your well-being. Our Lord Jesus Christ permits me to use it. Before he did anything, he thanked God. So that is the model I run with. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I made a very grave error and I deeply, sincerely apologize. I missed out one of our very important panelists. I can say I saved the best of the best for the last. Please make welcome a passionate professional mentor and community builder. She works at Stanbic IBTC, where she leverages her expertise to drive impact and innovation. Now, she's a dedicated advocate for continuous learning and leadership development, living a life with purpose and excellence, please. So that she can forgive me. Put your hands together for Oida Akinyemi. If you don't clap, she will forgive me. Can we make some noise?
Okay, Ara, can I take the B part? Welcome. Can I take the B part?
We'll come back to it. So, please, I have the prerogative. Because you missed out on PO, we're taking 5 minutes extra. Thank you. Just 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for accepting. Okay. So, thank you so much for joining us, PO. Sorry about the oversight. I'm going to Dr. Dupsy now. Dr. Modupe Olua. Dr. Dupsy. So your industry and work is very demanding. You're a medical doctor, and then you're very passionate about people using prevention instead of cure. I really love that. So there's something she says, we prescribe prevention. So she's advocating for prevention first before you start curing anything. And now, in your industry, it's understaffed. If we go by what is happening in Nigeria and everybody jackpotting and all of that, it's understaffed and a bit underappreciated from my point of view. People hardly appreciate the effort and everything that you medical staff do in the medical field. So how are you able to manage your work, your passion, and all the things that surround the medical field and doing it across continents, family? Are you able to balance your work, your passion, and your family? Just take us through and how go through the tenacity stuff and just keep going.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Coach. I was supposed to be at the UK Smart Stewards Money Conference, and I didn't make it, and that's why I'm here today. So please, can you just give a round of applause to Coach? I think it was just destiny. I missed that one in June to be able to attend this in September. So in the light of prevention, can everybody just have your bottles of water raised to me? I hope you've had your bottles of water today. You've drank some water. If you haven't drank any water today, please repent and go and get a bottle and drink.
Thank you, Ma.
So going back to, I know you've asked me how I'm able to manage and juggle everything in a field that is understaffed, underappreciated. I'm a mom of 4 kids. One is a 13-year-old, an 11-year-old, 10, and a 7-year-old.
Wow.
And I would say that it's the grace of God that is driving me. I don't know what I would have done without the grace of God. But not to say that the journey of tenacity for me as well. My surname is actually Iroju Layegba from Ondo State. Means that the world is about tolerance and perseverance. And to be honest, the summary of my life so far is when the disciples told Jesus, Master, we've toiled all night and we caught nothing. Nothing was working for me for 14 years. I don't have the time to go into it. But I take you back and I want to highlight 5 things that would share pockets of my story, and I would just tie everything up, and I'll be very quick. I'll move through it very quickly. In June 2000, I was frustrated. And I went for an interview in Abuja, and I went to a church, my sister's church, and the pastor had gone through the service, and he told the church to rise up and say the grace. And we rose up and said the grace. And he said, wait, God said there's a tired sister here. He said I should tell you to go back to school. At that time, I had gone to Obafemi University. How many people remember when the cultists attacked Obafemi University? Many, yes, I'm that old. I know I look young, but I'm that old. Many years ago, my entry into OAU was delayed because of the cultist attack. And after then, I had gone to Benin Republic to study in medical school for another 5 years. So my journey at that time was just dragging on. And so I held on to that word and I said to myself, if that pastor did not say tired, I would have passed that prophecy for me. So I went to Hungary, and part of what God said was, he said, I will go with you and I'll go ahead of you. So the glory of God, I finished as the best female graduating student in my set at the time. And again, for some reasons, for 6 years, I didn't work. For 6 long years, I didn't work. But you know what I did? The summary of my story, my tenacity story, is one, the God factor. When I heard the prophecy and I ran with it. You cannot exclude God from your story. You cannot exclude God from what you need to do. He's the person that will keep you stayed down when everything else is failing. And you see, the way God works is it works from you on the inside and out. So while you're thinking that there's nothing working, begin to reflect. And that leads me to my next point. Reflect on where you started from, why you started, how did you start? Begin to reflect. Every function needs to reflect on what has happened so far. As a career person, if you don't update your CV regularly, you begin to forget some things that you've done. And when you look at things, you look at yourself and you be like, wow, I've actually done this much. That's how it is. And it leads me back to the third point, or leads me forward to the third point. You need to start. You can't change what you can't measure. I started to Dupsy on Instagram because I had a small conversation with my niece. She said, Auntie, I get lots of horrible advice online. People don't even know what they're talking about. And you have such a wealth of wisdom. Why are you sitting down here and having a conversation with me? You need to go online and say something. And I said, okay, we can start. Let's start something. And that's how I started. And why did I really start? So I lost my dad in 2012. I lost my mom in 2015. I lost my sister in 2016. And I went back in their lives and said, wait, what's going on? Why? What happened? I was able to trace what could have contributed to their death. And I said, okay, we move on and we're going to be preventative in nature. We're not going to let people get to the hospital. Anything we need to do now to prevent, we will prevent. And that takes me to the next point, which is you. So God has placed everybody in a very unique position. I'm the last born of children. My siblings and my husband tell you I am so stubborn. But you know what? I realized that if I wasn't stubborn, I would have never gone through the journey that God had for me. I needed to be stubborn. I needed to block my ears to everything that people were saying if it was not what I wanted. And I needed to stay the path. And you do need a degree of stubbornness. And God also gave me a little bit of sweetness to balance my stubbornness. Coach tells me, you are a little bit, you are very, she won't say it, she'll say, you're very, like, Coach, I understand, I'm very, but just staying on that point, while you're going through, you need to develop yourself. You need to invest in yourself. You need to, but I always say it. My husband tells me, oh, Yoruba, oh, bo English. He was trying to tell me that you can't speak Yoruba well, so what do you speak exactly? And so you know what I did? I started listening to BBC and I started using the dictionary on my phone. And when people hear me speak, they're like, oh, you speak really well. I'm like, yes, because I invested in myself over those many years. And that is one of the talents I've had so far. When I go into a room, wherever I am, and I start to speak, they listen to me. Even if I have nonsense to say, they still listen to me. The last thing I will say is community. So I met online Coach Schollah in 2019, and I started following her. And I joined the Smart Stewards community, and I sort of raised the community. Going back to your point of how I'm able to cope with 4 kids. So one day I was flying for a course in Northern Ireland, and I just called on my minder and I said, Ma, are you at the house now? You know the kids are going to be picked up at 3 o'clock. She said, no, I'm in my house. Your children give me much stress. I was about to board flight. I was in another city. Just for context, Manchester and Birmingham, they're like 2 hours apart on the train. I was about to board a flight when someone tells me that I cannot pick your children, your 4 children, from school in 2 hours' time. As a mother, what would you do? I was hysterical, and I thought to myself, I'm going to calm down. I called their dad. But these are the challenges we go through. Sometimes I am the sick person. I'm going into the hospital. You know, I'm not infectious. I'm not contagious, but I'm sick. Not well enough to go through it. But you know, this is where passion comes into the picture. When I get through the doors of the A&E, I work in the emergency department, and people tell me you're crazy, and I'm like, yes, I love to influence and help people. I would rather be at work and be passionate about my purpose than stay at home and remain sick. So that's how I've done it so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope that you are noting all these points. So I'm going to Lady Bodam now. Lady B rather, sorry. So for someone looking to start again and looking to build their executive presence, what do you advise they do without compromising their authenticity and their values? Someone who wants to just go back and start again, or someone who's already started but needs to grow, what do you advise them? What maybe 2 or 3 tips you can share, for them to just keep moving and keep going?
Good afternoon, ladies and the few gentlemen that we have in the room. It's such a joy to be here. Thank you for having me. Of course, CSA has my heart, she knows. What is executive presence? You hear things like executive presence, and sometimes it can just pass over our heads just a little bit. For context, I've been in the corporate space for almost 2 decades now. I'm not that old, I just started young, but here we are. And when we think of executive presence, I think it's really that thing that sometimes we can't define, but makes people trust you. They trust you in the boardroom, they trust you in meetings, they trust you when you walk through a door. It's a certain je ne sais quoi, right? A quality that you can't really put your hand on, but you just say this person has something in them that I like, right? So if you want to develop that innate thing, that innate confidence that just makes you, that flows out, what are the 3-4 things I would share? I'd say the very first thing is anchor in values and not in your image. Whenever we hear executive presence, what comes to your mind? Sit up straight, get the nice dress, make sure your shoes are on point, get your nails done, get your hair done, but that is superficial. Instead, ask yourself, what are the values that anchor you as a career professional? Is integrity one of your watchwords? And if we say integrity is one of your watchwords, I just have to throw this one here because I say it all the time. You can't say I'm 20 minutes away, but you're just rolling out of bed. Selah, okay. I'm sorry. I want us to be friends. Okay. But when your values are what drive you, then you're leading from this place of authenticity. So people see you and they just know that you're one with what it is that you're saying. It's not something that you're put on. It's something that flows from within you. The second thing I'll say is build substance before you build style. You can always pay anybody to dress you up in any kind of way. You can pay anybody to get your face done, or you can learn how to do it yourself. But the thing that takes time, that takes effort, that takes intensity and intentionality is building your substance. We cannot trust you if you are not one of the best at what it is that you do consistently. I will say that again. Whatever your field is, whether you're marketing, whether you're a medical doctor, whether you are an engineer, whatever it is that you are, if we mention the top 10 people in your field today, will your name be there? It doesn't matter if you have 10,000, 100 million people following you on Instagram. If we're thinking of your competence in your field, will your name come up? That's the only way you can build executive presence that last. I think the third thing I would say is curate your voice alongside your visibility. Communication is key. Have you listened to everybody that's been on this stage today? Some of them have spoken and they just captured you with the conversation. You didn't want to move. I mean, someone was saying earlier on that they said she came early and she was like, have you seen the lineup? I'm like that. Have you seen the lineup of speakers? But everybody was able to speak and pass across a message in a powerful way. Why? It doesn't happen by chance. It's your responsibility to modulate your voice. It's your responsibility to learn how to pass across a message, how to pass a vision in a way that's powerful to the audience to whom you are sent, right? And the final thing I'll say is legacy is built every single day. You don't wait until you're 60 to build a legacy. You start building a legacy from the minute you can ask the question, how do I want people to remember me when I leave the room? Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we go to PO now. PO has been married 24 years now, right? And when she said I've been married to the same man 24 years, it was funny. And also been at the same organization for 24 years too. And we're like, wow, that's such a long time. I even asked her, tell me it's your family business. And she says, no, it's an organization that has become like a family. And that's why I'm asking her this question. For someone who has stayed this long, I know you've gone through different positions and levels, but it's still the same organization. So how have you remained innovative and resourceful? So that, I mean, you're in the same organization 24 years, and you've gone through different levels, pivoted at some point, but not out of the same industry. You're still in the financial field. So how have you stayed innovative and resourceful? So you want to share tips with us?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so a few things I would highlight. So even though technically I've been in the same organization, it's not really been the same organization. Because the organization I joined many years ago is certainly very different from what it is today in several regards. I joined an investment banking boutique firm where it was just less than 100 people. Everyone knew everybody, and it was, like a family. And over years, due to regulation, the bank had to merge with a commercial bank and so acquire commercial banking capabilities. And so the small bank I used to work for became a medium-sized bank, obviously with greater opportunities, new departments, offering new services that we weren't offering in time past. And a few years after that again, we went through a merger, this time around with an international bank. And so we became a subsidiary of a South African bank. And that yet again sort of expanded the territories of the organization, because once upon a time we were largely focused on clients within country, but right now we have a brand that speaks to clients across Africa and even beyond Africa. And so obviously what I've done as an individual has had to pivot over time. The kind of, I'm in investment banking and we're all about making deals and providing solutions to clients. And so no two transactions is the same. I'm being in an organization that is not static. I, as an individual, I am forced to also, in the service I'm delivering to my clients, to be on top of my game and be at par with what is happening, in the industry, even beyond Nigeria. So that transaction, I remember a particular transaction where it was a first in the industry that we were going to IPO a company, initial public offering of a Nigerian company, and we got to a point where we realized that a dual listing would be important for that company. I know I'm speaking a lot of technical terms. So long and short, keeping it simple, is that this became the first Nigerian company that will be listed both on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and the London Stock Exchange at the same time. And to get that transaction done, we had to engage with regulators in London, we had to engage with regulators in Nigeria, and ensure that there was a framework that could work for, both markets. And so, those are the sort of things that, we keep seeing, that I keep seeing, and, keep trying to make a difference. Innovation is all about providing solutions. And so if you're focused on the client, because we're a solutions-driven organization, if you're focused on the client, focused on bringing solutions, you would have no choice but to be resourceful and to innovate. Now, there was a point again, in my career where we wanted to make a difference in the real estate industry. The structure of many real estate companies that were on the market wasn't such that was amenable to many investors. We went again knocking on the doors of various regulators, various stakeholders, bringing stakeholders together, and we had to help the Securities and Exchange Commission to redraft the rules, the Nigerian rules, such that it's at par with the rules that we find with such structures abroad. And it's brought a lot of dynamism, it's brought a lot of change, it's brought a lot of innovation. And so, even though I've done this for more than 2 decades,
to advanced forgiveness. This practice is a rebranding tool that helps you forge strategic partnerships irrespective of how you feel about the person. And you are able to navigate rejection to your advantage, and you use betrayal as an ingredient for your soup. Because using betrayal as a catalyst makes you engage extra people in your life, irrespective of how you are feeling, and with gratitude you extract value from all situations. Permit me to say just one more. In my marriage, my second son was bettered against all medical odds. I stopped seeing my period in 2009, but my second son was bettered 2012. I knew I was pregnant after one day to the end of the first trimester. So that's tenacity. Why did I share this story? Because my friend asked me, what do you want? Because I was praying, Lord, restore my menstrual period, restore my menstrual flow. She now made me change my prayer point to, Lord, I want a child. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much for coming on this panel session. I just want to put a quick summary. Pastor Naomi has taught us to be grateful for hard times because they help us see things differently and help us to forge on. That's gratitude. And PO has told us that we need to be innovative by creating solutions for our clients. So put your clients in mind and continually provide solutions for them. Dr. Dupsy has told us to drink water and ensure that you're drinking water all the time. And prevention is always, always better than cure. So, and Lady Bodam has also asked us here that we should anchor on our values. Anchor on your values, not the image. To get every other thing that we have said today, because that's just a recap, you need to ensure that you go back on YouTube and watch this session again. Thank you very much once again for having us. Thank you for your time. We hope that it has been worth it. God bless you. And we have one song because, again, how do you know that we have the extraordinary panel session? No, we didn't. We did not. We didn't. Don't worry, just 2 seconds. So we're just going. So DJ, please, can you play us our song? Because, yes, we came from ground up for a wonderful panel session. The career, rising up the career. Where's our song? DJ. Thank you. Who's giving us our steps? I'll do it till the sun goes down and all through the night time.
Please, can we celebrate them? Put your hands together to celebrate them. Big, 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 big. Coach Schollah Adeshaki, can we have you on stage? Take pictures with them now. Please help me get Coach Schollah. Can you help me call her? She has to be a part of this picture. It's very important. Thank you very much, our moderator. Just give us a minute. We're waiting for Coach Schollah. She has to be a part of this photo. Thank you so much, Lady B, Bodam Taiwo, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Modifa. We're waiting for her to be a part of this photo. Please help me get Coach Schollah Adeshaki quickly, please. Thank you, Miss Soida Kiemi. Thank you very much, Naomi Osega Ebose. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation to be a part of this rising panel that you shared your story and how you've risen from down all the way up. Ushers, we will need the... Can I have ushers help me with that? Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a lusty, generous, and deserving applause. The alumni of Coach Schollah Adeshakin's mastermind. I've mentioned it. Thank you very much for your time. Can I have ushers please help us with the lectern, please? We need help with the lectern, please. We need help with it. Smart Stewards Summit 10.0. Are you tired? Or you're ready for more? Okay, now you need to sound like you're really ready for more. Are you ready for more? Okay, vibe check, vibe check. Tenacity 10. Let's do it louder, louder. Tenacity 10. Oh yes, so we are having the last but one session quickly. And this session will lead to the final panel that we're going to have. And then Coach will come give us the prosperity pledge. We'll do a little bit of Thanksgiving. We'll cut our cake, our anniversary cake, and then we will call it a day. Has it been well watched your Saturday? Okay, give me a wiper, give me a wiper, give me a wiper. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to hear from a voice that carries vision like fire. When you listen to this woman, you will definitely know that you are listening to a visionary par excellence. A woman who has shown you that when faith comes in collaboration with clarity and courage, a lot can happen. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a visionary leader, a transformational coach, the founder of Immerse Coaching Company. She has equipped thousands of people across Africa and across the world to unlock the endless possibilities that is resident inside of them. Ladies and gentlemen, through our many platforms, she has reached change makers. I like to call her, hold on. I like to call her MOM, Mentor of Mentors. She is a change maker. She is one that has mentored leaders across Africa and even beyond. When she speaks, visions come alive. When she speaks, there's clarity and transformation. I have had the opportunity of being under her teachings time and time again, and I dare say that this is a session that you do not want to take lightly. It is my honor and delight to, at this time, bring up on stage to share on vision and tenacity. Please make welcome the one, the only, an icon and a celebrated voice to this generation. Can everyone rise on their feet as we celebrate? Make welcome General Pastor Debola Deji Kurumi.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, visionaries of African descent, creators of true change, triggers of transformation, leaders of legacy, valiant vessels, voices, and visionaries, fortunate founders, distributors of development. Thank you for being here. If you really know that this conference is not about Schollah Adeshakin, if you know that this is a convening of Africa's finest, if you know that our coming together is testament to the growth, genius, and greatness that we are unlocking this decade for the continent and for global economies, really make yourself celebrated right where you're seated. Honor yourself the way you would love us to honor you when you are called upon for your keynote at the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, at the International Finance Corporation conferences, at industry-specific summits. Do it the way you would love us to do it. Those who are standing are correct. Those who are making some powerful sounds are even more correct. Celebrate! Now find a fellow distinguished leader who is standing beside you and give them the kind of handshake that is worthy of their exceptional excellence. Honor them, speak to them in ways that their spirit and soul understand. Commend their courageous contributions to their industry. Celebrate their brilliance. Honor their excellence. Your Excellency, sir, well done on your great work. Your Excellency, ma, well done on your great work. If at this time you are not standing, I don't know if you are doing it the best way. Because there's a way to demonstrate loyalty to royalty. Have you found someone to celebrate? Well done. Now, can we all rise? For those who are still standing, thank you. For those who are joining us, thank you. Declare with me, I am being ushered into awakened answers, oiled opportunities, supernatural supplies, valiant visions, powerful prosperity, angelic announcements, and bold beginnings. My life is a proof of what God can do with yielded vessels. In seeing, I see. In hearing, I hear. And my heart is full of understanding. I have access to ancient scrolls, ancient scripts, and ancient sounds on the account of divine direction. I enter into secrets, solutions, and strategies that will birth breakthroughs for individuals, institutions, and industries. I'm a legacy leader. I am here on assignment. I have what I require to deliver on my mission and my message. I walk in attunement, alignment, and assignment. This is the beginning of my best. I will protect, project what I carry for many generations. My heart is brimming with insights, inspiration, and instructions. I always know what to do. I always know where to go. And I always remember who I am. I'm a change maker, a vessel of transformation. I carry answers that will resonate for humanity. On my account, experiences, encounters for humanity will be elevated. I am a living proof of possibilities. As I shine my light, I give others the permission to do the same. Now, I need you to pause and now take this final part with the appropriate swagger. Are you ready? It is noised abroad. It is noised abroad that God has marvelously helped me. It is discussed in family gatherings how God has marvelously helped me. It is studied in Ivy League universities that God has marvelously helped me. It is published in widespread journals how God marvelously helped me. My friends know it. My family knows it. My nation knows it. My bank account bears witness. Look at me. I am a public address system of the fortunes and the favors of Father God. Congratulations! Rejoice like you really know what you have declared. Rejoice! 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 Congratulations. Please be seated. It is an absolute honor to share moments with you today. And it is even an extra special honor to stand with my friend, the one and the only Coach Schollah Adeshake. There's only one CSA in the whole world. In the whole world. Distinguished, preferred, beloved, extraordinary, humble, compassionate, gracious, an unending stream of inspiration. Has CSA told you about the books that we're releasing end of this year? We will gist them. Good things are always coming out of Coach Schollah Adeshake and the Smart Stewards community. The last 3 years have been very important for you. And I believe personally that God is using your story to awaken a new currency of hope and visionary optimism, especially in those who have been on the path of purpose, but who don't feel like they have found evidences of their diligence or fulfillment of their promise, though they have given themselves to the path of the assignment. The last 3 to 5 years have put you on global stages, have seen us, I've seen you, I would say us, it's us, but yes, has seen you partner with some of the biggest iconic brands within the continent and beyond. It has had governments supporting your work. It has put you in the front of arguably some of the most powerful change makers. You were speaking in front of Tony Blair. You finished and it was like, look, girl, that is something. God is showing you off. And what men may look at now as a frontlining expression of prosperity and positioning and announcement is laid on the foundation of so many decades of devotion to craftsmanship and the mastery of genius. We want to intentionally take this moment to celebrate you. I do not take my words for granted or take you lightly. Please sit so we can rise and properly honor you. You model some of the most exemplary values of the visionary life. You are tenacious. In fact, you are tenacity yourself. You've stuck with the game And long before it was about photo ops or the optics, you've continued to put in the work. You've given and given with such a great sense of purposeful philanthropy. You have a heart for God's people, and you are extremely good at your game. You are actually one of Africa's finest personal finance experts. And you bring a lot of brilliance and pragmatism to your work. Your causes, your books, your resources, your conferences, your summits, and now even your fragrance line. You are brilliant on steroids. I know that I am getting you uncomfortable, but I know what I am saying. We are now faced with a dispensation that is over-packaging without the required rigor of execution mastery. Thank you for insisting that there is work that goes into the visionary life. And we can't love the soft life so much that we miss out on the demands of strategy and submission to the Spirit of God. Everyone, Coach Schollah Adeshake. The way you are clapping on that side, you are suspects. Everyone, Coach Schollah Adeshake. Now she's doing it the proper way. She's properly celebrating. Correct. Thank you. Please be seated. I can tell you that this conference is a worthy celebration. Last week, Sunday, we were at a very classy, glamorous, exciting, exceptional dinner. And every part of it warmed my heart so personally and so deeply, because it gave us an opportunity to not only reflect on the journey that led us to that moment, but also frame an image of future possibilities. And today, so much has already happened. You've listened to some of my own friends, and you will also get to listen on a panel in a few minutes to some of my mentors and big sisters that I love and dearly admire. But the heart of the matter is we have to be careful not to take in so much to the point of poisonous consumption. We have to be careful not to line up behind events to the degree that we are constipated to inertia. We have to be intentional to recognize that the reason we have this unprecedented access at its finest and its highest ever in the history of humanity, this unprecedented access to the knowledge era, and this unprecedented access to wise counsel, powerful strategy, expert advisory, quality coaching, and transformative teaching is so that we can be doers of the word, so that we can have an action bias. I have been speaking within my communities a lot more actively over the course of the last year and a half about the power of self-efficacy. And that is what I would love to share with you in just a few minutes before we get on into the panel. The mystery of self-efficacy is now becoming so compelling that it's worthy of contemplation. Self-efficacy is more powerful than self-confidence. We spend such a long time in coaching and the knowledge arena, teaching about self-confidence and inspiring people to use the power of affirmations and positive self-talk and surrounding themselves with a community that catalyzes you to take action. People that inspire you, your firelighters, as we love to call them. And then we say that as you stand before the mirror and confess that this is who you are, and you have people who encourage you and believe in you, you're going to heal from every, sense of inadequacy or any brokenness in your esteem. And then you're just going to go on to be this very confident person who is ready to take on the world. But we're coming to find that it's not working quite as easily as they made it sound. We're still struggling with questions about if we're really capable of what is beating in our hearts as the vision over our lives. We're still asking ourselves if we're not too small, or sometimes if we're not too much. The challenge with the visionary life It's not merely about the struggles you face with not feeling enough. Sometimes you find yourself in rooms where you feel like you are too much. Have you ever been strength shamed? Have you ever been in a situation where you were told that your strong is wrong? Can you give me a hand wave if you've ever been there? Where it felt like your own was too much and that you were aspiring for more than, you were trying to bite bigger than, you could chew. And we consistently are confronted with inner woes and wars that keep questioning us and hold us back from taking the kind of action we need to take. In the past, maybe you could get away with average and you could just recline to, a 9-to-5 that doesn't resonate with your purpose, but offers you a take-home that may not fully take you home. But we are now in a dispensation where there is an urgency for your agency. Agency is all about the willingness to deploy everything you carry in a focal way that delivers maximum impact. There is now urgency for your agency. You could support me as a co-facilitator and just slightly tap someone and say there is urgency for your agency. There's an urgent requirement for more and more visionaries to emerge on the scene, not waiting for perfect circumstances, not hiding behind our desire for perfection, or continually saying we are in process to the end that we don't take action. The darkness has gotten sophisticated. The obscenity is at an all-time high. Think about any sphere of influence: education, healthcare, gender advocacy, policy and governance, hospitality, construction, real estate, religion and faith, family and an identity, any arena that you can think about where your work may intersect. There is an ongoing warfare that has become even more dangerous than just 5 years ago. You have young children, 5, 6, 7, 8, coming home to ask their parents, is it really a problem if I am a girl but I prefer to be a boy? Can two men be married? Does every family have to be like ours that has daddy and mommy? Does it have to be Adam and Eve or Steve and Eve? The questions that you could never have imagined will be asked just 5 years ago are getting asked. By the end of this decade, without the intensity of burning and brightly shining lights, the degree of darkness will not only impact on those who are not in the light, it will spread to those who are in the light but refuse to shine their light. And so there's an urgency for your agency. And that takes me on to just what I have to share with you. If you are in this room and the season of life upon you is a readiness to move forward with your vision, a readiness to discover and deploy your purpose, a readiness to grow the mastery of your gifts and your genius so you can stand at the cutting edge of impact in your generation. If you want to contribute your quota, if you want to share that great idea, if you want to serve your way into greatness, if you want to be a person who puts a collateral damage to the darkness of our time, you need self-efficacy. It's bigger than self-confidence. It's bigger than self-assurance. Self-efficacy is simply a conviction that you amass because of the historical data of work done. There are people who are more confident than CSA, but who won't create the kind of results she creates. Because self-confidence assures you there's something about you that stands you out. But that's not very accurate. None of us is that special after all. None of us is that extraordinary after all. Every one of us are confronted by our own unique challenges, our own fears, our own limitations. Anyone who has wanted to give up at least once this year, where you're just like, let's gather the whole thing and be going home. How long ago was yours? Maybe February? Mine was just last week. I'm just like, what are we doing? Let's be going home. Why am I not the wife of the most sought after German neurosurgeon? Why is my own assignment not just to sit at home and be taken care of? Why do I have this kind of schedule? And the last time I checked, I don't even have $1 billion yet. Not yet, please. The power of yet. You see, and you just ask, well, maybe you don't ask the questions. Maybe your life is fully figured out. But I'm still working my way to answers. So there is a principle of specialness that I believe in and I practice. We are not going to get to destination destiny because we are special. We're going together because we keep moving. We're going together because we have brutal focus. We're going together because we keep learning and we keep growing and we keep outgrowing our normalized nonsense. We're going together because we set higher standards for ourselves and we refuse to be seduced by the praise of people who don't know our true stories. That's how we will get there. That's exactly what I'm doing, my sister. It's why I came. So we need self-efficacy. Why do we need self-efficacy? We need to know that we may not be sure of what our purpose is, but we can do everything we do with a sense of purpose. We need to know that we may not always work within our passion, but we can put our passion in everything we do. I am asking for a deconstruction of the way we define passion. It has derailed many young people. Stop saying that you are waiting to move in the direction of your passion. Do whatever your hand finds to do now with a sense of passion. That's where we are. So self-efficacy is what happened to that young man that you know, that young lad who said to himself, the God who helped me with the lions and the bears will give me the head of this uncircumcised Philistine. That's self-efficacy. It is when you amass historical data of work that when you stand before the next opportunity, something on your inside can say yes to that opportunity. But there are too many people who are waiting for perfect moments, and so they are not making the most of now. My message to you as I close is to make the most of now, is to be your best now, is to stop saying, now my papa business, I'm really waiting for my job in Shell or in the World Bank. I'm just using this to hold body. Stop doing your work like you are holding body, because it's your career you are building. That job you did for 3 years and you held body, what will your portfolio look like when you leave that institution? So self-efficacy is that we will come out of this conference, we will take what we have learned, and we will start to say on Monday morning, how can I use it? How can I use it? Toby is seated here. He's volunteering at the summit. And he's within my team. So he is going to be under pressure. Because I know that he heard the things I said. You understand? His requirement of efficacy is higher. Because I'm going to be like, Toby, oh, but were you not there? When we were discussing these things. Have zero tolerance for your own mediocrity. Have zero tolerance for normalized nonsense. Stop defending your dysfunction. Stop protecting your problematic patterns. Stop holding onto your past trauma as the reason you cannot become better. Abhor laziness. Wake up earlier than you have been waking up. We've slept too much. If it has paid you, why are you not that future, why are you not in it? It's because you are sleeping more than you really think you need. You have not become who you desire to become. But you are sleeping 8 hours. You have mind. How are you able to rest? You sleep from 9. You have Lala at 7:30. How? You haven't read a book this year. But you are fascinated by the pseudo appearance of wisdom because you post on Instagram and people say deep. Take me away, fry me, I'm your dodo. Don't leave me, wisdom. But you know that you are nothing like what you are writing. For how long? Say not me. Say not me. Be like, I don't play that way. Some people can't even say it because what I say eats them badly. Take it like that. I'm the one holding the mic. Let's do better. Generally, just be a better person. My closing remarks, and I know I've said that, and this is the final one. Whenever you maintain a culture of mediocrity, a time comes when it is no longer perceived as what you do, but who you are. The moment your identity becomes midwifed to chaos and mediocrity and averageness, that in itself is a door closer to things that heaven is bringing to the earth. The next time you think about favor, don't think about miracle money. The next time you think about favor, think about a decision maker who can lift you, finding the good work that you are doing. That's what favor truly looks like. And that's what has opened doors for me and many people that I know across multiple nations of the world. I have presidents listening to my policy recommendations. But when I'm preparing those policy recommendations and roadmaps, I do it as though I don't have a relationship with God. Whereas when I'm praying about these roadmaps, I do it as though I have no executive understanding of policies. Do you understand this? Be king and be priest. And let's win together this decade. Thank you so much for having me.
Sound. Okay. One more time, General Debola Dejikurumi. Everyone put your hands together to celebrate her. Thank you so much, ma'am, for a timely word of wisdom. And I'm very sure that we've been charged one more time. And we're going to act very swiftly on all that you've said. So because of our time, and without further ado, I would like to invite these women that their presence here is very important and vital because they were present at the very first edition of the Smart Stewards Summit. That's the 1.0 edition that held under base, at the basement where we are all seated right now. And they'll be joining General Debola Dejikurumi to speak prophetically, share their experience, and of course speak prophetically over this summit, over Smart Stewards, and over each and every one of us seated in the room. So as I invite them, I want you to celebrate them because it's surely a full circle moment for Coach Schollah, saying that these women, they were there when she started it all, and they're here now when she's celebrating 10 years of consistency and 10 years of showing up, 10 years of this journey. Please make welcome in no particular order. I would like to call them mamas. Mamas, I can't just call them by name. No, they taught me well. Please celebrate with me, Mama Mayokori Ofe. Please, can you celebrate? I know what I'm saying. Smart Stewards Summit 10.0. Is that the best you can do? Can you sustain that applause? Sustain that applause. Sustain that applause for Pastor Mayokori Ofe. You're welcome, ma'am. Please sit. Thank you very much. Please also in the same vein, with loud cheer and with a generous applause, please also make welcome Mama Folake Odediro, who's joining us virtually online. She's online, but she'll be joining us virtually. And finally, joining us on this panel, please celebrate Mama Ayo Megbokpe. Please celebrate her. I don't like the way you are celebrating. Celebrate these ones. They were the very first edition. Looking, they are not even aging at all, or am I at all? Wonderful, wonderful. You're welcome, ma'am. Mama Falaki Odedirotu, please can you wave to us, ma'am, if you can hear us? If you can hear us, wave to us. Oh, beautiful. And of course, please celebrate our convener who will moderate this conversation, the one and the only. Please celebrate again the founder, lead coach, and the convener of the Smart Stewards Annual Summit, Coach Schollah Adeshaki. So it's the final conversation. We will cut the cake and we will call it a day. So we're almost done. Don't be in a hurry to leave, okay? Please be seated. Be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, CSA.
I love color pink because that is our color. You see how God works, eh? First of all, clap for yourselves. Some people came here before 8, and I think this hall is still as full, almost as full as when we started. Now, this session for me, I appreciate all the other sessions, but this one right here, for me, is the icing on the cake of this program and our last 10 years. When I gave my speech earlier on, I told you about how we held our first conference ever in the basement of this hall, Summit 1.0. And look at it. This is an absolutely full circle moment for us. A testament that the Lord is good. That is the one who can preserve the work that He puts in your mind to do. And like I said earlier on, whether you move or not, time move. Life will happen. So move anyway. Please celebrate one more time. The Alpha and the Omega is the owner and the founder and the convener of this vision. Thank you. I remember then when we had that meeting downstairs, Pastor Mariakun said, Schollah, I see Smart Stewards going. You guys are going places, Schollah. I cannot describe it. It looked like last year when you said it. And then I was trying to chase I was in New York when my team member said, we are having a first summit, or what we call it. And then my team member said, one woman went to speak for Michelle Obama. I said, what's her name? They told me, and I said, I don't know how. They said, she's Pastor Mariakun's friend. So I said, Ma. They said, Ma Ayomekbokwe is your friend. Speak to her. Now, I'm sharing these things to emphasize very, very important points. Remember the piece that I shared earlier on? The place of people in your life. Look at it, 10 years after, we are still together. They are still my mentors. I have not broken the ranks. I have not said because I've gone to London, I've gone to America, they are no longer my mentors. And they are still proud to call me a mentee. DDK was not at the first summit, but she was at the second summit. I have those media, can you display those photos? And my darling friend who is joining us all the way from Boston, a story of tenacity as well, was at that hall with us. These are some of the photos. Listen, your life will be an amazement even to you. And you'll exceed your own expectations and the expectations of the world. So quickly, we are going to go into this panel and we are going to wrap up this entire day, with this prophetic, I call it a prophetic panel, because they spoke. And look at what has happened. Imagine what they will speak today and what will happen. You get it? So this is not just about Smart Stewards. It's about what you are birthing. Such that in 5 years, in 10 years, when you call us, you'll say, I saw that it happened somewhere. And I latched on. And now it is happening for me. Can I get an amen? these questions are, largely personal. You saw Smart Stewards, not at infancy, at Omowo, like when we were, when we were a baby. You spoke into the future. What did you see? And I'm going to start with Mrs. Mekbokwe. What did you see? What encouraged you to even take our invitation, to accept our invitation and to come? Now, this is not just about Smart Stewards. I want you to listen to the points and to the lessons, because, yes, she's going to talk about Smart Stewards, what she saw, where she has been herself, but learn from it. So what did you see? And 10 years down the line, what has the experience been like? That's the first question for you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I trust we've been having a great time, and congratulations, Schollah. We are so proud of you. What did I see? The way you presented yourself was everything. Your vision was definitely beyond you, larger than you, and you did not allow the smallness that was around you make you underestimate what you carried. It didn't make you underestimate the weight of what you carried. And it's interesting, you talking about 10 years ago. I'm thinking, Lord, 10 years ago I was 47. Here we are, and see what you're doing. And then you spoke about preservation. Or was it DDK that mentioned preservation? It's amazing how the responsibility of preserving the vision that God has committed into your hands is largely yours. Because what it is that you have to steward the assignment. And how you have stewarded this assignment these 10 years is simply commendable. And the fact that you have not broken the ranks. Let me say something. So I saw my friend's daughter, and I'm like, Mayokun, that's my daughter. She said, yeah, she's with DDK. And I'm like, wow. See how what goes round comes round. There is a seed. There are seeds we're sowing every day. We don't even know where we're sowing those seeds to. I remember when DDK met my daughter. I don't know if you remember. My company was invited to be a part of FCMB program. My daughter she was in school then, but on holidays she would come work with me. And so she went on our behalf. And DDK met her. And it was something you said I would never forget. You said, I see your daughter and she wants to be her own personality. She doesn't want to be known as Ayodeji Megbokpe's daughter, but she wants to be known as herself. That's what I see in you. And that's what I saw in you. Taking up that responsibility that God has shown you in the realm of the Spirit. Because if it stays in the realm of the Spirit, it's not going to pump fit anybody. Because there's an earnest expectation of the sons of God that is waiting for that manifestation. And you have manifested and see the cloud of witnesses today. And so that is what I would want to leave with us at this particular moment. Their dreams, their visions. This firebrand did not spit all of that just by seeing things in the Spirit alone. She said something. She said, when I go into policy advocacy, I go into it, I do not know God. And so that's her taking up that responsibility, that there needs to be an awakening of my mental faculty to be able to understand what is dead on this side of eternity. And then when I now face God, I talk to him as the one that holds everything together. And that's what I see in you. And that's what we're celebrating you today. And that's what all of us should take note of, regardless of our ages. Because even at this age, there's a quaking in my spirit that this is not enough. There's still more. And as you continue to have that expectation that there is more, definitely, the Lord will continue to find you a worthy tool in his hands.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you picked your points from that. I hope you picked your points. I'm going to jump all the way to Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America. Folake has been my friend of over 16 years. And she's a board of advisory member at Smart Stewards. You see this relationship thing? Yeah, say, my friend, I don't have good friends.
or my friends, they don't support me. Me, I have supportive friends. I have supportive mentors. And that's why a friend can be an advisory member in my company. By the way, Pastor Cephas is also the husband of my friend. So it's an ecosystem of value. They're not just saying, I should be, want to buy air, want to buy everything. Complete ecosystem. Folake, my dear sister and friend, board advisor, counselor, covenant sister, you were here at the basement that day. I still have the photos. Media beamed the photos. And you say, Schollah, nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ fún ẹ yìí. Shuri, hey, what I see, you are good. Koye. I love my friend. The way they speak to me, they bring out the fire in my soul. You were here then. What did you see? What have you seen? And on your own personal journey, how can you bring it home to every young person who is listening here? To say, guys, it's not about where you are, where you have been. I want you to give us 3 succinct things from what you saw, what you have seen, and what you see ahead, that they can take home to say, this person was there. These are the things she saw. I'm going to learn from them. Over to you, Folake. Thank you. Media, she's muted.
Can you hear me? Hello, everyone.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Everybody,
okay.
My board. Clap for board, yo. Our next meeting, I have to go and be accountable. Thank you.
So firstly, Schollah, thank you so much for having me. Congratulations. I celebrate God and I celebrate what He's doing with you and with your team. And what a huge honor to share this platform with Pastor Mayo Koantiayo and my darling. I don't even know how to begin to describe her. It's a huge, I don't take it for granted. Thank you so much. What did I see? I saw a woman who was willing to start, because that is all that God always requires. A man or a woman who is available to start. That was all I saw. Someone who was willing to start, and to start small. I like that it was a basement. I never thought of it that time. And I'm not even sure you requested for a basement. I'm not sure if you ever thought of it. But I guess that's how God works. It's in the details. So I saw someone who was available to start. That was what I saw. Because anytime that God is going to do something that is phenomenal, He looks for someone who is willing to start. And that was what I saw. And congratulations, 10 years down the line. I am proud. Personally, your life is a huge challenge. I was listening to my darling DDK earlier, and I was saying to myself, she is spot on. And I almost don't seem to be able to find the right words to describe how I perceive you and what you have done with that little talent that God has handed to you. So it's an incredible honor to be part of it. You wanted me to share a few thoughts as well around maybe my tenacity journey and all of that. How do I start? August of 2018, I was on vacation in the US. It wasn't the first time that I was traveling to the US, but it was a very spectacular holiday, because I remember when I got to the hotel where I was meant to stay for a few days, I went to the balcony of the hotel. And at the balcony, I was seeing the Statue of Liberty. So I was in New York and I was in Manhattan, right? And as I was overlooking the Statue of Liberty, for some reason, I kind of had this moment where I thought that statue was walking towards me, and I heard, by the hearing of the ear, not just in my spirit, I have given you this land. That was 2018. I recall that I mentioned it to a few friends and, of course, to my pastor. And That particular encounter, of course, I panicked because I thought, oh, this statue is walking towards me. I left the balcony, I went to the hotel room, and I remember how I prayed maybe like 10 straight hours or more, because I never stepped out of my room after that moment. I was on my bed and I was praying throughout. I didn't know what that word meant. I didn't do much with it, but I prayed. But my point, the reason I'm taking us on this journey is that 2018, by 2023, I got an opportunity to come to the US. My company actually gave me an offer for a job in the US, and I came. What nobody told me was that I was leaving the known for the unknown. And when DDK was talking, again, I'm mentioning her name, it's coming back to me. What nobody told me was that I will have to learn to reintroduce myself again. I came from a place where I was comfortable. I was in my comfort zone in Nigeria. I came from a place where, at least, if not every day, on Sunday, somebody will call my name. If it's not Schollah, it will be Busola or my other friend, Sister Moji. You know, we're a large audience. I came from a place where, at least if I'm in a meeting, if it's in my organization, back then in Nigeria, I'll be at the head of the table. To a reality where, after reintroducing myself, sometimes I ask myself, I hope that was not Yoruba that I spoke. Or sometimes when I'm met with blank stares, I wonder whether I mistakenly spoke in tongues. The reason I'm sharing this is because starting all over again is not failure, it is faith. Because a lot of us think faith is one big miracle. No. Every time you have the courage to start all over again, it is not failure, it is faith. And I had to learn that credibility is not what you know. It's really how you show up. It's your ability to adapt, your ability to be uncomfortable, and your ability to be willing to introduce yourself, not just to people, but to yourself all over again. And so my question for you, when was the last time that you had to introduce yourself to yourself again? I'll stop at that, and I'll hand over back to Schollah. Thank you.
So good. So good. Thank you. There's so much to say. You see, this panel, we can be here from now till tomorrow, right? But I just know that the few words each and every one of them will say to you will awaken something within you, and that will help you run for this next decade. I'm going to go to Pastor Mayako. You were the first person ever, when I started Smart Stewards, to see something about it. I knew God had told me to do something, but, you know, in a very convincing manner, I had to check myself and say, what's this woman saying? I remember very clearly. And you went, one of the few people that gave me the very first opportunity. I remember I can't remember, I spoke at the business summit. You would organize meetings and you would say, Schollah, come and talk to my people, come and, you know, our stage or our platform was like a preparation ground for me. And I know you must be one of the proudest people in this room today. What did you see?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying all day. It will count for much in your life. What did I see? I saw Schollah. I met Schollah at the Daystar Christian Center. We served in the same unit. She still serves there. But I had to leave when God said I should leave the protocol unit of Daystar Christian Center. When I was actively serving as a protocol officer, Schollah was not yet a member. And towards the tail end, when God was going to ask me to move, Schollah joined. Actually, this evening I should be asking Schollah, what did she see in me? Because it wasn't that we served for so long together, but something struck a chord. I'm sure it was the Holy Spirit. So answering your question, what did I see? I saw dedication. I saw dedication. And seriously, today, that will be the pillar that I want to rest most of what I want to say. The way you serve others is the way you will serve yourself. Schollah was very dedicated. She was very committed. And I was at a conference on Thursday, and I said to the person sitting beside me, I said, anytime you mention loyalty, it's as if you're calling my name. And when they read anybody's CV or talk about anybody, and you just, it's not mistakenly, you mention loyalty, my attention goes on that person. And that is what I can say is Schollah's strength. Schollah is loyal. She's committed. When she believes in something, she goes all out for it. So I am not surprised, apart from the fact that I saw in the womb of destiny greatness. That was what I saw. I saw the possibilities of multiplication in you. It has been proven. But apart from that, I saw how from nothingness you picked yourself. So let me say it this way. In the beginning, I saw all of those dedication, the way you served and all of that. And then when you were going to start and you mentioned this, yes, I saw greatness. I saw your ability. So rising cannot be without our ability, like it has been rightly said at some point on this platform. But looking back now, what then did I see again? Schollah, I saw you like Jacob, a man who carried the bestest of the bestest blessing. The one on whom blessing was poured, and his brother came and said to his father, bless me too. And the man said, I have no other thing to bless. I have poured it all out on this guy. And you will think or expect that as soon as he leaves that place, he will manifest. But his life became like contradiction. He left the place of blessing and was put in the furnace of fire. He had to be tried. He had to be tested. And he passed the test of tenacity. He went through it all. And that's the way I saw Schollah, because you have a story that I want to bring out. The story of how she qualified as a chartered accountant, she began to live life, and she was good. And she was blowing money. Big girl. She would tell us. I will never forget the figure of 500,000 then it was humongous. And she said she would spend it all. Jonah Norton. She's told us this story several times, and that is what, I'm looking at today. That the one who had so much in her then came to the point where God needed to take her through the fire to prove her so that she can sit where she's sitting today. And so for me, that is the tenacity that we're talking about. And she went through all of that. But one day came, like the prodigal son. And she came to herself and said, enough of this crap. How can I be a chartered accountant and be mismanaging my funds? And I think at that time she said she was also managing she has this mentor that she's always referring to. You were consulting for, you're working with him. Managing somebody else's money, but she couldn't manage her own. Really, very an irony of what is supposed to be. So, the dedication, the commitment, the loyalty, being true to yourself, you rose up from it and said to yourself, there must be a change. And at that point when you were starting this, the change had gradually started. But for the change to be completed, you needed a community. And God used to raise the community. I saw that. And I saw how what you had on the inside of you, the blessing of Jacob that you carried, will yet help other people. And these are proofs. And we're just a percentage of the many people that you have helped across the globe. That was what I saw. And I yet see something else.
Wow, thank you. So humbling. Oh God, it is well. Thank you, Jesus. And to God be the glory. Now let's take this conversation a notch higher. DDK, I'm coming to you. You struck some very deep chords as you were talking. There's a lot of noise around. And there are many people in this room who are young, who are just starting out. How do we keep ourselves from being pressurized? You open social media, you open the internet, you are speaking, you are reading. It just seems as if the world is moving so fast. How do we remain tenacious on our vision? We want to make money, yes. We want to build wealth. We want to be known. Your confessions were accurate. But beyond those confessions, what are the things that can keep us grounded and building? I've known DDK for how many years now? I met her online. And I just said, sister, I like you. Facebook, I just love what you do. Can we be friends? By the way, we got married the same year, right? My first biological son, biological daughter, same year. I'm like, this is my destiny sister now. Come on. And I have seen you those years. You have pivoted. You have rebranded. And listen, DDK will say, I'm not your regular Instagram coach. In the earlier days when I used to struggle, you say, when you are trying to build a brand, you'll not be mentioning God. But I will say, my friend is always talking about God. She's speaking in tongues. Things are happening. She's writing policy. Ejo, they work. What would you say to young people who are being pressured? What is ahead? What are the things to look out for? And how can we remain true to our vision and still attain those things that we want?
Again, congratulations. We can spend the whole day doing that. And I know this must have been done already before. I just came in and I want to honor Mom. I have already graded her, but I wanted to do it from the stage again. God bless you in the name of Jesus Christ. And you will continue to go from strength to strength. Lórúkọ Jésù Àgbáyé Dalesi. Thank you for your investment and your labor of love over Schollah and all seeds. Today is really important, Schollah, because you are doing it right by being intentional about telling stories. There is a system of success within stories. And I'm just thankful for that. I feel like the answer to this question you've asked already sits within many things that have happened today. Things you've said, things people have observed, things that have been said on this panel. So for sure, it is a rather expansive, consideration. We can spend a whole day talking about this thing you've highlighted. But I would love to just sit into maybe 2 or 3 things. The first, Schollah, is that not everybody is feeling pressured. Not everybody is pressured.
No. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Not everybody is pressured, you see. And it is not your financial situation that determines the satisfaction of your soul. It's not. So it's not more money that counts you down. You see, so if you are scrolling, I'll give you this litmus test. If you scroll on social media and many things and many images and many people stress you and make you say, what am I even doing with my life? Hey, God, or more goals. It is a very definitive sign of a brokenness in your soul. Actually, in the protocol of original design, not many things should inspire you. If you are whole, you ought to look at many things and many people and be like, great work, and be happy for them, but not be so blown away that you are saying, me too, I have to, or more, I have to work on this. You should not see many things that even make you want to aspire. In the ideal design of a healthy soul operating in its original design, in its original order, you shouldn't look at many things and feel like, I want to copy this. Okay, so this is how they're doing it. Then I will add it to what I'm doing. No. So you should use it as a litmus test. Don't feel offended. I don't mean to insult your credibility. Let me sound like one of our elders. I don't mean to insult you. Don't feel offended by it and don't feel triggered by it. If many things inspire you, and if many things pressure you, if many images stress you, turn toward your soul. There's a brokenness there. So the real answer is not, do less of social media, or just remember that you're also on a journey, or take your eyes away from it, or unfollow people if they stress you, or say to yourself, things are not the way they appear. Many people post things, but that's not their true story. Whenever you say that to yourself, you are negotiating yourself out of significance, because that's also not true. There are things people post of prosperity and luxury that is not audio. It is real. So if you comfort yourself by saying, who knows what's happening in the back end? No, you are wrong. There are people who truly have great lives. People who are walking in abundance. People who are enjoying their seasons. So if you then discover that they are not audio, what would then happen? Will envy now enjoy you? Because you already comforted yourself that we don't know what's really happening. What if it is really happening that way? So if you are easily pressured, take it as feedback. It is your soul beeping. You know when a car has sensor and you're moving toward, maybe you want to hit an object, as you're reversing, it starts to make that sound. In fact, Nigeria can make that sound go. If your car doesn't have the sound it's meant to have, go and take care of that car. And that's what's happening to many people's souls. It's beeping because it's giving you a sensor that something is out of order, that you need servicing. And I'm going to recommend 5 books. Start with any and find any that can work for you. When you open it, if it seems too difficult, leave it. Go and look for another of the 5. But look out for either of these 5 books and let them start to get you on a journey to building a solid soul. You will need it. Your evolving prosperity will not solve the ache in your soul. Let me tell you, people pay me between $15,000 and $40,000 to sit with me between 3 and 6 months. So does that already clarify the caliber of people that will sit in one-on-one? It gives you a sense. They sit with me and they waste my time. What I mean is they pay because they want performance coaching, executive coaching, so they can get results with their business. But sometimes we spend the first 90 days dealing with soul wounds. So it's not money. Soul wounds, imposter syndrome. And they say, you understand. I say, I don't understand. You don't have to have imposter syndrome. It's also a lie of corporate Nigeria or corporate world that everybody struggles with imposter syndrome. A solid soul is a substantial reality that you can experience. You can have a soul that is devoid of envy, of jealousy, of self-pity, of negative talk. You can, and you ought to aspire to it. So we're going to go for Reclaiming Your Soul by Dr. Cindy Trim. 40-Day Soul Fast by Dr. Cindy Trim. The Search for Significance by Robert McGee, MCGEE. Believe Bigger and 100 Days to Believing Bigger by Marshawn Evans. And then Hello Tomorrow by Dr. Cindy Trim. That is my 5-book curriculum for you. And if you find yourself saying, I don't like, take it again, okay. I was very fast. Sorry. Someone was offended. She was like, well, why did you go that fast? So sorry. Reclaiming Your Soul by Dr. Cindy Trim. That's Cindy and then Trimn. 40-Day Soul Fast. The 40-Day Soul Fast by Dr. Cindy Trim. The Search for Significance by Robert McGee. That is Robert MCGEE. Number 4, which is 2-part. I want you to do it together. Get the book and the devotional. Believe Bigger and 100 Days to Believing Bigger devotional by Marshawn, MARSHAWN Evans Daniel. And then Hello Tomorrow by Dr. Cindy Trim. If you're dealing with severe degrees of a sense of shame, regret, guilt, and self-loathing or self-hatred, start with The Search for Significance. If you are a woman and you are already on the path of purpose, you are making some good progress, but you are still distracted by always feeling like, people have really moved. Start with Believe Bigger and 100 Days to Believing Bigger. If you have deeply ingrained mindsets, you look whole and good on the outside, but you have deeply ingrained mindsets such as People are successful because they went to Ivy League universities. It's because they have connections. Or, you know, people don't like me. Or there's nobody to support me. Then you should go for reclaiming your soul. If you struggle with, you're shy, or, you know, you're trying hard to be liked, you have approval addiction, then you do reclaiming your soul and then go into the 40-day soul fast. But anyway, that's just to let you know. And can I let you know, by the way, that those with healed souls are only in the 10% of humanity. We all will be hit. Even if you were raised in a healthy family, you will come into the world and assistants, devils, and borrowed vessels of Satan will try to ram into your rear mirror and hit your bumper. It must happen. It's a rite of passage in life. It will happen. And if you think that church is the safest place, they will meet you there too. You know, church is a hospital. It's the gathering of unwhole people, all on their journey to Jesus Christ. So the person you repose trust in is also limping. So that's just to say, don't feel bad and don't think you're alone. Healing is not an event, it's a lifestyle. So it's a process, and you ought to integrate it as an ongoing part of your life. If you leave yourself alone, you'll be shocked. 8 years' time, what that means in English is it will mabba. That's it will mabba. You have to take care of yourself on an ongoing basis. The reason I walk in love is for my own good. It's not because I'm that nice, but it's just that I have a place I'm going, and I don't want to catwalk with a limp. I want to be whole and fit for purpose. So if you are stressed and pressured, it's a soul wound. Take care of it. It's not the fault of the people that are doing shine bobo on social media. Then the second and the only thing I will add, part of your stress is that you are listening to too many voices. I'm telling you, there is a poisonous side to the knowledge era. You will leave this conference now. We arranged everything in a logical sequence, a well-documented, organized curriculum of development. You will leave now. You will go to another one. They will dismantle everything we've organized. They will say another one. Do you see? So some people are just making themselves into almost a trash can of people's wildest stupidity expressed in brilliant English. How do you just easily trust anything? Don't you know that access to your heart is the highest gift you can give a human being? Because those you give access to your minds have access to your spirits. We don't listen to people, we listen to spirits. So you are too everywhere. You should, 2026, you will determine, these are my teachers. I'll go to their conferences, buy their books, their courses. That is where I will be. All this, you are losing phone at events. Somebody's Odogu will come to Landmark Event Center and steal a phone. You will lose laptop in a bus because you are going where they didn't send you. Don't you know grace follows where we are sent for our race? Let me just mind my business, but those are my two suggestions.
Thank you, DDK. That last one was stray bullets. I'm coming to Mrs. Megbokwe. Now, this question I'm about to ask, I believe, will resonate with a lot of people. You are very unassuming, and you have a grace. Guys, let me explain what I mean. Hey, God, oh, please, God, when God? The first time I heard about her, what they said was, oh, there's this woman that spoke at Michelle Obama's event at the White House. I'm like, And she's my mentor. That's number one. Then I now saw another photo where she was on a panel with Warren Buffett. How many of you know? Somebody say, God, oh, please. Then, if you know Warren Buffett, the one that I mentioned now, is right now maybe the 6th or the 7th richest person in the world. He's 92. Like, they call him the Oracle of Omaha. That's somebody you should meet in a lifetime. Like, God, this man is 92, make it happen. She sat on a panel, and she's still normal. And what took her there? Selling moi moi. Somebody say moi moi. Money ole. Then recently, you say, Schollah, there's something. I gave your number to somebody. Who is the person? The richest woman in Africa. I'm like, We don't see these photos, some people they are not showing. I said it is not everybody that is pressured, and you do these things. You're very unassuming. You're just doing your thing, and that grace just. Please share with us how we can.
Oh my God.
The years ahead, we want to tap into that level of grace where we're doing big things and we're just smiling and dancing and just doing our moi moi and no more leftovers and just doing our thing and God is just blessing us.
Oh God. Let me remind you that I spent 40 years in the wilderness.
Ooh, did you hear that?
So I spent 40 years in the wilderness. I started making moi moi at the age of 40. And I remember when I would be wrapping moi moi in leaves. To produce a wrap of moi moi, I would use 2 leaves. I would have blended the beans. All the ingredients would be there. I would have prepared them. I would have peeled the maggi. I would have deboned the fish. The onion would have been blended with the beans and the pepper. By the time the mix comes out, if you don't know what I blended, you will not know what is inside. All you're seeing is the color. And then I'll take the 2 leaves and I will wrap. Then I will decide what I want to put in that particular wrap. Nobody knows. And then I have to ensure that the mix is right. It's not loose. Because the consistency of the mix will actually determine how many leaves I use. But typically, because I know my consistency, I use 2 leaves. And then I wrap. And then I put on fire. And then I cover. And then it gets to a point, the aroma of the moi moi fills the room. At that point, I know the moi moi is not done. I know that it's getting ready. And so I'm getting ready. I'm bringing out my trays. I'm bringing out everything. I'm talking about this that was happening 18 years ago, almost 18 years ago. Now, I don't get involved in all of that, but it still goes on. Now, I'll let you know I'm taking you through this drill. So when the aroma fills the room, I know the moi moi is almost ready, but it's not ready. But I'm bringing out my trays. I'm celebrating that. Moi moi itifej, I'm letting my customers know that very soon the moi moi will get to them. And then after about 10, 15 minutes, I know the moi moi is done. And I bring out the moi moi. I unwrap the first wrap. And I taste and I'm satisfied. That is how life is. Listen. You see, a lot of women and a wonderful gentleman have all come on stage to share their stories. As you can see that their faces are different, so are their journeys, and same with you. It's impossible for you to everything that has been spoken today and begin to implement, but you have to start somewhere. The wrapping of this moi moi every day for about 7 years taught me a lot of lessons. It taught me patience. It taught me that what I put inside is what I get. It taught me timing, and it helped me know there comes a time that is your kairos moment that you have to begin to take active steps to where God is sending you to. And so 40 years of nobody knowing me, 40 years of not even me knowing myself, 40 years of abuse. And then a part of those 40 years was a season of calm, especially when I met my wonderful husband, to whom I've been married to for almost 33 years. He came into my life, and I want you to be very, very attentive. A lot of us are young, and so we are still in that realm of, do you like me? Do I like him? And that. You see, it's better to stay single than to get married to somebody who doesn't know where he's going. But listen, being married to the right person doesn't even guarantee a great future for you. I got married to my husband, and I began to lean heavily on him, lean heavily on his identity, lean heavily on his personality, because he has a great personality. He was everything my mother wanted that I was not. My mother would tell me, Dake, Banumo, don't shout. And my husband was that still, calm gentleman. And I began to hide my identity behind him until God told me, you're losing yourself. I began to lean heavily on him, and God told me that no man can carry your weight. And so I had to discover me. What DDK said about a dysfunctional soul is the root of our challenges. And I found out that was the root of my challenge. It wasn't because I was abused. It wasn't because I didn't have a university degree at that time. It wasn't because I was not this, I was not that. It was because I had a problem with my soul. One, I had to be happy with me. I had to be satisfied with the ingredients available at my disposal. Why would I continue to long to be who I was not? Who I was not even destined to be. I needed to discover who I was destined to be. And so when I began to discover at 40, I knew that I had entered the evening period of my life, and I knew that I could not mess around with it. I knew that God was giving me an opportunity. He was giving me an opportunity to manifest all he had taught me over these 40 years. And I could not mess with it. And so I have come to a point where I know that meeting Michelle Obama or Warren Buffett or sitting with DDK is not my identity. These are additions that God has put to add color to me. At the end of the day, all of them will go home. My meeting Michelle Obama was how many years ago? My taking my mind to the White House was how many years ago? All of those things have passed, but I'm still standing.
What?
Why? Because I have held to the one that preserves my story. I've held to the one that has healed my soul. I've held to the one that has made me whole. And I've chosen to hold on to every lesson that he has taught me about the preservation of my soul, about identifying who I was, and about becoming every day. Because I've not become. I continue to become every day. So that is the summary of it.
Wow.
That's
Wow. Wow. Just wow. 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 Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Thank you. Let me not start to preach. I'm going to go over to Folake. You see, these women on stage today, beyond this meeting, I don't know. There are people that have stories, that have results, that have practiced or that have exemplified tenacity. If you are not following them online, offline, you are not attending their fellowship, you are not chasing them every day to say, no, don't chase them actually, to say be my mentor, but chase them from afar, consume the things that they share. For like their own story, there's no time to even go into it. Now, she's sitting right here in Boston, but this woman right here was raised by a grandmother in, what's the name of that country? She will say it as in that what remote village. I mean, I won't say a story for her, but what I'm saying, my question to you, Folake, is from that village to Lagos, to rising through the ranks in your career, to becoming the head of a multinational in Nigeria, and then that multinational closed, and they singled only you out to say, come. And they took you to America as a global director. What is your word for African world builders who are passionate and who are ready to go the long haul in seeing that their desires manifest? I don't know how to explain, because some people are here. The DMs I get, I don't have my mother did not raise me, my father left me. I'm like,
There are people who did not even meet their father in a lifetime. And God is doing stuff with them. For like, I want you to talk to people in this room who are saying, my background is keeping me on the ground. Help me.
Thank you, Adeshola. Where do I start from? The time is too short for me to tell my story. But I'm a woman who follows my heart a lot, and the way the Holy Spirit is leading me, I want to start by just telling someone out there that you are so special, honestly. And the assignment that you're here to solve is a special one, and it's waiting for you. And I just want to also add that you are not late. You are just beginning. You know, a lot of us have an idea of the concept of lateness. You're not late, you're just beginning. You're not behind. You're just on your lane. When I was growing up, I may not have time to go into all the details because I don't want to overwhelm, because we have a panel and I know our time is short. But when I was growing up, as Schollah was talking, something just dropped in my spirit. My grandmother used to make an analogy in Yoruba, and I'll say it. Maybe, I'm not sure I've shared this one before with anyone. She will say, Oko me anke. Anke is my, I don't know how they say it in English, Oriki. She will say, Oko me anke. Kò sẹ́ni tí ó pààrọ̀ rẹ̀, ẹni pààrọ̀ àǹkẹ́, ọlọ́pàá Èkó ni ó mú. What it means is nobody is going to replace you. And whoever attempts to take you from me or replace you, actually is a replacement, Paro. It is the policeman from Lagos that will catch you. But we were not living in Lagos, we were living in Niger State, in Pandogari. And as Schollah was talking, I just saw a picture and I realized now that in fact, ẹni tó bá fẹ́ pààrọ̀ mi, ọlọ́pàá Amẹ́ríkà ló máa mú. Because I dared to believe that I belong. I want you to hear me. You belong to this earth. You have a right to be here. You have a right to be in Lagos. You have a right to answer your name. It doesn't matter. All these, and I want to believe that by now we have a sophisticated audience who is past caring, whether their parents are alive, whether they are engaged. You heard Auntie Ayo, whether they are married, whether they have a social media profile. If you do not agree that you belong, you can't make progress. You have to first, let me tell you, your LinkedIn profile is not your identity. No. Your pitch as an entrepreneur is not your identity. No. It's a little bit beyond that. You heard Auntie Ayo. So I just want to say you belong. When I was growing up, my grandmother helped me. She created, and I don't want to call it I think it's a little bit bigger than maybe it's an image or a picture. Looking back now. But she truly made me to realize I was special. I've shared this story before in a separate platform where we were in primary school, and we had a little, I don't even know what the problem was. I think I came first in class. And one of my friends, usually that thing had happened before where I came first in class, and I noticed that people were trying to, will I say beat me up for coming first in a village school. You know what it is, right? We used to trek to school, and we sing all the way in the sun. Malio, nawa, inaka jene, naje ilori, go the lavari. I still remember all those things. Because whatever you take in, you don't forget. My question is, what are you taking in? And I recall, because there has been a previous instance where I came first and they attempted to beat me up, this time around I was smarter. And because they could not assess me, it was my very close friend, I actually went to the vice principal and I said, can I follow you? He had a Vespa, Yamaha Vespa. And I sat down behind the Yamaha Vespa and I held the man like this. And as we were riding home, my friends screamed at me, Shegia, makeup and agwagwa. She said it in Hausa. Shegia is like Oloshi in Yoruba or Omali or whatever. Makeup and agwagwa. And cup and agwagwa means you have the legs of a dog or you walk like a dog. And I recall how I got home. I cried severally, uncontrollably, and my grandmother never begged me. I just kept on crying. She didn't know what it was, and she did not ask me to stop crying because she has warned me about crying without talking. Those of you who cry yourself to sleep, be careful before you have something that you didn't bargain for. And eventually, when I calmed down, I remember I think I slept and woke up. And then she said, are you willing now to tell me what the problem is? And I said, yes. Yes. Let me say it the way I said it. So, are you ready to tell me what it is? I said, yes. It's my friend that said my legs are like that of a dog. And then my grandmother asked me, meaning, are you a dog? I said, no, of course I'm not. And then she said, do you have dog's legs or do you walk like one? I said, no. She said, then what does it matter? I think this is close to what also DDK was sharing about social media. So I ask you, are you a dog? So really, if you don't settle those personal things, and I've come a long way. It's been a long time since that time. And by the way, they are no longer here. But my soul is healed. You see, sometimes we also think, and again, I'm calling a lot of the panelists because these are people who personally inspire me. And I really love what they have shared this afternoon. We think our identity is to tie to someone who we see every day. What about when they are no longer there? You think your identity is tied to a relationship. What about if that relationship is taken from you? Or you think your identity is tied to a role. What about when the nomenclature changes? What do you do? So really, I think my journey is a journey of someone who truly believes everything. Not just that Mama said about me, but that God says about me. There's a scripture that we know a lot, 29:11 Jeremiah. He said, I know the plan that I have for you. A lot of us will need to pay attention to that scripture. That thing is not plural. It didn't say for you people. I can almost put my name there. I know the plan that I have for you. It's personal. So your journey is personal. Your giftings are, as a matter of fact, your limitations are personal. It's okay. Those things that you think are areas where you're struggling, they are actually zones. They are perimeters that God has cut out for you, if I will. I'm not a coach. I'm just talking from my experience, right? These are perimeters that God has cut out for you so that you can grow from. Do you know that when a tree goes through its season, it's not ashamed? Have you ever seen a tree in winter? When I was in Nigeria, I'm used to Hamatan because I grew up in the northern part of Nigeria. So I've seen trees gone through their season, but I never understood it until I came to this part of the world where you have, especially in Boston, right? Boston is one of the coldest places in the US. And you truly, truly need to see the trees in winter. And you will feel pity for them. But do you know they are never ashamed? Have you ever seen a tree that is begging that they should close its nakedness? Have you ever seen a tree that has been stripped of fruits, which means it is not spring? It has been stripped of fruits, which means it is not summer. It has been stripped of flowers, which means it is not spring. And there's nothing beautiful about it, which means it is not fall, because in fall the trees are beautiful. It is lonely and empty and naked because there are no leaves in winter. And yet the tree is not afraid. Why am I bringing up this analogy? When you go through those seasons, when nobody sees you, when you are single and mature, when you are married and waiting, or when you are retired and thinking what is next, don't be ashamed. Own your story. You are not naked. It's just winter. Very soon, once from winter, you will have spring. The flowers will come again. And after spring, the leaves will come. And it will be summer. And the sun will come. And the world will see you. The world will see you. But it will be fall again. And the flowers will be beautiful. But hey, that season will come again. Schollah, this is how I got here. I have never forgotten that I am not a dog. I have never forgotten that God's plan and purposes for me are personal. And every day, I receive grace. Just enough for one day. I think it's okay for God to be God, and I just believe it. I hope that my story inspires someone. I hope I have more time to tell you. It's not been a, how do I put it? When I came to the US, let me just take another 1 minute. When I came to the US, like I told you earlier, God had to teach me that credibility is not my title. Honestly, it's easier said than done. I stood at ELC platform and I talked about becoming, but honestly, I didn't understand it. Honestly. I didn't understand what it meant for God to strip you out of the familiar. For you to introduce yourself and say, my name is this, and everybody stares at you, and then you say it again, I beg Bonnie, my name is this, and so. How do you begin to rewrite a career experience of more than 20 years? And I was in a hurry. I was in a hurry to tell them what I have done, what I can do, what I know. I was getting frustrated, and one day God told me, say, there's nothing wrong with you. Don't discount yourself. It's just that all these people were not there when you built all that credibility. I know that it took 25 years to build it. We're here now here. We're now here. But I brought you. Take your time. Take your mind. Take the pressure off. Take the pressure off yourself. And just be yourself. And who you are will come out of you. And recently, I was in a presentation and somebody said, you were talking, I had goosebumps. And you know, when a Caucasian tell you you're talking, I have goosebumps, what they are saying is, you have inspired me. And later I realized that actually, the person that told me she had goosebumps was actually crying during my presentation. So give it time. Give it time. The season will turn again. And you'll be all right. You're not late. You're just beginning.
Thank you. Gosh, thank you so much for my final question, because I know we're pressed for time. We need to leave. I want you to talk about community. Pastor Mayako, I've always known you about somebody who believes in together, empowered, now, which is, the theme of our summit. You believe in raising people. You believe in moving with people. You've been betrayed many times. As we go into the next decade, as we go into the new year, what role do people play, or should people play, and how do we discern the kind of people to have in our lives per season? Right, quickly.
Thank you. I'll try and keep it short. I asked for your name, Olajumoke, because in all that I heard, brilliant talk by everybody, but yours stood out for me. And one thing she said that was very striking was, when she had lost it all, when the passion was no longer there, the minute they were going to say, we're done, it was a voice. It was somebody that God sent to her. I want to ask everybody, what if she didn't have that person in her life? Who she is, or what she has accomplished today, not really who she is, but what she has accomplished today would not have been accomplished. That voice changed the trajectory, moved her back on track. She said from that voice, she regained her passion. And that is why she qualifies to stand today to speak to us. When I whispered to Schollah to tell me her name, then I'm sure I can say it, then Schollah said, what she's wearing today was made by her. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? So I say that to say, we all need people in our lives, but you need the right persons in your life part-time, like she has said. We can't toy with, we can't joke with community. The Bible says that one will chase 1,000, and 2 will put 10,000 to flight. It says when one is weak, the other one will strengthen. That is the reason why you need a community. You need somebody who has your back. And my understanding of this was refreshed on Thursday again. That you just don't need nobody. As in, it's not a crowd that you need. You need strategic people in your life. People who will move you in the direction of where your well is. People who will show you where your well is. That's who you need. Joseph needed the guys in the prison to get to his place. If he remained in Potiphar's house, Potiphar was serving Pharaoh, but Potiphar was not his connection to Pharaoh in that sense. But Potiphar also had a role to play. Potiphar's house also had a role to play. It was in Potiphar's house that he was moved to the prison, where it was Aso Rock prison, in quote, because there are many types of prison. Therefore, you need strategic people. You don't need the crowd. The people that she's talking, the community we're talking about, is a community of people, like-minded people. That's what I call them. People who are going where you are going. Right? Who know, especially people, your Elizabeth. People who are in this, somebody who has not been through cannot speak appropriately to you. They will discount what you're going through. They will waste your experience. But somebody who's had a child before, a mother-in-law who's had menstrual problems before, will know when your son brings a wife that you don't condemn her the morning she feels like sleeping because she's going through motions. That is the kind of people that you need. You need your Elizabeth. You need your Elijah. You need them. And because I know we're going to shut down now, but I want to say this because I came here with this. That tenacity brought Smart Steward to this point. And again, in the story of Olajumoke, I saw tenacity. And I just want to describe what the next phase really that God gave me to say to this house. That the moment the word came into her, it moved from tenacity to grit. She had lost passion. The grit and tenacity, they are cousin. And sometimes we just mix them together. She had, tenacity was pulling her, moment by moment, but she got to a point where what will carry her on was lost. And the voice that came brought her passion back. And it was not immediately rosy. But the passion by which, like Deborah said, that we can put passion. You may not know purpose, but you can handle things that you're doing passionately or purposefully. Then she began to handle. And that is what has brought her here. Schollah, the Lord asked me to say to this house that it's a combination of two as you move forward. What brought you here will still carry you forward. But what brought you here alone cannot take you forward. Therefore, you need to add grit to your tenacity. Not only that, the story of Rehoboam, when he became king, they went to him and said, your father has mistreated us. We want you, to do better. And he called his father's team, right? His father's community. And they said, if you will tell them that you will do better, if you tell them that you will treat them like this and treat them like that, the things that your father did not do, the things that your father, if you alleviate what your father was doing that aggravated these people, you will have a good tenure. He heard it. Then he called his own gang, his own age grade, and then they gave him a contra advice. And he docked the old and took on only the new. I want to say to this house, you can't go with only the new. You can't drop what brought you here. You need two voices in the sense that you need the old and you need the new. When you marry the two together, Ma and Saz, you'll be well balanced. And that is what will take Smart Steward and everybody who identifies with this assignment. It will not just take you to the next 10 years. It's taking you further than 10 years. It's more than 20 years. It's taking you on a long haul. Consistency will be in place. When you are boiling water, you cannot plug it, unplug it, plug it and unplug it and expect that it will boil to full capacity. You have to plug it in till it boils. That is what will take us further. God bless you, Smart Steward. And 10 years time, we'll see you. 30 years time, you'll still be here in Jesus' name.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's rise and celebrate our mentors, our matriarchs. our covenant sisters. As we take the cake, I heard that KICC is saying that they want to shut down. Please, our lights will not be shut down in Jesus' name. Let's just cut the cake, and I will say the final thing I have for tonight. Thank you, Folake, for joining us. We're seeing you on the screen. We love you. Please cut the cake with us. Don't take her off.
All right, can we please move forward closer to the cake? Matrix, General DDK, thank you. Mr. Cephas, please join us. Ma'am, please join us. Our panelists and our speakers in the room still around, please join us on stage quickly, please. Coach Bori, please join us. Let's do this as one big family. So we're going to chorus tenacity together, or we'll spell it, and then we'll cut the cake. So I need you to do this with me. Let's do this together. I need your cooperation, because we have to be out of here in the next 5 minutes. Press and media, are you ready? All right. Give me a powerful T. Give me an energetic E. Give me a beautiful N. Give me a wonderful A. Give me an amazing C. Give me an irresistible I. Give me a tenacious T. And give me a wonderful Y. Together, let's call it tenacity. Congratulations, Smart Stewards. Congratulations, Coach Schollah Adeshaki. Thank you very much. We'll take pictures right after. Coach Schollah.
Thank you so much. This brings us to the end of Tenacity 10.0. Have we taken photos? Finally, God gave me an affirmation this morning. Media, put it up on the screens. Yes, ma, thank you. You can go. Thank you. I'm just going to go through it. I saw a vision. I saw a head that was cut off and put in a nylon. I'm like, God, what is this? And God said, I want you to lead my people in a set of affirmations. And it covers your entire body as we go into the next decade. Shall we take this together? First of all is the head. Can we go? We are going to confess against manipulations and attacks on our focus. Let's go. I recognize that distractions and manipulations fight for my attention, but my mind is guarded. I refuse to lose focus. My head is clear. My thoughts are ordered, and my purpose is unshaken. I walk in divine clarity and wisdom. My focus is sharp, and my vision is unstoppable. Let's go to the next age, quickly. My ears. We're affirming against unrealistic pressures and societal burdens. I acknowledge, let's go, the weight of unrealistic expectations that try to bend me. I will not bow to societal pressure or walk in shoes that do not fit my destiny. I move at God's pace with balance and strength, and every step I take is aligned with the purpose. The next age, quickly, help. We're affirming against limiting associations. I am aware that wrong alliances can delay or derail destiny. I disconnect from every limiting association. I choose relationships that sharpen, not shrink me. By helpers of destiny, the right voices and right people lift me forward. The next age. That offense is a trap designed to shorten destiny. I will not harbor bitterness. My heart is free. My spirit is light. And forgiveness is my weapon. My heart overflows with love, fueling me to finish strong. The next stage. Destiny. I refuse to squander my hours. My time is redeemed, productive, and purposeful. I know that forces can rise to spoil the work of my hands. I declare the works of my hands are blessed, preserved, and fruitful. My touch prospers. And the very last one, my health. I understand that poor health can threaten the journey of destiny. I therefore reject every form of affliction. My body is whole, strong, and sustained. I enjoy divine health and vitality. I am equipped to run and long finish. Everybody say thank you for coming to Tenacity. See you next year. My new book is coming out in December. You will get details by email. I need to be out of here. We celebrate you. We love you. I thank my team. Ibinike, bring that book. She was healed from brain aneurysm. I want you to buy this book to support her. Her story is fantastic.
Money is for a purpose. Money isn't the goal. It is the glue that ties a lot of things together. And therefore, the real goal is not to chase money, but to master how money works so that money works for you. And that's why we are unveiling Mina by Smart Stewards, a simple, practical plan that blends knowledge, the skill set, and the tool set to empower you to stop chasing money and start building wealth. With Mina, you gain access to practical courses that teach you how to make, manage, and multiply money. You get a personalized financial goal setting tool to help you set your goals. And of course, you gain access to our Wealth Sync app to help you actualize and implement your goals. All of these have been designed to make your money journey clearer, smarter, and more intentional. Because when you master money, you free yourself to master and pursue purpose. Sign up for Mina, the Money Mastery Blueprint today. It's time to move from hustle mode to asset mode. Mina Money Mastery More.
My name is Deola Olatunji. I'm the CEO, Cake Slices, Bake Shop and Academy. I got to know about Smart Stewards, I think about 2016, 2017. I started with my cakes. I started to bake for them before Dolly P. Dolapo Fajulu introduced me to the group. I attended, I think, the second year and I baked the cake. Then I was added to a WhatsApp group, and that was my first experience at financial literacy. And the fear of in the WhatsApp group would every month have to give account of how our financial journey is, what we made, and what we spent or something. So the fear of that accountability, began to make me to be conscious financially. At that time, I wasn't doing well financially, but I was now becoming more conscious of my spending. I was now becoming more aware, so to say. So every month they would say, "Come and give account," and I'll be like, "God," So that was how my financial journey started, and my journey with Smart Stewards. And it's been 10 years now, and thank God for growth. We thank God for where we are today. And all the information, the bits here and there that I've gathered over the years are now so relevant to me, and I'm able to make financial decisions and, invest and all that. So it's been a long journey. It's been worth the while, and it's been exciting. Thank God for Kochi, Schollah Adeshakin. She's been amazing, with the information and the awareness. It's been a good journey all the way. I celebrate Smart Steward. I thank God for this 10 years. Tenacity, it's been so amazing. Congratulations.
And my name is Olajumoke Olamiposi, and a lot of people know me in Smart Steward as Olamiposi. I met Coach Schollah at, so I heard about her, I think at the second year in 2016. Someone had gone for a conference, and then she came back telling me about this woman that is teaching everybody about money, about investments, and all of those things. At that time, I was at a point in my life where I was making money. I mean, that's one thing I know how to do, make money, right? But I didn't know where they were going. They were just disappearing. More like village people were after me. But when I heard about that, what I decided to do was instantly, right there and there in my office, I picked my phone and then I searched for Schollah on internet. And I saw that she was on Facebook. So I sent her a message. I said, I wanted to buy her book because I saw that she was selling book at the time. And then the person also told me that she has a community, but that you are invited into the community. You don't just get to join. But well, I sent her a message. I said, I want to buy your book. And another thing I want alongside that is to join your community. I want to join that community where there are people who are saving money, who know how to make use of their money, not just people who think that there's like some form of basket, they are making the money and the money is leaking. And so she said, oh, why not? And then I was surprised because she was the one selling the book. She was the one that I spoke to directly. I was like, I thought she would have like 15 levels of people before I got to her. And thankfully for me, she got me into, I got the book and then she got me into the community. And that was the beginning of a lot of transformation for me. I tell you for a fact that I became the person who can now see the money. I knew what my problem was because I started to listen to her and to take whatever she said into consideration. I started taking action. When she says, oh, when you make money, it's not because the money is, it's not because the village people are after you, it is because you don't know you are not sending your money on errand. I mean, that was the first thing I learned. One of the things I used to do then was I keep a lot of cash, and I was always having cash in my bag, my wallet, everywhere, because I grew up in a house where my mother littered money everywhere. And so I thought maybe that was the life. And this time she told me, she would teach us to keep our money, send the money on errand. And I remember I started sending money on errand. I would have 1,000 naira and I would say, this money, I'm not going to spend it. And I realized I could hold cash for 2 months. Cash is in my wallet. I'm not spending the money. I started becoming the person who could now hold money and not spend. Really? That was possible? Yes. And we did different challenges, and I can tell you that is the beginning of my transformation. I've moved from there to becoming somebody who now invests. I have investments in different forms. My money is not just going away. My business, I also took my business seriously. That was when I knew about business, money management in business. It's really been a long, beautiful journey as I've gone on to also become a coach at Smart Stewards. So yeah, being here at this 10th year is one of the best things that has happened to me. And I'm saying, if you are not in the community, I don't even know what to say to you, but I think you're missing a whole lot. If you want that transformation, I think you should do your next decade with the Smart Stewards.
My name is Dolapo Ebinike Taiwo Fajulu. In 2015, Coach Schollah called me, asking me to become the admin on a Facebook group that she has just started called Smart Stewards. When she told me the purpose of the group, I laughed because I told her that I am the worst candidate to admin a group that talks about money. But she said yes, that is the reason why I should be the person, because I understand money, and the reason why she's setting up the group is for people who are on a journey and not people who have arrived. And so I accepted. That year we started Smart Stewards on Facebook. We began to recruit people from our friends list, and I was adding my friends, and we had a lot of people who were making posts, teaching on money. I remember that we had a Monday money motivation, we had a Saturday spender, we had a Frugal Friday, and on it went. In 2016, we held our first summit ever. It was a small gathering, but a very powerful one, and it became up and up from there. In 2018, I remember that Smart Stewards sent me on all expense paid trip to Dubai. That was my first time of ever leaving Nigeria, just because of the fact that I was an admin in Smart Stewards. As a matter of fact, a lot of people thought my name was Kodi because all the women in Smart Stewards called me Kodi. I remember a woman thought she thought my name was Cordelia, but I said no, that is just I was a coordinator. And Smart Stewards has on and on become a very integral part of my life. We built communities from that small group on Facebook. We become a group that is family focused, so we have men in our group, we have children. And over the years, we've had over 10,000 people pass through the Smart Stewards Academy, learning how to make, manage, and multiply wealth. And it has been a story of growth, of great potential. Beyond teaching people how to make money, Smart Stewards has grown into a community where we lean on each other a lot. I remember in 2022, while we were preparing to host the 7th anniversary and the 7th summit, I had a health scare. I had a ruptured brain aneurysm, and the community supported me. Everybody came around, and through their prayer, their support, I am here today. And beyond working for Smart Stewards as a volunteer, it has metamorphosed into a full job. Today, I am the program and community manager for Smart Stewards, overseeing the group of over 15 different community groups in Smart Stewards, as well as doing a lot of social and digital work for the company. Going forward, Smart Stewards is going into a global brand. We are already in 40 countries right now, and we are moving into the 11th year to do great impact. If you are part of us before, you've attended other summits 1, 2, or 3, I invite you to come back home. And if you have not joined us, this is the best time for you to come into the community. Congratulations, Smart Stewards.